I was gonna start the music and play the intro, but NASA's coverage already started, so here we go. Can't listen to the music here though, because yeah, it'll demonetize the VOD. I know, because that's what happened yesterday, so that's good. You know, that's lovely. Anyway, NASA. Chris, 6.69 month resub. Dear Mr. Fantasy. Yeah. Dear Mr. Fantasy, play us a tune. Something to make us so happy. That's a good song, man. That's a really good song. It's Steve Winwood. No video audio. It will demonetize the VOD. Yeah, I know, because we played this video yesterday, Brimo, and it demonetized my space news from yesterday. Yeah, I had to dispute it. It's great. Lovely. His singing is going to demonetize. Thank you. Okay, so this is Ignition, NASA's new plan for the moon.
To the stage, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
And as always, NASA's audio is underdriven.
Everyone. So we are calling today's event Ignition because it represents the start of a transformative journey for NASA. I'd like to begin by thanking the leadership of President Trump for providing NASA the tools and policy to execute on our world-changing mission.
You're very welcome.
I also wish to acknowledge the coalition assembled here today. We have a bipartisan mix of members of Congress and staff from authorization and appropriation committees who have provided the direction and the resources. We have 35 international partner nations here, including ambassadors, ministers, and leaders of several space agencies.
All the ministers, the sinisters. Am I right, baby? Ray's not going to get much out of this because he's stone deaf.
Space industry in the world. NASA never undertakes these grand endeavors alone. The presence of all of you here today sends a very powerful message about what we intend to accomplish together. Now, in the few short months since I began this role, we have moved very quickly. We have taken action to cut bureaucracy with dozens of regulatory changes underway and more than 370 sections identified for deregulation. I've also issued numerous directives, with dozens more in progress, all focused on removing friction and empowering the workforce and accelerating logical execution. That urgency reflects the moment we are in. It reflects the reality of a very great power competition, the importance of our mission, and the expectations rightfully placed on this agency by the American people, and the consequences if we fail to deliver. Taxpayers support NASA because we can change the world in air and space and science and inspire the next generation along the way. But we cannot be spread thin trying to undertake dozens of externally imposed and self-inflicted distractions, jumping straight to the dream state at the expense of an achievable strategy. For too long, we tried to satisfy every stakeholder. The results of that approach are very well documented in OIG reports. Billions wasted, years lost, non-conforming hardware delivered, programs that never launch, fewer flagship science missions, virtually no X-planes, less astronauts in space, which means less kids dressing up as astronauts for Halloween. I don't like it. The president doesn't like it. And the American people have waited long enough for the headlines only NASA is capable of making. For decades after the last space race, NASA was really the only game in town. For better or worse, the plan changed. We formed partnerships, spread goodwill, and tried to undertake programs that attempted really to make everyone happy. The outcomes became less important, skills atrophied, and now we find ourselves with a real geopolitical rival challenging American leadership in the high ground of space. NASA has stated we will return Americans to the moon before the end of President Trump's term. Our great competitor said before 2030. The difference between success and failure will be measured in months, not years. They may be early, and recent history suggests we might be late. This is why it is imperative we leave an event like Ignition with complete alignment on the national imperative that is our collective mission. Over the past few months, I visited all the NASA centers, and I've made a promise. If we concentrate NASA's extraordinary resources on the most important goals on the President's national space policy, clear away needless bureaucracy and obstacles that impede progress, and empower the workforce and partners, then returning to the moon and building a moon base will seem pale in comparison of what we're capable of accomplishing in the years ahead. This is a step in that direction, and you will hear updates on NASA's strategy across a number of important initiatives today. But to be clear, we are long past the time for words and PowerPoint. Alongside this event today, the RFIs and solicitations will go out, breakout sessions will begin, and as this spacefaring ship sets sail, the focus moves quickly to execution.
And because we're past all the days of PowerPoints, I'm going to show you a PowerPoint.
Send NASA and a CSA astronaut into the lunar environment, the first crewed step of the Artemis program to pick up where Gene, Harrison, and Ronald left off on Apollo 17. At the same time, we are standardizing the SLS architecture with the Centaur 5 upper stage. We're rebuilding and focusing expertise on ML1 pad turnaround and establishing the muscle memory required to support a higher launch cadence. The programs we left behind in this effort were not success stories. NASA takes ownership for the shortcomings, but contributing billions more and time that we do not have was not a pathway to success. On that note, I welcome the interest from industry to make use of these capabilities in furtherance of our shared priorities. As we move forward, we intend to launch Artemis 3 in 2027 to test the integrated operations of Orion and one or both lunar landers in Earth orbit. What we learn from that mission will ideally give us the confidence to begin lunar landing attempts starting with Artemis 4 in 2028. I'm pleased with the proposals from both SpaceX and Blue Origin to accelerate progress on their landers. As I've told both of our valued partners, alongside Axiom on the EVA suit development, NASA's here to help, to provide expertise, to clear obstacles, to challenge requirements where appropriate, and do all we can to enable our partners to be successful. Should we fail, and should we look on as our rivals achieve their lunar goals ahead of our own, we are not going to celebrate our adherence to excess requirements, policy, or bureaucratic process. This revised, step-by-step approach to learn, to build muscle memory, to bring down risk and gain confidence is exactly how NASA achieved the near impossible in the 1960s. But this time, the goal is not flags and footprints. This time, the goal is to stay. Today, we are providing a demand signal for frequent crewed missions well beyond Artemis 5. We intend to work with no fewer than 2 launch providers with the aim of crewed landings every 6 months with additional opportunities for new entrants in the years ahead. America will never again give up the moon. That brings us to the next step, building the moon base. It should not really surprise anyone that we are pausing Gateway in its current form and focusing on infrastructure that supports sustained operations on the lunar surface. Despite some of the very real hardware and schedule challenges, we can repurpose equipment and international partner commitments to support surface and other program objectives. It's worth pointing out that shifting NASA workforce priority to the surface, which has lots of advantages for safety, tech demonstration, and science, it's really the proving ground for future Mars initiatives, does not preclude revisiting the orbital outpost in the future. We will build the moon base in 3 phases. Phase 1 endeavors to support industry by moving from infrequent, bespoke efforts to a templated approach that will generate significant learning through experimentation. We will dramatically expand lunar landings through the CLIPS and the LTV program, delivering rovers, instruments, and technology payloads that test mobility, power systems, such as working with international partners and industry on the production of RUs and RTGs, communications, navigation, surface operations, and all the science payload that can be incorporated. Phase 2 transitions from experimentation to semi-habitable infrastructure and routine logistics with the aim of supporting regular astronaut operations on the surface. It's at this point we anticipate seeing the significant contributions from our great partners like JAXA's pressurized rover. Phase 3 takes advantage of the affordable mass-to-surface capabilities that cargo HLS will inevitably provide in the years ahead and enables the permanent infrastructure necessary to sustain a human presence, such as Italy's proposed habitation module. The moon base will not appear overnight. We will invest approximately $20 billion over the next 7 years and build it through dozens of missions, working together with commercial and international partners towards a deliberate and achievable plan. Just as there was Mercury and Gemini before Apollo, there will be an evolutionary path to building humanity's first permanent surface outpost beyond Earth. And we will take the world along with us as they follow along on the NASA Moonbase website and watch the assembly through lunar relay and observation satellites. At the same time, NASA will never give up its presence in low Earth orbit. The International Space Station has served humanity well, but it will not operate forever. The transition to commercial stations must be thoughtful and set up industry for success. Today, we will review a bit of the history of the International Space Station, NASA's understanding of the commercial market, the budget available to support the enormous undertaking, and the two potential options available to explore going forward. Now, regardless of the pathway, NASA will invest the limited budget available over the years to work with commercial providers to build the future LEO presence, which includes maturing capabilities, expanding commercial opportunities through the PAM program, while creating what we hope is an achievable glide path to commercially operated space stations. We will further signal demand for what we hope will be multiple crew and cargo transportation providers to support LEO requirements for decades into the future. Now, NASA cannot force an orbital economy to exist, but we will certainly do all we can to ignite one. Science and discovery remains at the heart of NASA's mission. Today, we'll provide updates on exciting flagship efforts like Roman and Dragonfly, alongside new initiatives like Da Vinci, bonus scientific payloads on the Mars Telecommunications Network, and rideshares designed to expand the pace of discovery. Public-private partnerships will turn NASA into a force multiplier for science. We are willing to challenge our approach to Earth observation and space weather, work with constellation providers, find efficiencies with legacy missions still yielding great science, and invest in flagship undertakings only NASA is equipped to pursue. We are excited to hear about the role of philanthropic efforts that will play in increasing our understanding of the universe, so like the Eric and Wendy Schmidt observatory systems. We welcome many such efforts and look forward to collaborating with and supporting them. The moon base itself and all the components that go into its assembly will become an extraordinary platform for scientific discovery. And there is one more thing. After decades of study and billions spent on concepts that have never left Earth, America will finally get underway on nuclear power in space. We will launch the first of its kind interplanetary mission named SR-1 Freedom before the end of 2028, demonstrate fission power and the extraordinary capabilities to move mass efficiently in space. When Freedom reaches Mars, a year after launch, it will release the Skyfall payload of Ingenuity-class copters to continue to explore the red planet. This Pathfinder effort will open opportunities for commercial fission power providers, be that propulsion, surface applications, and ultimately unlock the capabilities necessary for sustained exploration beyond the moon and missions to Mars and the outer solar system. Now, none of these efforts succeed without a very talented and capable NASA workforce. We are rebuilding NASA's core competencies. We are converting thousands of contractor positions to civil service and restoring the engineering, technical, and operational strengths expected of the world's most accomplished space agency. We are expanding opportunities for interns and early career professionals. In partnership with OPM and NASA Force, we are creating pathways for experienced talent from industry to serve at NASA through term-based appointments. And we are seeking to open opportunities for NASA employees to gain experience in the aerospace industry that is leading the world. Undertaking the near impossible should be extraordinarily difficult. It will require competence, ownership, dedication,
like,
and a great sense of urgency. We will recognize and reward only the hardworking contributors who deliver the intended outcomes. On that point specifically, we do not expect our partners to do this alone. We will embed NASA subject matter experts across the supply chain, attached to every vendor, subcontractor, and every part on the critical path, from Artemis acceleration to building the moon base. We will challenge the status quo where appropriate and help solve problems and pull in production. But to be very clear, we are not going to sit idly by when schedules slip or budgets are exceeded. Expect uncomfortable action, if that is what it takes, because the public has invested over $100 billion and has been very patient with respect to America's return to the moon. Expectations are rightfully very high. The taxpayers and their representatives in Congress should demand accountability from every vendor, every leader, every CEO if those expectations are not met. I know you all understand the message that's being delivered, and please know that I will be in the field alongside all of you, doing everything we can to ensure the correct outcomes are achieved. Looking ahead, There is no shortage of exciting rocket launches, but we will also inspire the next generation through outreach, education, grants, and programs that bring the public closer to the work we do here at NASA. Expect to see NASA aircraft at air shows and public events as we celebrate America's 250th birthday, all with the aim of inspiring the next generation to grow up and take humankind even farther. Today is called Ignition for a reason. This is the moment where we should all start believing again, when ideas become missions and when hard work delivers world-changing accomplishments. NASA once changed everything, and we're going to do it again. The greatest days of science and discovery are ahead of us, and I welcome your support and commitments as we continue the greatest adventure in human history. Thank you.
Okay. That was a lot of information very fast. But there was a lot of good stuff in there. A lot of pretty mint stuff there. Now what?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Shy Wolf. Hey.
Discovery, go at throttle
They're
up.
bringing out the department heads to do the panel. Yep. Hey, Dead Crew, 66-month resub. Twitch decided to change my dashboard without asking. And now I can't see any alerts. That's nice. Here's the Skyfall copter. It's called Skyfall. That's awesome. What are the odds they bring Snap out on the panel? I'm sure he's there. I'm sure Krause is there. Okay. What? Is that carpet bombing Mars with Ingenuity helicopters? Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah, that's super cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Wally, tier 2, 60-month resub. You got your worm logo. Thank you, Jay, for the wonderful years of streaming and teaching. 5 years subs and watching even longer. Thanks, man. Thank you. I think these are going to be better than Ingenuity copters. I would hope so. Jared just posted his transcript. Okay. No spoilers. Angry Medic,
Go ahead,
tier
Throttle.
1, 3 months in advance. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Is Artemis trying to launch today? No, what this is it's called Ignition. Called NASA Ignition, and it is a huge, oh, here we go. It's a huge, basically they're retooling the Artemis program. Like, it's a big change in...
Mission Directorate, Dr. Lori Glaze.
Just listen.
Good morning.
United States.
It is
NASA
so
does.
wonderful to see so many of our industry and international partners here today. It is my absolute pleasure and honor to talk to you this morning about the very first, most critical step in that vision that Jared just spoke about, the return to the moon. If I could have the next slide, please. On February 27th, just a couple of weeks ago, the administrator announced his bold plan to increase the cadence of missions under the Artemis program to achieve the national objective of returning to the moon, of returning our American astronauts to the moon and establishing an enduring presence. This includes standardizing our vehicle configuration, adding an additional mission in 2027, as Jared just alluded to, and undertaking at least one crewed surface landing every year thereafter. The revised sequence enables a more rapid cadence to retain our muscle memory. We've talked about our muscle memory that's been developed during launch and flight operations, and ensures that the critical landing systems are tested with crew before attempting operations on the lunar surface, dramatically reducing our mission risk. To enable these changes, as Jared just spoke to, NASA will engage in a concerted hardware, software, and analysis acceleration effort. The effort will redeploy the workforce to engage more directly with our providers, to provide relief if needed, and bring some of the manufacturing in-house if necessary. Looking beyond Artemis 5, NASA plans to work with at least 2 launch providers, initially targeting landings every 6 months, with the potential to increase the cadence as the capabilities mature. An RFI has just been released at the beginning of this presentation, or should have been at the beginning of this presentation, to solicit information from our established commercial providers and new industry entrants to help shape NASA's long-term strategy to transition from government-driven missions to the commercially sustained lunar transportation ecosystem for Artemis 6 and beyond. If I could have the next slide, please. We're following the proven stepwise approach that was demonstrated by the Apollo missions to methodically reduce risk incrementally and increase the likelihood of mission success. If I could have the next slide. With Artemis, we're applying the same stepwise approach. Each step needs to be big enough to make progress, but not so big that we take unnecessary risks given and based on our previous learnings. In this model, Artemis 2, as we all are aware, will demonstrate Orion crewed operations, including critical tests of environmental control and life support systems, and manual spacecraft maneuvering as part of a proximity operations demonstration prior to the translunar injection. Artemis 3 is now being replanned as an Earth orbit test flight, demonstrating integrated launches with rendezvous and docking demonstrations with one or both of the lander providers. Artemis 4 will perform the first crewed landing in early 2028, and Artemis 5 is targeted later in 2028 to further accelerate towards establishing the lunar base. If I could have the next slide. I'm going to take a couple of moments to talk about Artemis 2. Near and dear, this is the very first critical step in the success of this plan. We've got to successfully complete Artemis 2. And I got a lot of great things to tell you about it. Next slide. Came to my realization over the last couple of days. I've been talking about launching on April 1st for a few weeks now. And then the last couple of days, I just kind of came to my mind, that's 1 week from tomorrow. 1 week. Yes.
You're patting yourself on the back.
I can tell you, I was just out at the pad last Friday as we rolled the spacecraft back out to the pad, We've been tracking it day by day in the preparations leading up to launch. And I can tell you that as of this moment right now, there are no major issues that we're working. We are doing everything according to plan. We're following the plan. We'll be watching the weather very closely over the next week. We'll also be staying alert for anything that may go a little astray. We want to assure that our astronauts, our 3 American and Canadian crew, are all safe for this mission. We've already passed our final big review, the flight readiness review, on March 11th and 12th, so that milestone is behind us. And we are now, as I said, aiming for April 1st. The launch window extends from the 1st through the 6th, and there should be about 4 attempts possible within that 6-day period. If we can go to the next slide, thank you. So I'll give you just a little bit about the mission plan for Artemis II. I like to basically break it up into about 4 phases. I'm not going to speak to everything on this slide, but we can think of it in 4 different parts. The first part of the mission is the launch, and then we go into this 24-hour high Earth orbit. While we're in that high Earth orbit, we are going to check out the environmental control and life support systems. This is the newest piece for Artemis II and the critical piece for supporting our crew and keeping them safe and healthy throughout the mission. While we're in that 24-hour orbit, we will also conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Once we have separated from the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, our upper stage, we will use the manual controls in Orion to approach and then regress and then approach the ICPS to see and get better feel for how those controls respond to the crew's direction. Once we're confident that all of the systems are operating within the Orion spacecraft at the completion of that 24-hour orbit, we will perform the translunar injection, which sets us on the path to the moon, around, and back, where we'll use the moon's gravity to bring us back. It's a free return trajectory. So that second phase is about 4 days out to the moon. And then we have the third phase, which is the lunar flyby, where we'll get to observe the far side of the moon and hopefully break the record, the Apollo record, for the farthest any human has ever flown from Earth. And then we begin the cruise back, about another 4 days back to Earth. The final part of the mission is the re-entry to Earth's atmosphere and splashdown off the coast of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. We'll work closely with our partners at the Department of War to recover the crew, bring them safely to shore, and return them to Johnson Space Center. So I hope you all have as much excitement as I do. I'm starting to get goosebumps. Please stay tuned and watch along with us over the coming week. And I hope to see many of you at the launch next week. If I could have the next slide. Oh, it's up already. Artemis III, as we mentioned, is now a new Earth orbit docking demonstration in 2027. And we're really excited about this mission. And I want to talk about all the preparations we've already made and how ready we are to execute on this mission in 2027. The hardware for Artemis III is very mature, and we're working to meet the 2027 launch readiness.
What's that mean?
As soon as we complete the launch of Artemis II, we will assess the condition of the mobile launch pad. We made significant changes to ruggedize the mobile launcher following Artemis I, and so we anticipate the ability to turn the pad around very quickly and begin preparations for stacking of the Artemis III rocket. The Space Launch System hardware, the rocket hardware, most of it, a lot of it's already at Kennedy Space Center. We'll have a lot more of it there very, very soon. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the ICPS, is ready. We may need it for Artemis III. We may save it for Artemis IV, but it is ready. The boosters, the solid rocket boosters, have been ready for a while. They were just waiting for space in the vehicle assembly building. We anticipate shipping those and receiving them at KSC in April, later in April.
You know,
the engine section for the core stage for Artemis III is already in the vehicle assembly building undergoing integration work. The RS-25 engines are ready and they're shipping in April. The top 4/5 of the core stage should be shipping from the Michoud Assembly Facility in April, actually a week or two after the Artemis II mission completes. We expect to receive those down at Kennedy Space Center, the core stage. And the launch vehicle stage adapter is also ready in storage at Marshall Space Flight Center, and we anticipate that shipping to KSC as well. Next slide. Our Orion team is also working hard to meet the challenge of a 2027 launch. All elements are already at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building at Kennedy Space Center, and significant progress is already underway. The Orion service module is in testing and checkout, making great progress. The heat shield that you see in the middle here has completed its fabrication and assembly, and it's in its final preparations to be ready to be integrated into the Orion crew module. The service module is also being integrated and tested. So we've got the service module, the crew module, we've got all the piece parts. We are in that integration stage.
That is a redesign.
Next slide,
heat shield,
please.
guys.
Of course, in order to perform this important docking demonstration, we are going to partner closely with both of our human landing system providers. The goal for this mission is for Orion to dock with one or both of those landers, and both of the HLS providers already have been given a task. They were given that task immediately following Jared's announcement to assess the options for this new Artemis III mission profile. In preparations, we're watching closely the development of both lander systems. The Starship Flight Test number 12, we anticipate happening in April, hopefully, no earlier than, but hopefully in April, will be the first flight of their version 3, which is a major step towards the lunar landing capability. The Blue Origin Mark I, which is their predecessor to the Mark II human lander. They've invested a great deal in the Mark I lander and anticipate launching that within a few months. Very excited. It's going to be flying one of Nikki's CLIPS payloads. And we'll be watching. There's a lot of commonalities with the systems needed for the human lander that will buy down risk with this Mark I mission. Back in the fall of 2025, NASA already began working with both of the providers to accelerate the human landing to 2028. Those accelerated landers are what we will be using for the Artemis III rendezvous and docking demonstration to buy down the risks. Have the next slide, please. So as soon as the administrator made his announcement, we began actively assessing the specifics of the mission profile and the objectives that can be addressed in this mission. The new mission will endeavor to include a rendezvous and docking with one or both commercial landers, as I said, from SpaceX and Blue Origin. It will include in-space tests of the docked vehicles, an integrated checkout of life support, the docked vehicles, the communications, and the propulsion systems. We also really hope to be able to include the new extravehicular activity suits in the landers to help reduce future risks on their development. NASA will further define this test flight after we complete the detailed reviews that we are conducting right now actively between NASA and our industry partners. And the agency will, of course, share the specifics, the specific objectives for the updated Artemis III mission in the very, very near future. The primary objectives that we're considering as part of this mission profile include things like demonstrating the multi-launch campaign coordination. This is not simple. We need to have multiple rockets launching in a coordinated fashion such that we can all meet up together in space at the same time and place. Of course, the Orion rendezvous and proximity operations with the landers in orbit is one of the primary objectives. We want to work through crewed docking operations. We would really like to test those surface suits if possible. We'll be testing the critical lander systems and lander vehicle performance while in Earth orbit. And we'll be looking at performance of the new Orion permeable heat shield. We have the new, more permeable heat shield we'll be flying on Orion for Artemis III. And while the Earth orbit won't put quite the demands on it that we would have returning from the moon, we will gather important data on the performance of that heat shield. We'll also get practice in increasing the mission cadence with a prompt turnaround of the pad and the ground systems, really pressing that system to do a quick turnaround. And we've talked a lot about the muscle memory, and with this mission we'll really demonstrate our ability to support the increasing mission cadence. With Artemis IV in early 2028, NASA has undertaken an effort to work with both of the HLS providers to request and assess their proposals to accelerate the lander development. Jared referred to that earlier. This includes modifications to our requirements and then also to the surface things that we want them to do on the surface and how we want them to work with us. We've got requirements to the hardware, the mission definitions, capabilities that enable us to move faster. We're really focusing on how can we move faster. The intent with this change, with trying to pull these forward and working with both providers, is to fly with whichever provider is ready first for 2027. We've already made significant progress on the government side of the hardware that's required for Artemis 4, both on the SLS and the Orion. The solid rocket booster segments are complete. The aft skirts for the boosters are in their final production. The core stage engine section for Artemis 4 is actually already at Kennedy Space Center. The RS-25 engines are in storage. The top 4/5 of the core stage are in their manufacturing at Michoud Assembly Facility. And the Orion Crew Module is also in its final assembly at ONC at Kennedy Space Center. And the Orion Service Module that's provided by our European partners is also well into its integration in Germany. We had Artemis 4 is here at KSC. Sorry, getting lost in my track here. We've got a lot of stuff here. Artemis 4 is here at Kennedy Space Center, which is already getting integrated. As I mentioned, we only have one more ICPS. We're in the process of determining whether it would be used for Artemis 3 or 4. But as part of the plan to standardize production of the transportation system, the exploration upper stage that was previously planned for Artemis 4 has been replaced with the Centaur 5, which is a proven capability as part of the ULA Vulcan launch system. Right now, all of our programs are actively engaged in understanding what modifications will be needed to be implemented in order to transition from ICPS to the Centaur 5 upper stage. The new generation suits are being developed by Axiom to support NASA's lunar surface extravehicular activities. This is a significant effort and critical to our ability to execute the first landed mission. NASA is accelerating this effort, and we're providing direct support at Axiom facilities and suppliers to increase the collaboration and accelerate hardware production. The Axiom suits are being planned for checkout, as I said, hopefully on Artemis 3, or possibly additionally on the ISS. The suits for the mission for Artemis 4 will be delivered to the Human Landing System for integration. Again, both of our providers for Artemis 4 are working on simplifying their profiles to accelerate the initial landings and those surface capabilities. The primary goal of this mission for Artemis 4 is to execute the first crewed landing since 1972. While in orbit around the moon, the two crew will have two crew transfer from Orion to the commercial lander, and then which will safely transport those two crew to the surface of the moon, and then ultimately bring them back to rendezvous with Orion in lunar orbit. While they're on the moon, the two crew will demonstrate surface operations, including deployment of science instruments and conducting an integrated surface science campaign. Both of the providers are required to complete a successful uncrewed landing prior to carrying any of our crew. We've been looking and talking with both of the providers. SpaceX has been considering alternatives of their current Starship design, of the HLS Starship design, while implementing a more streamlined approach to try and speed things up and pull things forward. The Blue Origin approach implements existing capabilities that they have today as a stepping stone toward their eventual full capacity architecture. We've asked both teams for feedback. How can we help simplify these missions and how can we speed up the landing? And the overarching themes that we've heard from both SpaceX and Blue Origin were, first off, can we please avoid the near rectilinear halo orbit? Can we please avoid NRHO to help reduce the HLS workload, what's required of that system, and also improve lunar surface mission planning flexibility? We've also heard that simplifying the mission requirements for this initial mission while maintaining their long-term capability is also a strong desire. We want to simplify, but we also want to make sure we're building towards the future. So it's important to assure that whatever architecture we're using for Artemis 4 feeds forward to what's going to be needed in the future. In response to the feedback that we've received from SpaceX and Blue Origin, we are indicating, and we have indicated to both of them, that we are open to other non-NRHO lunar orbits. Some of these orbits could reduce our crew risk with abort opportunities that are available in hours versus up to a week if we were in NRHO parking orbit. It also opens up flexibility in surface mission planning, allowing us perhaps access to different sites on the surface or flexibility in the timing of when we land. The intent of offering alternate orbits is to balance the Orion and lander performance by parking closer to the moon and being able to have that more frequent or easier access. We're also looking at the surface requirements, trying to make them simple and sustainable. We're looking at more flexible surface planning that supports simplified interfaces, leading to accelerated development. We are, of course, also looking for maintaining that long-term capability. So the simplification of the requirements allows us to focus on achieving the near-term goals while also preserving the long-term goals through evolution of the lander capabilities to support our exploration goals. Looking forward in working with the providers and with our teams within NASA, we're very focused on looking at the cross-program and mission planning. There are critical Orion interfaces, and those interface definitions need to be updated. They require being updated to trying to understand what it means in these new parking orbits that are closer to the moon and different mission profiles. So we're in the process of assessing that all right now. Moving on to Artemis 5, which would be the second landed mission in late 2028, as we begin our preparations for a lunar base. There is significant hardware, again, already in development for Artemis 5. Orion Crew Module, European Service Module, this one is in Germany still, but we expect it to be delivered next fall. They're on an excellent yearly cadence of providing those service modules. We've got engines in production, boosters in productions, and the core stage already also in manufacturing. So I'd like to wrap up here. I just want to hope to close with the impression that you'll take away that we are enthusiastic and excited to execute on these accelerated timelines. The new Artemis 3 mission standardizes the architecture and will reduce risks ahead of the first lunar landing. We have the hardware, we have the skills, we have the capabilities to accelerate, and we know this administration is committed to removing any of the obstacles that are slowing us down. We're also prepared to advocate for increased supply chain criticality, and we're poised to deploy the NASA workforce to build components ourselves if necessary. We're already embedding NASA personnel at key contractors and suppliers as active, not passive, participants in the supply chain to assure that the key components that we need are not keeping us from landing on the moon first. Internally, we're in the process of building new analysis tools that provide us insight and real-time resolution of challenges across the entire Artemis enterprise. And to assure that we're all moving and working toward the common goal, the administrator has invited the company leaders from each of our prime industry partners to brief him within the next few weeks on the actions they're taking to meet the accelerated schedule. As I noted at the beginning, we're signaling demand and dropping an RFI for 2 pathways for crewed missions to the moon beyond Artemis 5. The first step in this journey begins with the Artemis 2 launch on April 1st, when Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy embark on their historic journey around the moon. I hope you'll be watching. I hope you'll be watching very closely, hopefully from the Cape, as we lay the foundation for Artemis 3, 4, 5, and beyond. And as Administrator Isaacman has said repeatedly, we may not have captured full global attention yet, but I'm absolutely certain that as we embark on Artemis 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the coming years, we will captivate the world. We're honored to have you working alongside us to further world-changing science and discovery. Thank you.
Please remain with us. We will be coming back after a brief 10-minute break.
guys, I don't really mind what I see here, to be 100% honest with you, but I think NASA is leaning way too far into commercial. Yeah, there it is. I think I don't necessarily mind all these different things, but you know, yeah, I think NASA's leaning way too much into commercial. Yeah, it's especially with what Lori Glaze said post Artemis 5. This as expected, this strategy really seems like SLS's days are numbered. Honestly, there's really going to be no, I'm not going to say there's going to be no point in using it after Artemis 5 or 6, but that certainly seems like what they're like kind of shoring up to do. Kelly Ortberg walks into Rook's office. Isaacman says, "Get out." It's not canceled after 5, but they Lori Glaze said something that really stood out in my mind. It was something to the tune, I'm paraphrasing, but it was something to the tune of, you know, after Artemis, I forget if she said Artemis 5 or 6, we will lean heavily into the commercial lunar standardized economy or something like that. Something of that nature. What does that mean? What does that mean? You're just going to pay people to go to your moon base? I don't, what happens if they don't want to? You know, what happens if you want to send people out to your moon base and it's no longer a profitable venture? What if a commercial contractor doesn't want to do it? I've always said that this is kind of, if NASA doesn't have their own way to get to the surface of the moon, you're looking at a pretty awful precedent here. Now, does this historically have any precedent? No, not really. The closest one, though, that I can think of off the top of my head to this would be in the 90s when the Air Force, now the Space Force, wanted to, you know, utilize the commercial market for their utilize expendable launch vehicles, right? To launch all their Department of Defense satellites. And there were launch vehicles aplenty because of the dot-com bubble, because of very big private investment into spaceflight from Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, Lockheed, Convair. Well, it would be Lockheed Martin and Boeing nowadays, right? But and then when the dot-com bubble burst and it really wasn't seen as commercially viable anymore, right? Everybody pulled out. And the Air Force said, the hell you're going to do that? And that's part of the reason why ULA exists in the first place. The government forced a merger between Boeing's space division and Lockheed's space division, and that made ULA. It's basically a consolidation of unprofitable assets in the result of the dot-com bubble bursting. Where did that get us? Oops. What happens when that happens out on the moon? NASA wants to send people to their moon base, and the commercial companies don't want to do it. What happens then? NASA can't even send a satellite to low Earth orbit on their own. I know. They should fix that. I think that this leans a little too far into commercial, if you really want my honest opinion. I think a rocket that is designed for scientific application is not necessarily designed for commercial application. And if Look, I like Rook. I like him. I think he's a good dude. I really do. I think Lori Glaze is good at what she does, and I like Amit Krishia too. I think they're all awesome. But also at the same time, you can't tell me that you're going to go with a standardized architecture and then on the next flight, change the heat shield. And then on the flight after that, change the upper stage. And then, so the next flight would be Artemis 3. Flight after that would be Artemis 4. Artemis 4 would be the first one to fly with the standardized Centaur. Artemis 5 will fly with the standardized Centaur. And then Artemis 6 with the standardized Centaur. And then what? Then dump it? So much for standardized architecture. How far do you want them to go? I honestly would have standardized around the EUS. I would have standardized around the EUS. Yeah, that's what I would have done. Well, I don't like you. Ow, man. Damn. Gwen, your biggest concern is that unless Axiom deliver the suits on time, it doesn't matter if the landers and rockets are ready to go. I'm not convinced that they will. Yeah, we'll see. Doesn't SLS become irrelevant once Starship is routinely flying to and from? You're going to hedge your bet on a promise? S? You're going to risk lunar exploration on a promise? Okay. Bold strategy. Now you tell me, historically, has that worked out? Think about it, dude. I'm not saying that Starship is better or SLS is better. I'm not some crazy SLS fanboy. I want my space program to be airtight. Heck, I want it to be watertight. You know what I mean? I would really hope that it is airtight. That would be a good thing. No promises. I mean, once that's actually happening. Yeah, but it's not. It hasn't happened yet. It's never, ever, ever, ever wise to stake your future lunar aspirations or future space program aspirations on a promise. Now, 10 years from now, after SLS has flown a bunch of times, if Starship is working and it's human rated and NASA is confident in its systems, you want to retire SLS and then have NASA just buy Starship launch sites, right? Maybe they transfer 39A over to NASA and NASA has their own fleet of Starships. I'd be okay with that. Sure. But that ain't happening anytime soon. Yeah, exactly, Hazanku. That's what I'm trying to say. It's good to have dreams in space flight. That's not a bad thing. And I don't hate commercial or anything, fellas. I just think it's very, very stupid to stake your space program on a promise. It seems like post-Artemis 6, our national space program is going to be almost 100% reliant on utilizing commercial off-the-shelf operations to get to the moon. And I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing. As long as NASA procures these options and operates them themselves, I don't really care. It is the commercial operations that I'm wondering about. So, for instance, in the past, like with the Apollo program, they bought stuff. NASA bought stuff. They bought stuff, but they operated it themselves. Okay? Big difference than paying someone for a ride. Like, for instance, with Dragon, they pay SpaceX to fly astronauts there. There's no mission control. There's no flight director. That's all done on the SpaceX side of things. If NASA wants to commercially procure and operate their own off-the-shelf commercial things, like if NASA buys a Falcon 9 or something to use, or they bought a Centaur 5, or they bought a Vulcan VC6 for them to use, I don't have a problem with that. It's that whole paying people to do it. Because if NASA procures stuff and then operates it themselves, they can do whatever they want with it. If you're paying someone else for operations, namely for launching, right? What's to say they don't, but what if they don't want to launch you into space anymore? What if it's not profitable for them? And then they decide to say no. And like I said, that's happened before. That's happened before. You're going to risk our national space program objectives on a market that is subject to capitalistic expanding and contracting conditions? Just food for thought. You don't think the government would force them? Well, they tried to, fake Brit. In the 90s, they tried to, and they said no. And then we ended up with one of the most stagnant spaceflight periods in human history since the inception of NASA. Look, all I'm saying, dude, is that there's historical precedent here. You got to be careful. Would be a good idea to keep some core stages and boosters in storage. No, it wouldn't be a good idea to keep them in storage. It'd be a good idea to fly them until the commercial market is mature enough for NASA to procure vehicles. The U.S. government wouldn't make their own automobile nowadays. They'd buy one from General Motors or from Ford, right? They'd buy, like if the government needed an F-150, they wouldn't try to make it themselves. They'd buy one. Why is that? Because they're everywhere. It's an off-the-shelf component. Now, even then, does Ford operate the vehicles for them? No. They fly. They drive them. The government officials drive them around. I don't have any problem with NASA doing that. That's okay. It's just the operations part that I'm wondering about. Britt, I think it's very easy. It's very easy for us to lean into commercial too far. The reason why is because we did it in the 90s. And then there was a recession. And then we had nothing. And then the space shuttle, the Columbia disaster happened, and then we had nothing. And then we had a brief period from like 04 to 09 or 2011 where the shuttle was doing excellent, right? And then we had nothing but expendable vehicles. And that atmosphere is what kind of gave us SpaceX, which is very interesting. Did we hear anything on nuclear propulsion? Yeah, we did. There is a nuclear propulsion test demonstrator mission that is scheduled to fly in 2028. Do you think NASA buying a Starship launch pad and ships is the best option? No, I don't. I don't think that's the best option at all. I think NASA should just keep operating SLS, if you really want my honest opinion, or clean sheet some type of super heavy reusable launch vehicle. Basically just build a bigger Falcon 9. Build a bigger Falcon 9. There is more in min to min than bug. Okay. Sentences would be useful, W. That would be, those are useful. That's useful syntax for proper communication, so I can understand what you're saying. Look, dudes, I'm not going to say that I'm not excited about this. This is neat. This is very neat. I just got to be careful here. You can't lean, if you lean too far into commercial, it'll bite you. But simultaneously, dudes, the flip side of that conversation is that if you lean too far into government.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Pickbrit, thanks for that Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. The flip side of this, dudes, is that if you lean too far into a government program, right? Like the Apollo program. The Apollo is leaning way too far into a government program. Then, at that point, some jerk-off freaking politician, Nixon, can decide that your space program doesn't need to be a thing anymore. Bye-bye. Right? And I would argue that market consolidation that happened in the dot-com era, when the dot-com bubble burst, right, led to a consolidated, like, kind of all-government space program, right? There was no commercial program in the late 2000s. That didn't exist. They made one with commercial orbital transport systems as a result of this, right? And then, once again, some bonehead politician decided that we shouldn't be doing any of this, and that got us in the situation that we're in. It can't be one or the other. It has to be both of these things. NASA should be doing their own in-house space program. They absolutely should. Anybody that sits here and says otherwise doesn't understand the historical context here. If there's a healthy and active commercial market working, right? And there's an active and healthy in-house national space program, that is the most sustainable way forward. There's no questions here. Like, is that the most expensive? Yeah, absolutely. But, oh, geez, somebody gifted. God damn it. I'm trying to have a serious conversation here, you dick. I'm trying to teach people. What the hell's the matter with you? Okay. All right. What I'm saying is you got to do both. I want NASA to be doing an Apollo program style thing, and I want the commercial market to be reinforcing that program. That, I think, is the most sustainable way forward. Is it the most expensive? Yeah, absolutely. But one will balance the other. You know what I mean? The biggest, most beautiful round objects. There's two of them. Yes, round. Very, very, very round. Very nice. They're very rounded, very nice. Ask anyone. Is that what you wanted to hear? Very orange. You guys suck. Hey, you remember when NASA said that we'll be with you in 10 minutes, 30 minutes ago? Yeah, you remember that? Anyone except so you become administrator after Artemis 2. What's the plan considering all the budget and political challenges? I would standardize SLS around the EUS architecture, what was originally intended. Once again, you have the president said get there by 2028. That would have been hard to do with the EUS, and I think Jared Isaacman did it because I don't think the EUS program was going to be ready, even if you tried to standardize around it. Using Centaur 5 allows you to get there quicker. But the problem is that in that hastiness to get there quicker, you basically screwed SLS's architecture for the long term. Because an SLS with a Centaur on top of it isn't going to do nothing. That is forcing NASA to use commercial landers inadvertently, rather than eventually moving to a co-manifested lander. Meaning something like a lander flying on SLS Block 1B with Orion, so NASA could get to the moon all by themselves. Right? You're basically neutering the SLS program at this point. And some people think that's warranted, you know? Is it possible to put Glenn Stage 2 on SLS? Yeah, sure, Resi. I think that's possible. I don't think that's possible by 2028. Yeah. In fact, I think that's what they should do. That's what they should have done 10 years ago when that was an option. But they said we don't want to put Glenn Stage 2 on top of it for two reasons. Seriously, Blue Origin said, why don't you put New Glenn Upper Stage on SLS in 2017? So it was 9 years ago, right? they said do that, right? Put a New Glenn on SLS. This was in 2017. NASA said no for 2 reasons. The first reason was scheduled. They didn't think that a New Glenn upper stage would be ready in time. That's funny. And then the second one was they can't because the VAB, you would need to raise the roof on one of the high bays in the VAB, and that would be too much of a challenge. Yeah, they drew the line at we can't modify this steel building that was designed to be modified. We can't do that. Yeah, exactly, Coltec. Yeah, it's because NASA, those dang challenges of theirs. We can't. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Oh, we can't do that. You can't do any major design changes until Artemis 5. It's stupid to change the architecture now. Hey, they're back. All right, what do we got?
Welcome to the stage, NASA Moon Base Program Executive, Carlos Garcia Galan.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Carlos Garcia Galan. I'm your Moon Base guy. The first thing I want to do, though, is I want to address the Gateway program. National space policy is prioritizing sending astronauts back to the lunar surface and also building an outpost on the moon. When we evaluated the current Gateway architecture, which is focused on building an orbiting outpost, while that is still relevant for future exploration goals, is not required to accomplish our primary objectives. As a result, we're announcing today that NASA is pivoting the Gateway architecture to focus on building the moon base. We're going to focus the resources, the people, and all of our efforts on the surface and any orbital supporting elements to achieve that. There were other considerations that we assessed when making this decision. For example, the HLS providers and the performance penalties that we're incurring in trying to get to the orbit that we had selected for Gateway, and some other challenges that are still ahead of us with developing the modules and putting them in orbit. For example, right now we were projecting to achieve the first initial capability in 2030s. And as you're going to see today, we have a lot of things between now and then that we want to be focusing on. Consequently, we're going to be starting to work on evaluating what is it that we have today in terms of hardware, capabilities, facilities, and we're going to basically shift those to be focusing directly on what we're going to do on the surface of the moon. NASA, working together with our industry partners with Gateway and also our international partners, are going to be putting together options and concepts on how we take everything we got and we make it work for us towards building the moon base. Many facilities that we were using were already designed for an evolving architecture with the orbiting outpost, so those will be easy to transition. For example, our laboratories that we were going to use for integration test verifications, we're going to be transitioning those. Also, we have significant amount of hardware in advanced state, like the power and propulsion element, which you're going to see later on today how we're going to transition that to meet one of our near-term objectives. In addition, the habitation and logistic outpost module, which is also being built here in the United States, there's many subsystems and components that potentially we could use in other habitation modules for the moon base. So all of that is just beginning today. We're going to do it together with our partners. And in addition to like hardware and facilities, the NASA Gateway team, it is going to pivot to also focusing on our objectives on the surface of the moon and some of the other things that we're going to hear about today. Additionally, we're working with our international partners to basically make this transition together, figure out how we repurpose the partnerships that we have, and we go hand in hand in this transition, this pivot to the surface of the moon. Having said that, let's talk about the moon base. President Trump's vision for space exploration requires that we establish the initial elements of a lunar outpost by 2030. What you're looking at today is certainly not the initial elements. It's more of our vision of what it would look like in the future. So when you look at this picture, I'm going to ask you a few times today to transport yourselves to the future and to the lunar surface. When you look at this picture, it's very clear that to execute this vision, we're going to need to achieve the near impossible. But this is what we do. We're NASA. We're going to have to deploy systems in very high cadence that will survive extremes in temperature, illumination, and very complex and rugged terrain with very steep slopes. Everything that we're going to want to do in the moon, unfortunately, is hard to get to. So all of these things we're going to have to do together. And eventually support permanent astronaut habitation there, which is no small feat. We can only do this with a vibrant American industry base and our international partners. And in addition to that, we're going to leverage the entire might of the NASA workforce, from core competencies to facilities to our ingenuity, to make sure that this dream happens. We're going to ensure that American leadership remains in space and on Earth, leveraging doing things that today seems like science fiction. It does look like science fiction, but guess what? We're planning to turn that into reality. And with your help, we're going to inspire the world in the process. But this picture of the moon is not going to show up overnight. That's not where we're going to end up. We're going to build it in phases. Phase 1, which starts today, it's all about getting to the moon reliably, learning how to get there in high cadence, deploying assets in different areas of the moon where we think we may want to build this moon base. We're going to experiment with new technologies that we know we're going to need for future infrastructure development to support that permanent habitation. And we're going to actually start the infrastructure in this phase that goes from now to 2028. That infrastructure is going to start with constellations of communication satellites that can also do observation. Transitioning to phase 2, which we estimate will start around 2029, we're going to think about establishing the infrastructure. So we've tested some new technologies. We're transitioning to actually establishing and laying out what we think are permanent elements of that infrastructure. And we're going to talk about this, but it includes power, surface communication, surface preparation, and mobility. And then once that's set, established, we're going to transition into achieving semi-permanent and permanent crew presence on the moon base. So that is going to include habitation modules and everything we need to keep the crews alive and enable them to do groundbreaking science and exploration on the surface of the moon. Go to the next chart, please. So the moon has a surface area about the size of the continent in Africa. Imagine, talking about why are we going back to the moon? Imagine sending 6 missions to Africa for short duration and saying, hey, we've explored, we've learned everything we need. We're going to start doing that again. The lunar South Pole, for example, it's about the size of the state of Virginia. So I think you can go one page up. Oh, there you go. We got it. This false color image that you see is the dramatic terrain that's in the lunar South Pole. The Shackleton crater, for example, is one of the areas where we're interested in going. That is double the depth of the Grand Canyon. I don't know if any of you have had the chance to hike the Grand Canyon. I have. So it's quite impressive, and we actually want to explore in the areas of the bottom. We're going to have to build systems that also provide power, mobility, and habitation around those places, and also consider lighting. Like you see today, some of these areas that are very interested for science and exploration are sometimes permanently shadowed or have significant length of shadow periods. So having systems there that can survive the temperature gradients that we're going to see and the lighting are going to be critical. Unlike the lunar equator, the ratio of sunlight can really widely change. And when the sun comes up, it's not like on Earth or different places on Earth where you see it just straight sunrise or the equator of the moon. It's going to basically hover in the horizon. So power systems and even communication having to go through those craters to to work is going to be very challenging. So let's talk a little bit about phase one. Go one more slide. Phase one, these are the top-down objectives to establish the types of things we're going to need in the missions that I'm going to talk about in a minute. We want to achieve high-rate, reliable surface access. Talked about that. Establish the ground truth for the moon-based landing sites. We have a ton of data from satellites, a little bit of data from rovers and other probes and landers we've sent, but there's nothing like going there and experiencing that environment that I was talking about, and prospecting and looking around. So we need to do that in phase one with a high rate of assets. We also need to test and experiment on the technologies that we think we're going to need. They're not a nice to have, they're a must have. We got to make sure that we understand how those are going to work in that environment. And we're going to host the first crewed mission to the South Pole in this phase. So if you're an astronaut, transport yourself back. If you look at the perimeter of the moon base, you're basically going to see, of course, your ride to the moon and back to Earth. You're going to see other landers that were there before you, and then several of other landers and rovers that we were using to achieve that high rate and that prospecting. So this is kind of what it would look like. To achieve that, go to the next slide. We're investing significantly and projecting about 25 launches, 21 landings in that period of time. We're going to put about 4,000 kilograms of payloads on the surface. So the payload capacity is going to drastically change. We're hoping changing the paradigm of what we've been able to do on the moon. We're going to also deploy 2 lunar orbital comm satellite constellations to have reliable comm and observation. And then we're going to do technology demonstrations like radioisotope heating units, which are key to address some of the challenges we were talking about before. If you go to the next slide, these are just imposed on the picture some of the things that we're planning to do. I talked about the constellations that will give you navigation, comm, and observation. We're going to have drones on the moon, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later. Well, of course, we'll have the human landing system. We're going to use the CLIPS program that we have today, drastically expanding that to do that high cadence of landers. And then we're going to do a series of different demonstrations. And some of these key missions I'm going to talk about in more detail in a minute. But certainly the radioisotope heating units to survive the night, lunar terrain vehicles, rovers of different kinds, all of those are in our plans. Go to the next slide. I'm going to start talking a little bit about some of the key characteristics of the key assets that we want to put in there. So lunar terrain vehicles. These vehicles are about the size of a golf cart. There's 2 versions of them. One is going to be crewed, and one is going to be uncrewed. The crew version, of course, is going to allow the astronauts on an EVA suit to move around farther distances from their landing site, potentially going from the landing site to the areas where we're going to start setting up some of the elements of the moon base. And the uncrewed version, equally important, is where we're going to be able to do exploration and prospecting. We're going to put payloads on them, maybe some of the technology demos. Imagine perhaps a lunar terrain vehicle with an RHU attached to it, or maybe carrying something related to surface preparation to see what things work and what things don't. Can this thing, push a rock on the moon? Can we level? Those type of things we're going to explore. And here you have some of the key characteristics. 500 kilograms. It can go up pretty steep slopes. 20 degrees doesn't seem like a lot, but if there's any cyclists here, you know that that's pretty impressive. Surviving 150 hours in the shadow and about a speed of about 10 kilometers per hour. Let's talk about the next one, lunar drones. We're calling this Moonfall. So I'm pretty excited about this one. This is built on the legacy of the Ingenuity helicopters on Mars. Obviously, we can't have helicopters on the moon, but we're going to take everything we learned from GNSS systems and the avionics, all of that, to build this. It's going to be used for site surveillance and terrain survey. We want to send this to places that are hard to reach. which is, by the way, points where maybe are the ridges where we see more sunlight, or maybe are places where eventually we may want to put a lunar cellcom tower. So we're going to send them to do the prospecting, and potentially they could host a variety of payloads as well, like an RHU, for example, to further survive the night. Here's a video with some of the characteristics. So the drones themselves are going to be independent from each other. They're independent spacecraft. We'll bring them in and basically deploy them as the spacecraft is coming in. And each drone is going to be capable of basically several propulsive hops that can go about 50 kilometers each in total. And then it's about 150 seconds from launch to landing on each hop. And then eventually we'll place them in a place when we run out of fuel, where maybe they can, if they have something that allows them to survive the night and stay longer periods of time, we can leave them there and have a function, like maybe communications or something like that.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Of course, everything we talk about is going to have pretty awesome cameras. The next one is that I want to talk about is communications and observation satellites. Communications is key. We can put all the assets we want, but if we cannot get their data back, or even look at prospecting from the top to see what things are doing, or bring you along for the ride, we're going to get much lower value of that. So building a constellation of satellites, we're very, very used to this on Earth, as you know, GPS, communications anywhere in the world. We got to establish that on the moon as well. So we want to increase the throughput to about more than 500 megabits per second. We want to increase and establish a good amount of surface lengths to orbit lengths, and basically being able to communicate with our assets anytime we want. We're also going to start establishing protocols. So, all the stuff we're going to put on the moon, we want to make sure that is, standard. And even though the initial set may not have those requirements, we want to test some stuff in phase 1. So maybe by phase 2 or 3, we can deploy those protocols and have a unified comm system on the moon as we develop other capabilities. If you go to the next one, another one I'm excited about, the Viper rover. Viper is also another golf cart size rover. It's built, it's tested, it's ready for a ride, and now we're going to give it one. It's going to go in the Blue Origin lander, serial number 2, which is scheduled to go to the lunar South Pole by 2027. What it's used for is going to map the water and volatiles from lunar resource prospecting. And these are critical for some of the reasons why we want to go to the moon. Some of these areas that have permanent or semi-permanent shadows have things that are billions, volatiles that are billions of years old, and we're going to go after those things and to try to understand our universe, where we come from, our neighborhood, to say in a different way. So yeah, this rover is going to get deployed. It's going to help us do a lot of the prospecting and trying to find out where are the cool places to go do science on the moon. Next one. Radioisotope demos. I talked a little bit about the lighting conditions on the South Pole. Very challenging. So lighting, of course, is related to also the thermal environment that these assets are going to see on the moon. As a matter of fact, at the beginning, during phase 1, some of the things we put there are not going to last very long because of this very reason. So anything we can do to not rely necessarily on solar power and allow the assets to get heating and maybe some power is going to be golden for our ability to take that forward. So we're actually trying to incentivize any of the people that have landers. If you can find an RHU or anything related to that works for your asset, bring it on, and we're going to reward you for that. As a matter of fact, also, we're thinking of several things along this area, but I'm going to talk about this later too. We're going to put an RFI today, dropping it, for any ideas that you may have. We want to hear them. So anything in this related to this technology area is going to be good. Basically, we want to put things that will help the lander survive more than 120 hours of continuous operations in darkness and be able to send signals back to Earth. Let's see. Let's go to the next chart. So all in all, this is phase 1 for you. It's very challenging timeline that we completely understand that, but as I show you in the first picture, we need to achieve the near impossible, so we cannot operate the way we've been talking and operating until now. We're committing about a $10 billion investment in these years through 2028. In 2026, we already have 2 missions planned to the South Pole using our CLIPS program that we're folding into the moon base. 2027, we're drastically increasing that mission cadence with 10 launches to put 9 landers. And all of this we're going to do depending on what we get from solicitations, the stuff we have on the books today. So these numbers are obviously approximate. In 2028, we want to maintain that cadence and potentially do 12 launches to put 10 landers on the surface, including the HLS provided landers for demos and of course to bring the crew for the first time. Go to the next chart. Okay, let's talk about phase 2. So, all right, we've learned how to get to the moon reliably. We've tested technologies. Now we're transitioning into, we're building the moon base. So we're laying out infrastructure to be able to support the habitation modules later. We're going to drastically increase the CLIPS lander payload mass capacity to about 5 metric tons. We're going to use some of also the heavy cargo landers, so there's a lot more than that coming. But from CLIPS perspective, we're wanting to increase the size of the landers and their ability to take cargo. We're going to do technology demos to enable lunar permanence, and we're going to, at this point, we would like to increase our crew visits to the moon base, doing it semi-annually, so 2 missions per year.
Oh, yeah, it's just 5 tons now.
Top objectives. All right, back to the moon. Think about if you were an astronaut, what would you look at if you're looking at the moon base? So you saw some of the rovers that you saw in phase 1. Maybe some of them are not working anymore, but they're still there. You see additional rovers with increased capability. Definitely you see lunar terrain vehicles that have been hard at work, maybe preparing the surface for a potential habitation module or multiple modules we're going to connect. You see some of the infrastructure that's coming about, like solar tower masts and so forth. So if you go to the next chart, that's about what it looks like. 27 launches, 24 landings, 7 rovers, and drastically increasing the payload capacity that we want to put on the lunar surface. By this time, we would like to also have, you see, a pressurized rover that we're doing with our partners at JAXA. You see solar power stations. Definitely, we're building up on this nuclear capability, maybe graduated from RHUs to RTGs, maybe something else, if we get good ideas from you guys. So we'll start setting up this kind of infrastructure. And some of the assets, if you go to the next chart, in addition to what we did in phase 1, we definitely have solar power augmentation. So you start seeing some of those solar masts growing. We'll have RTGs, maybe on a rover, maybe on a lander, maybe some things that we can connect together. We start seeing some of the infrastructure like surface communications, our cell towers, which also give us the ability to do navigation. Pressurized rovers, of course, excavator rovers. So we need to, connecting things on the surface of the moon is going to be almost harder than on orbit because you got to deal with the terrain. So we're going to work on the technology for that, but also having an even surface, even if it's just clearing up rocks, is going to be key. Site preparation logistics rovers, logistics, if you want to have a vibrant moon base, you have to have a logistics train. From launches to in-space transportation to landers, and then getting that cargo from the landing site to where it needs to go. So using perhaps LTVs or an extension of other rovers, we're going to have to experiment and start setting that up from when crews are coming there. All right, so transition to, let's talk about the assets that we're going to have there. Of course, one of the great ones is the pressurized rover that, again, we're doing with our partners in Japan. It's a mobile habitat that is going to extend the human exploration range. They'll be able to work in a short sleeve environment, so it's kind of a habitation on wheels. And that will allow them to travel significant amount of distance. Of course, it will have power systems and so forth. We're designing this to have a 10-year design life, and it's about 15 metric tons. So, of course, to deliver that pressurized rover, we're going to have a heavy cargo lander already in the books. Can traverse quite a few degrees of
Yeah,
slope
just
and then
15-ton
survive
cargo
up to
lander.
150 hours
Sure.
in the shade.
Who's making
The
that?
whopping speed is 3.5 kilometers per hour. But trust me, if you're in that, you probably don't want to go any faster. So anyway, pressurized rover. Transition to solar power augmentation. Power is the name of the game. All of these things we're showing require power. Some of them require power to heat themselves during the long shadow periods. So we need to demonstrate the ability to deploy these systems, test them, and then chain them together eventually to be able to provide the power that we need for the moon base. So anyway, we're definitely going to be investing in this capability, deploying it, testing it. We're looking, when we deploy some of those permanent assets, we're looking at about 10 kilowatts plus during illumination. And then when we're in the shade, 360 kilowatt hours for the assets that we want to serve. You're thinking, okay, we have habitation modules, so it's for that, but we also have a bunch of rovers. So maybe having stations where the rovers come in, hook up to it, either with, cables and connectors or wirelessly and charge up is some of the things we're going to have to do. All right, next. In the theme of infrastructure, which is really the theme of phase 2, surface communication. So we want to establish and expand the network to enable more throughput, more connections, constant communication with our surface assets. We want to deploy dedicated surface-to-orbital communication stations, and you see a little bit of a picture of that in the landscape, and deploy the system for direct communication across the surface. And again, I talked about earlier with craters all over the place, which is where we want to be. It is going to be hard to achieve. There's a lot of multipathing. There's hard to find line of sight places to communicate directly. So all of that, even though we all know communications, doing it on the surface of the moon in the South Pole is not going to be easy. We're looking at perhaps 10-kilometer range of direct line of sight. That's what we want to achieve. All right, and then one of my favorites, the site preparation and logistics rovers. We're already starting. I'm going to show you a video of that later. We're starting to experiment with this on the ground. So these are rovers that are deployed to start working on surface prep. And we want them to last long so they can be working for us while the crews are preparing to launch to come to the lunar base. We're thinking this is a key capability for the lunar terrain vehicles, the upscale version 2 that we want to be deploying during phase 2. And also, we may want to be doing some excavation and compaction. I know this is very challenging in 1/6 gravity. We know that. We're testing, like what you see here, and you'll see in the video, is like double drum to even that stuff out. But there's many challenges that I'm sure you can come up and have maybe good ideas that we want to hear about. We're going to be investing in this capability as well. And then, if you go to the next chart, nuclear surface power capability. So we talked about experimenting a lot. Maybe the beginning in phase 1 is really just to heat yourself while you're in the long lunar night. But now we're going to want to be working on these things to supply power to multiple assets so they can survive the night, and eventually also provide power for operations. So we're talking about hundreds of watts, demonstrate technology, process, and operations at a larger scale, connected together, thermal management concepts for larger applications, anything related to systems that can give us a significant amount of power. So anyway, if you're working on that stuff, you'll be excited to hear that today. All right, so if you rack and stack phase 2, which goes from 29 through 32, 29, we're planning approximately 6 launches, 5 landings, 2 rovers. The cadence, the number looks smaller, but all of these systems are heavier. So we're more in the medium to large class of landers at this point. So the delivery of mass is greater, but the numbers are a little bit less. So 29, 6 launches, 5 landings, 2 rovers, 2 surface infrastructure elements. 30, 7 launches, 6 landings, 2 rovers, 4 moon-based drones with upgraded capabilities. 31, 7 launches, 7 landings, 2 rovers, 3 surface infrastructure elements. And in 32, 7 launches, 6 landings, 1 rover, and more drones. This may not be exact, but these are the numbers we're working for. And we want to show you the signal that this is the type of cadence we think we're going to need to develop this moon base in the time frames that we want. So we're going to talk about challenges, and clearly it's perhaps out of our experience base, but that's where we need to get together, come up with the things, identify things that are slowing us down, preventing this type of cadence, working on that together, addressing it head on, and putting it in play. All right, phase 3. So top-level objectives. Long duration and long-distance human exploration. We want to increase the CLPS lander payload mass capacity to 8 metric tons. We want to do a bunch of regolith manipulation and site preparation capable rovers. We want to start the routine logistic flights to deliver to Earth. And then we'll do initial uncrewed mission cargo returns, maybe up to 500 kilograms. So we start having a serious both ways train of logistics. Back to the moon. Just take a moment to really picture yourself in an astronaut suit, looking around and imagining what you would see there. Definitely see a bunch of infrastructure for power, both potentially nuclear, which is maybe shielded, to a bunch of solar array towers that are either directly connected to the habitation modules or perhaps on the side at different locations providing power to some of the assets that are moving around. Pressurized rovers, advanced LTVs, and then different landing sites for human landings, cargo landings, and potentially launching cargo vehicles back to Earth with a bunch of moon regolith. This is kind of the stats. At this point, we're talking about 150,000 kilograms of payload on the surface when you account for all these things that we're talking about. One more chart. So again, some of the highlights that I've been talking about. Habitats, that's the highlight of the moon base in its end state, and what we're going to be focusing on phase 3. Logistics, can't talk enough about logistics and the need for that to do it reliably. We've learned anything we've done long duration, whether it's on Earth, low Earth orbit, we know we need logistics. So, I mean, everything that has anything related to that. In situ manufacturing or resource utilization, we're going to start seeing some sites on the moon that are kind of like the industrial neighborhood where we're trying some of that technology and also using it to actually keep the moon base growing and viable. We'll have different locations for habitats and then widespread power distribution. And then we'll see an increase on communications as well, surface, and potentially we have additional constellations at this point. Okay, so the focus areas for phase 3, talked about logistics. I won't impress that upon you anymore, but we're thinking about 8,000 kilograms of carriers, consumables, and other items. Some of the challenging stuff is going to be to go get the stuff from where it is and put it where it needs to be. So when the crews come, it's there for them. And, what we know from doing permanent habitation in low Earth orbit, for the crews, that you need clothes, of course you need water, you need air. There's a lot of mass for even short duration missions. Like a month, staying there for a month requires a significant logistics and supply capability. So if you go to the next chart, we'll talk about habitats, star of the show in this phase. So we want to enable continuous human presence there. We potentially are looking at multiple locations.
Very placeholder.
We would like to expand into different modules that are connected together, but we'll evaluate if that's the best play. We definitely want to expand our capabilities in ECLS, surface mating, and of course, airlocks. We're going to be experimenting with this, and of course, the pressurized rover and the things we have already done with ISS all touch on these things, but it's going to be the next layer of complexity when we try to go to the moon. The basics, air, water, food, space, all of those things, a few nights in space, in the size of a minivan, it's manageable, but when we expand to short trips, those needs get much bigger. Let's see, I think I'm going to move to the next chart. Cargo return. So initial demo we'll do in phase 2, but here we want to use it at full scale. So at phase 3, we want to definitely increment and implement a capability of a mass goal of 500 kilograms sustainably. So here we'll put our science returns, critical hardware, and anything we can do to inspire the world will have a place in our cargo return missions. All right, and then the last one, I talked about this a little bit earlier, but in situ resource utilization and manufacturing as well. 3D printing with regolith on the surface of the moon is something that we should be striving to do. So we'll experiment a bunch, and then we can hopefully put this into play for phase 3. This is something, when we talk about moon to Mars, clearly when we get to Mars, we're going to need some of this capability, and when you get there, it's going to be tried and true and something you can rely and count on. So that's what we're going to be learning on the moon, how to achieve that. Key commodities that we may extract from regolith, of course, oxygen, water in general, rare earth elements, hydrogen, all of those things we're going to experiment with.
Lunar bulldozer. Lunar bulldozer!
Next chart.
Lunar bulldozer!
So here's the timeline for missions in phase 3. So another about $10 billion investment in this phase. We're currently planning for a capability to include 3 new habitats, including the multipurpose hab that we're already planning, 3 more rovers, 2 more surface comm nodes. By 2033, for example, we expecting to add 2 rovers and our first habitat and supporting logistics capabilities, 6 landers, over 7 launches. 2034, we'll add our next habitat and supporting logistics, more surface communications. 2035, 1 more rover, perhaps another habitat, supporting logistics, and a bunch of launches and landings. And then in 2036, potentially more habitation volume and all the things that come with that.
Yeah.
In total, when you rack and stack the 3 phases, this is what you end up with. So it's pretty impressive, equally challenging. Remember, trying to achieve the near impossible here. And this is what's going to take to accomplish this goal. So I'm not going to rack and stack these numbers for you, but you have it there. You're going to start getting your brain around it. All right, so the next chart. We talked about some of the things that we want to experiment on the moon. Of course, we can also do that on Earth. We've already started. So here's some videos of folks, NASA folks, and also some of our industry partners working in some of this technology, from rovers that can go up terrain, fuel transfer, regolith preparation, manufacturing, and all kinds of things, avionics, hardening. All of these things we're already investing in, and some of these things, surface mating and docking, some of these things are ready to go to get, they're just waiting for a ride and a lander to get to the lunar surface and basically showcase what they can do, and that's what we're going to start with. Okay, so here's all the cool aspects of putting assets on the surface of the moon and traversing and potentially experimenting with what we're planning to do in the 3 phases. I could watch these videos all day. All right. So one of the key things, you go to the next chart, one of the key objectives that we have is not only to develop the technology that we need to eventually go to Mars, establish a moon base, which we have never done in deep space. It is imperative that we inspire the next generation of engineers, communicators, explorers. We can only do that if we take you along with us. We're going to basically require that every asset that we have has a bunch of cool cameras, things that will give us the perspective of what we're doing, which to date is almost like science fiction, and things that will inspire people that are currently in college, high school, middle school. It's like, wow, That is what I want to do. That's what I want to dedicate my career and my life to do. And they will be the ones that come up with some of these challenging things that we don't know how to solve yet. So we're going to have a website that we're starting already working on, where you will be able to follow us along the way, from launches to things getting to the moon, to the rovers prospecting, getting to places that we have never seen. We're going to enable that capability with constellations of satellites that are looking down at the moon base and checking out what things are doing. We're going to follow the drones, the moonfall drones around the moon, to see where they can get to and what they discover. And all of that, you'll be able to do it along with us and hopefully eventually work with us in some of this cool stuff. We talked, go to the next chart. We talked a little bit about, when I showed you that phase 1, 2, 3 collated set of missions and all that stuff, it's a huge challenge, and we know that. To achieve the near impossible, we are driving to high volume of complex missions with challenging execution timelines. We know we're going to stress the supply chain. Maybe as of today, supply chain is not ready for this. We're going to basically need to access reliable facilities that allow us to do the very unique testing that we have to do for surface operations. Manufacturing capacity and capability, technology maturation. All of those things we understand. That's why we dropped the RFI today, to get your ideas on what can we do better, what's slowing you down, what are things that could turn your capability to enable us to turn science fiction into reality. What are those things? Bring it to us. In addition to that, and you heard Administrator Isaacman talk about that earlier, we're going to use the NASA workforce in a way that perhaps we haven't in the past, especially recently. We're going to make sure that these missions are as reliable as we can make them. We don't want to impede the innovation from industry, but the things that we know how to do, we're going to embed. So we're going to really focus our NASA workforce to basically helping you in industry, providing solutions. If you want them to work in line, they will be working in line, and then also reviewing the things that you're doing to make sure that we have a good shot. We're going to take a lot of shots on goal. We want to win a lot of games as well. So we're going to put that into play, as well as we're going to do a review of our facilities. Some of them have unique capabilities that nobody else has, and we want to make those available for you so we can do this together. So again, we need your ideas. Drop them in the RFI. Okay, so we've talked a lot about what are we doing. Now we're going to talk a little bit about how we're doing it. So we basically structure this in different functional areas: transportation, launch, and also orbital transfer vehicles for whenever we need those, perhaps for logistics; surface mobility, transportation for landers; infrastructure, logistics, and habitation. So I'm going to touch on some of these things. If you go to the next chart, realize that we've actually been working a lot of this stuff for a while. Today, there's teams, projects, programs that are working on all of these things individually. What we want to do, and this chart is not to project a future org or anything like that, the point we want to make here is that every asset, every kilogram, all the lunar exploration resources that we have are going to be focused on one thing, and that is to build the moon base. We're going to partner with our science teams to really think about what are the capabilities we need, what are we deploying, what's the science that should go with it, and put it all together. If you go to the next chart, I'm going to basically step through some of these things. For launch and transportation, we're planning, you saw the launch cadence, which is pretty significant. Moonbase will leverage Kennedy Space Center's launch service program and the deep space logistics projects to their expertise to manage, sustain commercial lunar delivery services. Building from our reliable surface assets with access, which we're going to set up and starts in phase 1, we will manage a commercial mixed fleet strategy that enables diverse, flexible mission support, standardized delivery interfaces. We're also thinking that, we're going to help with, perhaps helping with, get the landers, get the infrastructure, and maybe have basically a conveyor belt of landers, payloads, ready to launch, put them in the rocket type of thing. Moving forward, Of course, landers, key thing. Here's a picture of some of the things that we have been projecting through CLIPS and HLS, things we have today, low mass, medium class, and heavy class landers. If you go to the next chart, the CLIPS program is one of the tools we're going to leverage pretty heavily. So originally, CLIPS was set up to enable low cost, more risk tolerant, lunar payload delivery opportunities, basically to incubate new US-led industry base to work on landers and capabilities to deploy them. What we want to do requires a lot more than that, so we're drastically expanding the CLIPS program. So the lander payload delivery capability is going to now go through phase 3, potentially beyond. We want to increase mission reliability, and that starts now. We're putting things in the contract updates that we're doing to allow you to leverage the NASA expertise for both inline work and also, us looking over things that you're doing and areas where we can help. Also to increase the mission quantity and cadence. To achieve this goal, I'm gonna have some procurement charts also coming up, and we're gonna talk about extensively tomorrow. But we're gonna release 2 new requests for a proposal for task orders to support phase 1. So it's taking what we have today with the current providers and expanding that. And then we're going to structure a way in which you can leverage on the NASA workforce more than you could before. And then we're going to release a follow-on CLIPS solicitation to support phase 2 and 3, where we're going to open up again and expand the pool of providers potentially that can bid on those things. So definitely a WASIS for CLIPS. And hopefully you'll get to read the solicitations and the stuff we're putting out today.
What is that?
And be excited to participate in this building the moon base with us. All right, large cargo landers. Not going to talk about much of this because this is already in play with the HLS program. So quite a bit of capability that is in process of being available for, especially for phase 3, for phase 2 and 3 for us. Go to the next chart. Transportation elements. So we talked about the land services. We'll have new lander opportunities with the solicitations that we already talked about. And some of the CLIPS deliveries are kind of summarized here. And again, we'll focus on the details all of this tomorrow with open sessions and also closed sessions with existing providers. Next chart. Okay, infrastructure. So here's where we're going to talk about communications and also power. So I'm going to step through this. And in this chart, I'm going to talk a little bit about the evolution that we are looking for. So when we talk about communications, here's the different things we're going to have wholesale at the different phases. So phase 1, we talked about the constellation of comm with observation, and as a bonus, if we can get navigation, we'll strive for that. Then phase 2, you get to the definitely navigation on the on-orbit constellations in addition to surface communication, and potentially we'll also entertain the possibility of doing an atomic clock demo. So eventually we can build up very reliable navigation system on the surface.
Good idea.
So the evolution, if you go to the next chart, please. The evolution of this in phase 1, and I've talked through some of these capabilities already, but I wanted to kind of put it in a summary. So orbital comm, PNT, relay, deploy. We're going to deploy our initial 5 satellite constellation that's already in progress, and we're going to look to add a second constellation that's dissimilar to that. One of the things we want to do is get in there and put significant observation capabilities and start playing around with protocols that we can then count on in the future. Phase 2, we go to the surface for permanent surface cell towers, and then simultaneous support and comm from different assets. And then this is where we start building the navigation infrastructure. Phase 3, is the surface communications, expanded capability with standard protocols, and the same thing for navigation. Next chart is going to dive into the surface power. So click one more, and of course we'll start with solar and regenerative fuel cell type of technologies. We will go into the RHU for heating some of our assets and RTG in phase 2. Definitely experiment in phase 1 as much as we can. This is a key infrastructure component. And then in phase 2 is when we're going to actually start deploying and linking things together. And then the fission surface power program, it's scheduled to deliver something on phase 3 for more capacity and maybe more than one thing, for the capacity that we'll need for the moon base. Next chart. Here's kind of the phase evolution of that. So deploying the assets for communications, that's an infrastructure thing we're going to do in phase 1. Demo, nuclear, and other things that will allow us to do the survive the night and long shadow periods. Then we transition into the deployment of the power infrastructure on phase 2, solar and nuclear, and then completing that and distributing that to all the assets during phase 3. All right, mobility. There you go, one more chart. There you go. So this is the combination of all the mobility assets that we plan to have. So in phase 1, definitely a bunch of rovers of smaller size with different payloads and capabilities for prospecting and experimenting. We'll also have the lunar terrain vehicle. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a minute, but we're going to change a little bit course on that, and basically we'll have incremental capability build up for the LTVs. So LTVs in phase 1, more capable LTVs in phase 2, and even better on phase 3. We're definitely looking for our international partners to also help in this area. This is a great opportunity. We're going to have definitely transportation capability by this point in phase 2. So looking for what are your ideas and capabilities that you want to deploy. And again, rovers, from having prospecting to surface prep to carrying logistics around, something we're going to need. Science rovers, of course, that's why we're going to the moon for, to do the groundbreaking science. And then, of course, pressurized and advanced LTVs in later phases. Go to the next chart. Here's the evolution of that. During CLIPS 1.0, we already talked about delivering several rovers, including Viper, Flip, and the Rashid UAE rover. We were bringing in the drones, Moonfall. So those things I already talked about, what they will be used for. And then the LTV phase 1 capability, we'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute. Phase 2, more capable LTVs with increased reliability, service life, survive the night, payload capacity. Partner rovers, of course, including the pressurized rover. That's a big one in this phase. And then science of all kinds, and of course landers. And then phase 3, we are in an operating mode with permanent habitation there. So certainly anything you need in a moon base, crewed and uncrewed, of course, more surface preparation, a lot of things that can do logistics movement. And all along the way, partner rovers, we're open for business there. All right, for the LTV, I want to talk a little bit about the pivot that we're doing here. So the original contract was really set up to deliver a fully capable crewed rover to survive 10 years. So pretty hefty requirements. In our current schedule and the challenges to get to that state, we were projecting a delivery to the lunar surface by 2030. So you can see we've shifted in our objectives because we want to start right now and we need stuff in phase 1. So this approach really put us in a significant cost to deliver the one asset later on. A lot of technical complexity I have to address immediately instead of build up incrementally. And schedule put us in a kind of a no-fail solution space. If the rover was late, or if it didn't pan out, didn't have the capabilities, by 2030, we're going to need that capability pretty significant. So we're pivoting. Okay, so anyway, what we're going to do is to enable basically gaining quicker access to crewed and uncrewed, we're going to change the procurement strategy for that and basically talk to our partners that were already on board and talk about deploying, doing solicitations for much earlier perhaps less capable rovers, and then incrementally build that. So we're changing the current contract today, and then we're going to put solicitations for phase 2 of that, and then eventually we absolutely predict the demand of that, where we have to deliver an LTV, every certain months for the duration of the moon base. So pretty exciting evolution where we're going to need a lot more capability, just a little bit of a change from where we are today.
A little bit of a change.
And this is what it looks like from an procurement strategy perspective. I'm not going to read that to you. And again, we'll have sessions on this tomorrow. Next chart. Okay, habitation and logistics. So you go to the next chart. In the picture of the moon base, this is what we're planning. Phase 1 is when we'll start really working on the technology development and trying out things for logistics deliveries. Phase 2, of course, we will have pressurized rover as a habitation kind of a demo and trial. And then phase 3 is where we get the habitats and then the cargo return. And here's the evolution of that. So phase 2 started deploying the logistics capabilities from 500 kilograms to 1.5 metric tons, demoing some of the things related to the logistics train, demo habitation with early capability and the press rovers, and then the build-up of that in phase 3. All in all, if you go to the next chart, in the next few months, this is what the procurement opportunities look like. From CLIPS 1.0, expanding that for science payloads as well. Starting CLIPS 2.0, it's coming up. We'll be awarding that in this year, in the summer. Rephasing LTV procurement the way we had designed it. And then the moon-based capabilities, RFI, which we really hope you take a look at and give us your ideas, because you can see the next several years is going to be insane from the perspective of the amount of capability potentially we'll be able to put on the moon. So I hope that sends the signal to you that we want to work with you, we need you, we got to do this together. And we're starting with a significant investment to make that happen. And then, before I close out, I just want to reflect on the picture you're seeing and what that may mean. So, starting today, we're building humanity's first deep space outpost. We will learn how to reliably get to the moon, build habitation, systems and infrastructure that allow us to conduct groundbreaking science. We will take you along with us and inspire the world for generations to come. We have to do this, just as we did with the Apollo program when we first got to the moon. NASA's partners are essential to building the systems we need to live and work in the lunar surface. We're going back to the moon, we're going to stay there, and we invite you to help us build the moon base. Thank you.
We will now be taking a break for lunch, which is staged in the lobby, so please feel free to move about as you see fit.
I might need to watch all that again. That was a lot of information real fast. Element, you are profoundly unimpressed. Interesting. First opinions. Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't mind it. This is a way to do things, guys. I'm... Here's the official press release. I do like how they seem to know exactly what they need to do. That's super useful. I really like how they seem to have a pretty good plan. They know what they need to do. They know they need power systems. They know they need rovers, etc., etc. What I don't like is how none of that exists. Yeah, there it is. So all of these rovers, pieces of equipment, with the exception of a couple of NASA missions, like the Hopper probes, right? Those that seem to be through JPL. None of it seems to be A, in-house, or B, even made yet. And even then, the entire mission, all of this, you know, that's not necessarily a bad way to do things, okay? You know, putting out requests for information from the industry, not a bad idea. This entirely pivots on your landers being able to scale. Now, I don't necessarily think that that's going to be an issue with like HLS. HLS is already pretty big. And if SpaceX does what they want it to do, then you're okay. But that is a huge promise. Will Blue Moon be able to scale? They wanted... What CLIPS landers are we using here? They wanted 12 landings next year. Okay. I don't mean to snap everybody back to reality here, but okay, what rockets are we using for that? What rockets are we using? And now before people get, oh, Falcon 9. Oh, we're going to use New Glenn. New Glenn, the rocket that's flown twice and is tooling up for a third mission. You're going to launch that? You're going to use that for 12 landings next year? Blue Origin has 2 Blue Moon landers right now. The first one and the second one is in pieces. 12 landings, dudes. 12. 12. Could they speed up? Yeah. Is it going to happen in 6 months? Probably not. Could they use Falcon Heavy? Sure. With what lander? It's an honest question. What lander are we talking? What lander are we going to use here? 12 landings. What are you doing all this with, I guess, is my big question. You want to scale to 12 landings per month and then level off at about 6 or 8 landings for the next couple of phases for all this equipment. We don't think Jeff Amazon can scale. Dude, I ain't trying to harp on Blue. It's very clear that scaling your rockets are a very big problem. If it wasn't a big problem, Blue would have done it already. Look, okay. The gist of what I'm getting at, guys, is that all of this stems on having an operable, reliable lander. What are we using here? Clips? Are we using Astrobotic? Are we using the Griffin lander? Are we using Blue Ghost? He said that...
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
This is the NASA I've been dreaming of my whole life. It's the first time NASA actually appears to be pushing the limits of what's possible rather than doing something that's already been done. If NASA isn't taking on the impossible, then what's the point?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How is NASA pushing the impossible when they're just going to farm everything out to commercial? They ain't pushing nothing. It's very clear that most of this stuff is an RFI, which means that the industry, they're gonna try to lean into commercial. Okay. I wouldn't call that sustainable, to be honest with you, leaning that far into commercial. I think NASA's leaning way too heavily into commercial. I think they need to be building the rovers. They need to be building the rovers. They need to be building the power generation systems. They need to be building the radiators, the terrain vehicles, which they are, the grading vehicles and the bulldozers and ISRU. They need to be, at the very least, be building all that out. I would hope these RFIs are done for in-house programs, but yeah, so what happens if someone wants to change the plan? Then all these companies go belly up. Remember, NASA is supposed to be doing, I like what NASA's doing here. It's a pretty built out plan. But once again, it leans way too far into commercial, in my opinion. It's not in my opinion. You know what? It is not. That's not like, well, I think this. I'm not using that to defend my point of view. It leans way too heavily into commercial. This is not, that's where my skepticism is coming from. Because once again, fellas, like, you're going to say, oh, it leads into commercial. That's such a good idea. Commercial has been really good. Who? What commercial companies have been good? SpaceX? Sure. You're going to have SpaceX just build your whole moon base for you? Blue? What are they going to do? Firefly. Okay, so Blue Ghost can land like a shoebox worth of payload onto the moon. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Could Firefly build a bigger lander? Sure. There's no doubt in my mind. 2028. You got 2028, remember. 12 launches. These are ambitious goals, and NASA should be doing ambitious things. That's absolutely a thing. You're leaning way too heavily into commercial. Understand that a lot of these missions are not profitable ventures, meaning that, okay, say they put out an RFI for a rover and a company builds them a rover. What does that company do other than build rovers for NASA? What happens if NASA doesn't need any more rovers? You pivot, what do? That's not a profitable venture unless NASA exists. Okay, that is not the right way to employ a public-private partnership, in my opinion. It's not the right way to do that. NASA needs to be building out the infrastructure. To be very clear, I like these goals. I like these plans. NASA needs to be building them. NASA needs to be building them. That is the most sustainable way forward. Lunar chip fabs need Earth deliveries. You're citing Terafab as your benchmark for a realistic space program. Terafab. Don't bet against Elon. Troy, this isn't a bet against Elon. Don't get me wrong. I'm no SpaceX hater, dude. I'm no SpaceX hater. Guys, remember the context here. Could Terafab happen? Yes, but even by Elon's own admission, that might happen in his lifetime, okay? That means that's a 20-year program. Phase 1 of this program ends in 3 years. They want to have over 20 landings in the next 3 years. Time frames, dudes. Time frames. I'm not saying that it's impossible. Don't get confused. I'm saying in the near term, this is like, why would you do this? NASA are the engineering consultants, the builder and the project manager, just like a construction project. All the specialist contractors come in under their management. Yeah. So, Craig, that is a very, very romanticized way of saying what NASA does. What happens when the commercial contractors realize they don't need NASA anymore to do what they want to do in space? What happens when that happens? What happens when people realize that NASA is just basically a glorified FAA for space? What happens when that happens? Does that you're bleeding NASA dry of all of its intellectual property, quote unquote, doing stuff like that, reducing it to that, and then you're going to have no NASA left. We already seen the fruits of this labor because NASA has no way to get a payload into low Earth orbit. They own 20 landings in 3 years, but we're not getting a moon landing from Artemis for another 3 years. So math don't be mathing. Well, they're using smaller stuff, Goalie. Like, once again, guys, I'm... This feels like step 1 in negotiation. Ask for 20 times what you really want. Is that really the best use of NASA's skill, bartering for the best deal when they could just build their own rovers? It just seems like this policy... I don't mind this policy. I don't mind the plan. The plan's great. The real thing with me is that, look, if NASA is not doing this stuff in-house and using... NASA needs to be doing stuff that's not profitable for a company, right? They need to be doing stuff that's not profitable. That's the whole point. That's why it's good to have an in-house national space program. And that's why I always said the EUS should have been expanded and not contracted. They shouldn't have canceled it. But, you know, that notwithstanding, like I said, you know, you're going to build all these rovers. You want to have commercial public-private partnerships with all these rovers. That's fine and dandy. How are you getting them there? With another commercial lander? That's really, and is the commercial lander, are you operating the commercial lander? Are you going to procure one? Are you going to buy one? How is this all going to work? At the end of the day, guys, there right now at this particular moment in time, and then probably I'd say at least conservatively for the next 5 years, there is little to no profit for building lunar landers at all. The only reason why Blue Moon Mark II and HLS exist is because NASA wants landers. All right, that is not a market. Okay, that's single source government contracts. Now SpaceX has diversified, and so has Blue, and that's fine and dandy, right? But the lunar lander is not a profitable venture. SpaceX with Terrafab in the far future, it could be a very profitable venture, right? And when that happens, NASA shouldn't be making the landers. But right now, there's no profit in building a lander. The only reason why lunar landers exist is because of NASA. And if that's, I think therein lies your problem. All right. If NASA is if a business only exists, right? If a commercial business only exists because NASA and their single source supplier for NASA should be making it in-house, or at the very least operating it and having somebody build it for them and then go from there. That is where I think this plan is very weak in its proposal. It's very weak. All of this is subject to commercial markets. All of it is. What happens if they put all these RFIs out and nobody responds? Nobody responds because nobody in their right mind is going to go for a single source contract to build solar panels or something on the moon for the next 5 years, right? When there's really little to no reassurance that that is going to be a profitable venture in any way, shape, or form in the next 5 years. That's pissing money away. No, I would be very hard pressed to see, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect. No one's going to make that type of business decision. That's a ridiculous thing to ask for. And that's what I mean. If it's a ridiculous thing to ask for, it's something NASA should be doing. Why does NASA, like I said, there's been this incessant need to commercialize every aspect of NASA, right? And that's not necessarily a bad thing in some regards. I do think that eventually spaceflight logistics should be, commercial spaceflight logistics should be fine. Like the Commercial Crew Program, great example. Commercial Orbital Transport Services, great example. Those are good ideas. But those programs don't exist without the multi-billion-dollar investment that is the ISS. They're relatively useless without the ISS, right? They're useless without the ISS and the space shuttle. I'm sorry, they're useless. I don't mean to be a jerk, but that's the truth. If you want to, and in that regard, I suppose landers are okay, but it's all this other stuff. I suppose I wouldn't even have a problem if NASA just built all this surface equipment in-house and then just paid SpaceX and Blue to move it to the surface. I don't have a problem there. Even then, I would say that that's all right. That's fine. But at the end of the day, Blue Origin and SpaceX are very ideologically motivated. They're motivated to push people further in space. The goal with those companies is not necessarily profit, right? Not necessarily. Elon's very ideologically motivated, and so is Jeff Bezos. They are both spaceflight fanatics. So what happens when they move on to bigger and better things? Why do you design a rover when NASA's already designed one that works? Yeah. Okay, look, NASA's full of dreamers and that's inspiring and all, but how does that get us to the moon? NASA does not have and will not have the budget to do this. I wouldn't necessarily bet against the budget, to be honest with you, contingency. I would not bet against the budget. If that guy thinks you can do this for $30 billion, he's smoking too much of his own stuff. They've spent $30 billion trying to build a train to nowhere in California. Well, like I said, NASA does have pretty strong support in Congress with this plan. They do. I wouldn't necessarily bet against the budget. Where my beef really kind of lies is you're going to get the budget to do all this stuff and then just farm it out to commercial. It'd be much better if I think it would be much better if they brought it all in-house. The incessant drive for commercialization is going to just turn NASA into a regulatory body for space, which that's not what they should be doing. That is not their textbook definition. What about fighter jets then? That business only exists because of the military. Sad, I don't really understand your point, dude. What do you mean, what about fighter jets? They only exist because of the military. Who operates the fighter jets? Does Boeing have a private air force to fly their fighter jets around? No. The U.S. government operates them. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm getting at, dude. Sorry if it was not conveyed correctly. There was a lot of information that was dumped really, really quickly. You know, if NASA builds their own rover and then they need 50 of them, sure, farm it out. Farm it out. But leaning into commercial to do all your just outsource, let's call it outsourcing. Outsourcing your rover design is not going to get you exactly what you need to explore the moon, dude. Why don't do commercial for habitat and rovers to mass produce them and through NASA science on them? Once again, the whole thing stems on operations, guys. I don't mind if NASA wants to buy all this stuff and then operate it, but I guess that's okay. I've said many times today that that's all right. If they want to operate it, that's fine. If they want to put out an RFI for a rover design, right, and then have somebody propose a rover design, that's okay. As long as they operate it themselves. But I don't see that happening. Even if you do operate it yourself, right? Even if NASA brings the operations in-house, it's still launching on a commercial lander on a commercially operated rocket. I don't necessarily think that's a wise decision. So why do you think NASA is doing this? Why not build in-house? Well, you know what, Lev, to be 100% honest, there's not anything that particularly says that they are or aren't. RFIs are just RFIs. If NASA is going to pay people to build this stuff after they say exactly what they need, I suppose we should probably check those requests for information, right? If NASA wants to go say like, hey, if you were going to build a solar farm, how would you build it on the moon? And a company says, this is how we do it. And NASA says, okay, I'll take 20 of those. You deliver them to me and I launch them into space. I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with that. That's fine. Procurement is not a big deal. It's the operations parts of this infrastructure that I'm like, about. Like I said, I don't necessarily think this is a bad plan. It's fine to me. If anything, it's the most comprehensive lunar architectural plan we've probably ever had. Like, to speak, to flip to the other side, like to the optimistic side. This is really good. It's really well thought out. Very, very well done. I'm just really wondering what these RFIs say. The RFIs say. Am I just missing something? But I didn't hear them say who was going to operate it. Fish, I didn't hear anything about that. They just said, we want this, 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 and this, and they didn't say how that's all going to be done. If they're operating the stuff in-house, I don't really have an issue here. If I'm going to pick a bone, it would be with NASA not having their own way to get their hardware that they procured to the surface. Also, why wouldn't NASA own them if they bought them? Trey, NASA doesn't own the Dragon capsules. They bought flights on the Dragon. They didn't buy the capsules themselves. What I'm saying is, in this analogy, right, it would be better if NASA bought a Dragon capsule and operated it themselves, right? They need to buy all this equipment and then operate it themselves, not pay somebody to operate them for them. That's where my problem is. When the RFIs go out, can we view them? Yeah. Some of them are already out right now. So let me look at the this is the RFI for logistics transportation. Here. So an RFI is a request for information. This is not a request for proposal. No proposals are to be submitted in response to this. This is basically NASA saying, if you were going to do this, how would you do it? And then RFIs move to an RFP, which is a request for proposal. So if they figure out that there's a bunch of people that responded to the RFI with pretty good ideas, they'll say, okay, that seems like a good idea. How would you do it? It's a more fleshed out version. Do you think NASA should have built Altair? Yes. So the American military has spent this. Guys, look, don't get that. Don't get sucked into that. Don't get sucked into that. Anybody that's going to try to make an argument that defense spending is comparable to spaceflight spending is off their rocker. That is a ridiculous argument. That's a huge false dichotomy. Do not believe that nonsense. And I'm serious. Would I like it if NASA's budget was $1 trillion? Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. But you got to remember that the military does something different than NASA. Comparing budgets there is a little bit ridiculous. In fact, I would say the reason, the U.S. spends money on stuff so we can do stuff like what NASA does. Don't fall for that. That's nonsense. That makes no sense. Don't just careful with that, because you could sit there and think about that, and it'll annoy you. But that's like, I mean, everyone's going to make that argument for the military. No one's going to make that argument for Medicare. Oh, well, we spend over, dude, you want to look at big budgets? Look at Medicare. Medicare is way bigger than the military budget. We spend all this money on Medicare. Why don't we spend it on NASA? You see how stupid that sounds? Same thing with the military. Don't do that. That is a false dichotomy. That's not a good argument. Trust me on this one. Don't make that argument. NASA doesn't need that much money. All right. If anything, if NASA had $1 trillion budget, do you know how much waste there would be? There would be a lot of waste. That'd be a lot of waste. Just like there's a lot of too real. Okay. too real. All right, cool. So just don't be careful there. All right. Don't go around spouting that. That is a very uninformed opinion. No matter how you cut it, just be careful about doing that. If you want to keep saying stuff like that, that's fine. But I'm telling you, just careful. I wouldn't use that as an argument for more funding for NASA. If you gave the current military procurement NASA's budget, our military wouldn't be able to procure nothing. Yeah, something like that. Like it, 71 months. Thank you. It's been a long time. Glad it's been spent with you. Happy to spend more months. All right, right on, man. Military has waste, but look at the nice things that they have. I want NASA to have the same coolness of stuff. Yeah. I don't think they... dude, I don't... All right. If we're going to talk about increasing NASA's budget, okay. We're comparing it to the military, which is like $800 billion or something for defense, right? That's like 800 billion or whatever, right? You're going to compare it to that. Dude, if,
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Think about how many more RS-25s we could throw in the ocean with $1 trillion.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
False profundity, 12-month resub. Shoot. Jeez. Okay, what was I saying?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Bueller, 95-month resub. Thank you so much, dude. If NASA's budget was, let's say, quadrupled, it's hovering between 24 and 25 billion. Let's say it was 100 billion, okay? 100 billion is enough to do what we did during the Apollo program. I would say that the Apollo program is very applicable in terms of a very comprehensive plan to do a very difficult idea and actually get it done. That would be more like octupling NASA's budget. So you'd need, if NASA had like a $200 billion budget, that's enough to do Apollo and then some. Okay? They don't need 800 billion. They don't. Space flight, you're overpricing it. Big time, dude. another Apollo program, I think, would be comprehensive enough for everyone to agree that that's pretty much money well spent. That is a comprehensive scientific exploration space program. That was not nearly as much money as you think it is, comparatively. Someone on Reddit explained it better. I'm now 50-50, hovering over it was a stupid comment. Hit me in the reality. I'm sorry, Moon. I'm not trying to be a jerk, dude. I really am not. This is not... I want what's best for NASA. I have no other swords, or no other axe to grind there, all right? NASA does not need that much money. That's the reality of the situation. Space flight isn't that expensive. You know, if somebody came at you and said, hey, you want to buy this really, really, really nice house? And you said, okay, how much is it? And they're like, oh, $5 billion. And you look at it and it's like maybe $1 million house. You're going to look at them funny, right? You don't need that much money to buy something like that. A house doesn't cost $1 billion. Well, not yet, at least. Too real? Okay, too real again. You see what I'm saying? Like the prices don't make sense. That Moon, I'm not going to lie to you. The people that kind of spout that opinion don't really understand why we spend $800 billion on defense. They don't really understand why. You know, implying that, oh, war is bad, war is bad, war is bad, or something like war isn't something that humans do or something, and we could somehow exist in a world that does not have a human created construct, which is hilarious to me. You know, it's just, oh, war is bad. We should all live as one or something. Look, that is at odds with human nature. All right? Like that's like saying, well, if everybody had $1 billion, right? If everyone had $1 billion, you know, everything would be fine. No, it wouldn't. No, it would not. People use that as an argument for this is why I'm worried that the type of people that say this are just using it as an excuse to A, have more money for whatever they want, or B, weaken America's position in the world for some reason. I don't understand how you would want that, because like I said right at the beginning, dude, the military spends all that money so NASA can do stuff like this. The military spends all that money so we can have Medicare and Medicaid and stuff. It kind of goes hand in hand. You know what I mean? Like, not to get too far into like political discourse or something, like, but you don't need that much money, and B, I find that people that mention that crap, to be quite frank, that's just verbal diarrhea, to be 100% honest with you. The people that mention that either A, don't understand, or B, have some nefarious purpose that doesn't have our best interest at heart. That's the truth. NASA doesn't need that much money to go to space. They really don't. We could do the Apollo mission for a fraction of the military's budget. Should we? Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah. If I had my way, NASA's budget would be tripled by tomorrow. If NASA's budget was tripled by tomorrow, you could get all this done no problem. NASA could do it in-house, and we could have a healthy commercial market behind it. It really wouldn't be that big of a deal. That's always been what I think is the best way forward, but a lot of people don't agree with that. I also find that people drive for commercial a lot with NASA because it's as if it's some type of way for NASA to save money. You know, that's a double-edged sword in itself, dude, because, okay, you understand that NASA saving money doesn't mean that they can procure that. They can, like, unless it's specifically said in legislature, right, that they have free reign to do with that money as they see fit. If you're saving money, if NASA is saving money by using commercial, that is defunding NASA. That is de facto defunding NASA. Like the Commercial Crew program is a good example. Now, that might not be necessarily the best argument here because Dragon is amazing and SpaceX is awesome. But if you consider the commercial crew program in a world where, you know, SpaceX doesn't exist, right? And they have, let's say in some alternative timeline, SpaceX went belly up after Falcon 1, right? And they're using Dream Chaser and Starliner to get to the station now. Okay. So NASA gave up their low Earth orbit access capability with Ares 1 for Starliner and Dream Chaser? Does that sound okay? No. That's not a good idea. That's not a good idea at all. See what I'm saying? All that did is just defund NASA and just gave them less capability, right? Every time throughout NASA's history where somebody's came along and said we can do something for cheaper, right? Ends up with NASA having less capability, and less money. Oh, the shuttle can do things for cheaper. We'll be able to do what we did with the Saturn V with the space shuttle. Oh, yeah? No, that's a great idea. See what I'm saying? So, to kind of reel us back in, I don't necessarily mind these ideas. I think this is a pretty damn comprehensive lunar program. It's well thought out. It seems to be really well thought out. They have the RFIs ready, which shows initiative. It's not like we'll release the RFI in the coming weeks. No, the RFIs are ready right now. I'm cool with that. I don't necessarily mind it. I think NASA's leaning a little too far into commercial. Remember, every time that NASA saves money by having some commercial company do something for them, that is inadvertently, historically, that is giving NASA less money. That is de facto defunding NASA. Just careful with that. So think about it. We had something like the EUS here. The EUS is gone. So where's that money going? Is that money going towards this? I don't know. Gateway is now out the door. What are we doing with that? Where's that money going? Right? Where's it going? Is it going towards these programs? I don't know. We'd have to look. Most likely not. Most likely you've swapped it out for RFIs, and these RFIs are going to turn into RFPs, and those RFPs are going to be either funded or not funded in the future. They said they want to spend something to the tune of almost $3 billion a year on the moon base program and lunar exploration over the next 20, 30 years? I think 20 years. Okay. Where's that money coming from? Is that money procured from other programs? Because the EUS and Gateway, there was no way we were spending $3 billion a year on those programs. I'm pretty dang sure. Where is this money being allocated from? Is NASA's budget increasing? I mean, I would be cool with that, to be honest with you. I don't care about ideas. I care about getting it done. This is, Hellfish, I will tell you that this is not a bad way to get things done. You're not going to like hearing that, but that is the truth. It doesn't matter if you don't like the truth or not. That's not really my issue. This is not a bad way to do things. It is a very comprehensive architecture. It's really well thought out. But if the argument that you're making here is that it's just plans, well, yeah, I mean, time is going to tell whether this good idea was implemented correctly or not. And that's kind of where I'm like, there's a lot of contingent stuff with putting out RFIs for literally everything about your moon base. That is a hard task. It's a hard task to deal with. NASA they know the architecture that they want, which is great. The argument that I'm making right now is that, okay, you know what you want, just build it. Just build it. You build exactly what you want. Build a one-off, exactly what you want, and then contract that out to commercial to make those things for you. That is what has historically worked in the past. That's how the Saturn V was made. And the LEM and the CSM. NASA knew exactly what they wanted, right? If they pursue an avenue of procurement that follows that, oh yeah, that will set them up for success. But it remains to be seen if that's going to happen or not. Hey, EJ, you staying live for the science one? I'm a little worried for some science missions. Yeah, I'll be here. Is NASA crowdsourcing ideas? That isn't a plan. Is that an idea that someone still has to figure out? That's what I'm really wondering, Trojan. They seem to know exactly what they want. And if you know exactly what you want, just build it. Start designing stuff. Maybe they're going to use, it's possible that they're going to use these RFIs to do that. And you know what, dude? If they do it that way, I don't have a problem. We're good. That's great. That's a great idea. Right? Use these RFIs to flesh out your designs, design something, and then have commercial companies build it for you. And then, stamp the NASA logo on it as a NASA payload and send it and pay Blue and SpaceX to send it up there. I don't have a problem with that. My problem really is with the operations and design of things. That's if NASA does this and then they start handing out contracts like, oh, we're going to commercialize the spacesuit with Axiom and the AXEMU, right? We're going to have Collins Aerospace design our spacesuits for us, right? I don't like that. The reason why I don't like that, that's not a sustainable business model. NASA did do that. They gave out procurement contracts for Axiom and Collins Aerospace to design and build new extravehicular activity suits. Collins pulled out of the program because they didn't find it profitable. You can go look this up. And Axiom is behind schedule because they're designing something and NASA goes, nah, that's not really what we want. Redesign it. We also see that happening with the landers. SpaceX says, oh, we want to automate it all the way down to the surface during landing. And NASA says, nah, I don't think that's a good idea. We should be able to take manual control. And SpaceX says, no, I don't think we should. So who is in the right there? This is what I mean about commercial procurement. You have to be careful with this stuff. They're supposed to be landing operational stuff next year. Most of the operational stuff that they're landing this year and next year is stuff that was already getting made. It's just on an accelerated timeline. And once again, Elfish, I think that is it's a very comprehensive program, but that isn't without difficulties. I agree with you. NASA gave them the manual control requirements from the start. And therein lies my problem with commercializing everything. NASA needs to design the stuff in-house. They don't design the stuff in-house and tell people exactly what they need to make. You got a big problem. If that's how they did it during the Apollo program, guys. NASA designed everything, and then they went to the commercial companies and said, hey, build this. Can you make this for us in this amount of time? There was literally no farming out of the design to anyone. If NASA's looking at doing that with this architecture, I'm cool with it. Is it going to happen soon? No, probably not. But it could happen sooner. Like with this architecture, if they're doing stuff like that and they want to, let's say we don't make 2028. Let's say we land in 2029. I'm fine with that. Yeah, that's good with me. Land in 2030. That's fine. Sure. To be fair, it sounds like the manual control discourse is more about what's manual enough rather than having manual controls or not. You're missing the point, Tennyson. The point is that there's contention over it because NASA doesn't know what they want. That's not the point of... You're splitting hairs at that point. That's not what I'm trying to say. If NASA just told SpaceX to build them a lander, right? And they did... they built exactly what NASA wanted. There you go. You wouldn't have this problem now, would you? What is manual enough? The design requirements need to be set in stone. You keep saying design in-house, but they don't seem to have that ability right now. I know. They should fix that. Is that going to take time? Yes. Will that be way more sustainable in the long run? Absolutely. Design is the unknown. That means cost plus contracts. I don't mind cost plus contracts if you have a secure deadline, one man. In fact, that's why cost plus contracts were made in the first place. Because you don't know how much stuff something's going to cost until you actually go and do it. As long as you have a time frame for your cost plus contract, and if you reward with incentives for doing it on time, cost plus works just fine. I really hate that there's a stigma towards cost plus contracts because a couple of spaceflight pundits have incessantly beaten people over the head with their words that how it's a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. The implementation is the bad idea. If you implement a cost plus contract with no deadline, that's a waste. That's never going to get you anywhere. Cost plus contracts only work with a definite delivery, not indefinite delivery. All right. In spaceflight contracts, there's something called IDIQ, which is indefinite quantity, indefinite delivery, and then there's exact quantity, definite delivery. There's the opposite of that. The Apollo program used stuff like that, right? And that's a good idea. I would argue that developing on a fixed price is really, unless you really know what you're doing, that's a really bad idea. In fact, I would go so far as to say, people aren't going to like hearing this. I would go so far as to say that Boeing developing Starliner on a firm fixed price was a really bad idea, and that's part of the reason why Starliner ends up being a gigantic pile of doo-doo. Those legacy contractors are much more set up for a cost plus definite quantity. So, cost plus because you don't know how much it's going to cost, but you have to deliver it by this date or there's going to be hell to pay, is much better suited for something like that. But people don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that information. I'm sorry. I'm sorry the truth hurts people's feelings. Yeah, exactly, Buck. So there's pros and cons to each. I don't consider one to be particularly bad or one to be particularly good. That's like saying, oh, I hate a screwdriver. It's like, what? What are you talking about? I hate screwdrivers. I was trying to hammer this nail in, right? And the screwdriver was terrible at it. This is ridiculous. What a piece of crap this is. It's like, bro, have you tried using a hammer? Well, no, I can't use a hammer. Why would I use a hammer? Why would I use a hammer to hammer this nail in? It's like, because that's what it's hammer. Oh, I know. I hate hammers. Screwdrivers are the best way to do things. It's like, okay, you don't know what you're talking about. All right. That's why I don't like people saying oh, cost plus is terrible. Cost plus contracts is that's the bad thing. No, shut the hell up. You have no idea what you're talking about. God dang, man. Oh, I hate bandsaws. Why do you hate bandsaws? Well, I hate them. The bandsaw doesn't cut through this wood correctly. Yeah, because it's a bandsaw. It's supposed to cut metal. Wow. Yeah, it's really bad at that. Yeah, I know. Because that's not the right tool for the job. Oh, soldering irons are stupid. Why are soldering irons stupid? Well, because I'm trying to weld these two panels together and the soldering iron doesn't get hot enough. Yeah, that's because it's a soldering iron. Maybe you should use a welder to weld the panels together. I don't know. Ever think of that? Last, what's up, reindeer? Man, these wire cutters suck at cutting plastic. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. This all smells of Augustine's influence. Yeah, reindeer. Like I said, guys, I'm totally unbiased opinion. I would not be worried about budget. I'm not even kidding. I wouldn't be worried about budget. Seriously, I think the money is there. If you really want my honest opinion, and that's what this has really going for it. This is a definite plan. It's a long-term plan. Politicians can get behind long-term sustainability. SLS is a good example of this. I really would, honestly, I'm not necessarily worried about them having the money to do this. What I'm really wondering is where that money is coming from. And if that's where your kind of anxiety lies, yeah. I'm worried they're basically just going to gut other programs to do this when that's not really, I would say, the right move. I would say increasing NASA's budget is the right move, but you know, why would we fund projects with the money that's required to get them done? Why would we do that? What are you, crazy? What are you, crazy? Oh, this project costs $1 billion to do. Oh, is 200 million okay? No, it's not. No, it's not okay because it needs $1 billion to build a big enough rocket. Oh, how about 5 million, 500 million? Nope, still not enough. You can't legislate or finance against physics. That's not, spaceflight is kind of beholden to that. You can't just make a cheaper rocket. The only way you make a cheaper rocket is by investing significant money to scale your rocket enough to make it inexpensive enough. There's no way to get around this problem because Isaac Newton and Johannes Kepler and Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, those dang guys with their physics. Yeah, what do you mean your $1 billion project failed on a $250 million budget? NASA's bad. Yeah, Reaver, exactly. Anytime people say, oh, SLS is a pile of junk, it's too expensive. Ever wonder why? And people have the gall to say, oh, legacy contractors are the reason. It's the legacy contractor why that's expensive. No, it's not. It's not. They've asked them to build they've asked them for multi-billion-dollar projects for multi-million-dollar budgets. Look at SLS's funding. You needn't look no further than their funding to realize why the SLS is so damn expensive and why it's only launching to the tune of once every 3 years. It's the flat funding of the budget. You funded SLS on fixed prices. They funded a moon rocket with fixed prices because somebody thought somehow that using off-the-shelf components would keep things cheap, which is not, that's not how that works at all. But, you know, whatever. What was the press conference? Oh, it's Phil. You're going to have to go back and watch it, dude. There was such a big information dump. Long story short, NASA has a pretty damn tentative, albeit very tentative plan of going back to the moon over the next 10 years. It's pretty good. It's pretty comprehensive. I'm just really wondering about how they're going to go about doing it. But it is a good plan, at least. Hey, Crafty Geek, Tier 3, 26-month resub. Side question, did you go to the movies? Yeah, I did, Zizep. Yeah, no spoilers, because... Yeah, no spoilers. Give me 1 second. I got to refresh my dashboard. My chat crashed. There we go. Cool. I think part of the plan is to push it far along enough that an admin change just doesn't cancel everything. Long-term programs are more sustainable, Darker. Yeah. Legacy contractors are dying for a reason. These Zelix, we say stuff like that. And Boeing, I would say, yeah, Boeing has a little bit of an issue. But if you look at other legacy contractors that are involved with NASA programs, like Lockheed Martin, for instance, you know, building the Orion capsule, et cetera, I would say that Lockheed is doing quite well right now. I don't think they're dying at all. Northrop Grumman, same way. Boeing does have some problems, but if you think they're going anywhere, I'm telling you, the more old space legacy contractors are better set up and they're better tooled up for cost plus contracts. They're better tooled up to get stuff done quickly with pretty much a blank check. They are better tooled for that. I would even argue that SpaceX is going that way to an extent, but people don't want to have that conversation. Lockheed's doing just fine. In fact, I would say that the F-35 program is one of the best fighter procurement programs ever devised. Ever. F-35s cost like $80 million to make. That's ridiculous. Now, it cost a lot of money to tool up an assembly line to build that at that price, but you beat it with scale, which is always what works. How much of that is military versus space? I'm not arguing. They just don't seem to be able to keep up right now. They don't seem to be able to keep up, Zelix, because they don't have the funding. NASA, that's the reality of the situation here. NASA gets table scraps. And if you have a problem with that, yeah, I don't blame you. NASA has table scraps. It's an afterthought. I don't like that. I really don't think NASA should be an afterthought. And I'm happy that it's changing with this plan. Yeah, the B-21 Raider is on time and came in near budget. They're just tooled up for these bigger programs, dude. Like, I would argue that nobody would have a problem here if SLS was a cost plus with a definite quantity delivery. Guys, if you look at the SLS program during development, the NASA asked the government for money to build this thing, right? And the government said no, because NASA is an afterthought. Like I said, now, if you want to make that point, yes, absolutely. I would absolutely say that that's right. It is unacceptable for NASA to be an afterthought. Our destiny lies in the stars. I firmly believe the United States is an aerospace republic. Okay? We are an aerospace republic. We should go further into space. We should lean into that. We invented the damn airplane. Okay? Just saying. Zelix, my argument essentially boils down to, like, where my beef lies is that NASA is an afterthought. Everyone is looking at every solution to try and save money with NASA or find a cheaper way to do things. You can't regulate and finance against the laws of physics. I can't change the laws of physics, Captain. Okay, what do I mean by that? All right, you want to build a rocket that goes to the moon. You want to build a rocket that goes to the moon. There's no market for that. There's no market to build a super heavy launch vehicle, right? And I know what people are going to say, oh, SpaceX is doing it. If you do not think that this is a multi-billion-dollar project at this point, you are out of your friggin' mind. There is no way Starship doesn't launch right now to the tune of about $1 billion per launch. There is not a chance.
Oh, this is space.
No.
I'm in space.
Hey, Pete gifted 100 subs. Whoa, damn, dude. Whoa. What's up, man? You can't spell locked in without Lockheed Martin. That's right. Oh, agree 100%. NASA should be one of our crowning achievements. That is the right argument to make. Exactly, dude. Pete, thank you so much. What you're doing is important. Thanks, dude. That's where your beef lies. Don't fall for this nonsense when people say, like, oh, commercial can do it for cheaper. No, that's doublespeak for defunding NASA. I'm not even kidding. That is doublespeak for defunding NASA. That is what you are arguing for. Somehow we've all been kind of gaslit into thinking that's a good idea. No. That's dumb. That is stupid. NASA should not be in this position. All right? No, absolutely not. NASA's budget needs to be doubled. Doubled tomorrow. The fact that we treat this beautiful freaking project like it's some crappy afterthought is ridiculous. And I'm happy that NASA's back and taking priority over things. Like, this is a big deal. That's super cool. And that's something to be damn freaking happy about with this whole ignition thing. This is great. It's really comprehensive stuff. They seem to know how much this is going to cost, which is, I would argue that that's funny. You don't know because we've never built a moon base before, but whatever. NASA can't be an afterthought. It can't be an afterthought. We can't do all this cool stuff in space and have it just, consigned to like the dustbin of our budgeting, which is ridiculous. Pete, thank you so much, dude. I would say doubling NASA's budget could get SLS launching with the EUS on a pretty regular schedule. If we quadrupled NASA's budget, now keep in mind, I wouldn't want NASA's budget to be quadrupled tomorrow. Doubling it for now would give you the space to get your programs back on track. Doubling that in the next year would get you your space for procurement and block buying stuff, and that would help you set up your logistics, your supply chains. Factories are going to need to be scaled out if you're going to be buying more of these rockets, right? And then after that, with our proverbial quadrupled budget, I don't think we're going to need any more money after that. Honestly, from there, it's just design, it's just operations and production. You don't need any development. Development can be roped into doing something else. What I'm trying to tell you is that NASA's budget doesn't need to be quadrupled indefinitely. It doesn't need to be quadrupled indefinitely. You could double it tomorrow, double it next year, quadruple it the year, or double that after that, quadruple total over the next 2 years, right? And then the budget could go back down to basically what it is now with this added capability. The reason why is because logistics, so supply chains and logistics, ask anybody that's ever played Factorio or Satisfactory or something. It's hard to set up, but once you got it set up, it's just buy more materials, have the thing do its thing, right? That's the developing it and setting it up is the tough part. That's where NASA needs money. If we do that and had SLS to launching to the tune of like 4 times a year, even with your B1S architecture, like the Centaur upper stage, that could take, like I said, double the budget by next year to iron out your architecture for SLS. Give you a comprehensive landing solution all the way to the surface of the moon and back with a co-manifested payload like Apollo, co-manifesting your lander and capsule, and then quadruple the next contract to be able to build the factories to be able to scale to a 4 time a year launch cadence. And then after that, NASA's budget can basically go back down to where it is now. Seriously, that's how cheap operations and production is comparatively to development. And you don't need to, that's not just my theory. That's NASA's own words. NASA's budget doesn't need to be quadrupled indefinitely. If you quadrupled it over the next 5 years and then brought it back down to where it is now, we could actually have a moon base, and that would be really easy to do. Right, but everybody is circumventing the actual thing here. Commercial is just being used as an excuse to defund NASA. And I have a problem with that. I have a big problem with that. Double the budget, put GS2 on SLS. You could standardize around that architecture if you really wanted to, darker player. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Talking about raising NASA's budget may be more unrealistic than the NASA NASA moon plans we just watched. Well, Silent Guardian, like I said, that therein lies your problem. That's unrealistic. We've been conditioned to think that that's unrealistic. I do not think that that's unrealistic. I think we're stupid for thinking that is unrealistic. But we've been conditioned to thinking that's unrealistic. I don't think so. I really don't. It's so funny to me, dude. We've been like, we say we want to build a mansion, right? We say we want to build a mansion. All right. A really, like, let's say a 4,000 square foot house, right? You want to build a big mansion, 3-car garage, pool, all this stuff, right? You want to build all this stuff, right? We say we want to do this, right? And then we go to the contractors. We say, how much is this going to cost? And they say, oh, that's going to be $1 million. And you say, and we're saying, no, you could probably do it for 250,000. And the contractor goes, no, no, that's $1 million worth of work. We seem to think we can denote the price for something that we have no idea how much it's going to cost, which is ridiculous. You know, to the point where everybody said, oh, that's not realistic. Dude, the hell with that crap. What do you mean it's not realistic? Do you see this flag? You see that flag? What do you mean unrealistic? We don't do that. We don't do, oh, that's unrealistic. We don't do that nonsense. That's ridiculous. And I'm trying to buck that trend as best as I possibly can. Do you think this all is being structured in a way to survive and thrive through administration changes? They didn't build it out binary over the next 10 years for no reason. Let me put it to you like that. Yeah, your people actually like to have their taxpayer money spent on space. Yeah, vast majority of people. That's a good point, dude. At some point, yelling into the void is just tiring. It is tiring, but I've been doing it for 15 years. I don't think I'm getting sick of it anytime soon. An exercise in expectations. What could we see in the next 6 months that would convince you that this is on track? Shmamaron, if all these RFIs turn into RFPs and actual designs over the next 6 months, then I would call this doable. Sure. That is a very tall ask. That's going to be the hard part. The development funding issues are a big problem for NASA. We underfund development, and then by the time the program is developed, new technology or objectives exist, and then that old development is at least partially wasted on something that's no longer viable. That's right, Nate. I've noticed the patterns. I can read the writing on the wall. Can everybody else? I see what's going on. I'm pretty sure you see what's going on. You can't do that this way. At the end of the day, you're going to the moon is going to cost you billions of dollars, at least initially, right? And, you know, maybe this, hybrid commercial approach is the right solution. It might be. I might be wrong. This might be the right way to get stuff done on quote unquote a budget. And you know what, dude? I'll eat my humble pie if that's the case. I would love to be proven wrong here, but I guess at the end of the day, I can't stand the fact that we have to compromise on space exploration. That's ridiculous. I don't like that. Remind me in 6 months, yeah. If spaceflight and the hope for the future is just yelling into the void, you might not have the heart for space anymore. Hard truth. You talking about me, Reaver? Oh, I'm going to keep telling people this stuff. I ain't going to stop. I don't think they'd be trying as hard for the commercial if they could get the budget. That's what I'm worried about, Darker. Nah, Hellfish. Ah, okay. I got you. I would want my taxpayer money spent on space exploration instead of whatever the government is doing right now. Yeah, Yuri, let's not have that conversation. People aren't ready for that conversation. I think people are ready for that conversation. Anywho, how is my winter car? Melon, I haven't played it in a little while. Yeah, I haven't played it in a little bit. We'll change that soon. So when is the next meeting, guys? I do believe the next one is in a couple of hours. I have to see when the next ignition meeting is. In 45 minutes? Cool. I might go get some lunch, dude. Ah. something I've just thought of. They keep mentioning RTGs. Where are we getting the plutonium for those? Our stockpile of isotopes is depleted. Nah, they restarted production a little while back, Nader. I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah, they resumed it already, dude. In fact, if you really want to know, if I'm remembering this correctly, the executive removed the ban on underground nuclear testing, if I'm remembering right. So we brought back the underground testing, which is great. That's really good. There's nothing that's not like circumventing any treaties or anything. That's totally fine to do, and that's agreed on by all nuclear capable countries. So that's cool. So we should get some good nuclear R&D over the next couple of years. Underground testing is blowing up nukes in the ground, guys, just in case anybody's wondering. It's actually a super cool test program. We stopped doing it at the end of the Cold War. What's for lunch today? I don't know. I haven't decided. Something like that, Hellfish. They stopped it in the 90s because peace, man. There's some nonsense like that. Do we know when the talks are coming back? There will be a presentation in about I think the next one is in 45 minutes. Let me take a look. Nonsense like ground stability and groundwater. Sig, once again, demonstrating you have no idea what you're talking about. They test in the desert, dude. There's no water there. In the Yucca Flat where they test, there ain't no water there. Ground stability, it's sand. It's sand, dude. All right, calm down. Now I know what people are going to do. You did, the desert has water. Yeah, I know. All right, I know. Okay. They ain't tested in the rainforest, homie, okay? The desert, there's water. I know. Okay. Compromise is blowing up Vegas. Bro, do you listen to the slop that comes out of your mouth? That's ridiculous. All right. I'm done. Let me go find when this next press conference is. Jeepers creepers. Series of high-level panels providing updates on the mission profile. Okay. I watched Eager Space Vid, and he made two videos that basically wait, what's that, Yuri? He made two videos basically saying that nuclear thermal propulsion is pointless, and that's why DARPA canceled it. To be honest, he also said nuclear electric doesn't make sense. So Eager Space made a video on saying nuclear thermal propulsion, something that's been tested and successfully prototyped, is useless? Okay. And then proceeded to say that nuclear electric is useless as well. Yeah. Yeah, Yuri, I'm going to go ahead and say that that's probably incorrect. Like, I'm just putting it out there. That's probably wrong. You are not going to convince me that the Apollo program with the blank check that they had from Uncle Sam was not trying to pursue the most viable near future pathway of furthering exploration. I.e., if the Apollo program wanted nuclear thermal, it's probably unlikely that it is useless. I think that's really really weird way of telling me you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, why would the Apollo program procure it if it was useless? I'm pretty sure that that's not a thing. Now, if I had to guess, that person's Eager's probably making some argument about the mass fraction of a nuclear engine, etc., blah, 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 blah. Oh, well, it's too heavy. It's too heavy to do this. It's too heavy to do that, implying we couldn't make some type of alloy that's a good moderator, right? Oh, wait, we did in the 60s. To be able to moderate a nuclear reaction, a nuclear thermal engine, to moderate the reaction correctly and make it light enough to make sense to put on an S4B. Oh wait, yeah, we already did that. We already did that in the 60s. So yeah, I actually disagree with people that say nuclear thermal is useless. I actually disagree with Jared Isaacman. He's like, well, nuclear thermal doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. You know, it was tested and it doesn't do anything. Yeah, it was tested and they stopped doing it because nuclear is bad. Peace and free love, man. They stopped it because of the nuclear test ban treaty and the Apollo program getting canceled. But you ain't going to convince me that, you know, the guys that came up with the Saturn V and the S4B, you know, you ain't going to convince me that them immediately trying to move your upper stage to a nuclear thermal style system is useless. You are quite actually arguing with von Braun about spaceflight architecture at that point. I find that to be a very hard case to make. That guy knew what he was doing with rockets, like him or hate him. The NASA YouTube channel has it scheduled. Cool. Let me peep it in here. Oh, the next one is at 1 o'clock. It's in about 40 minutes. Yeah, I have it teed up. You know, people are going to say like, oh, nuclear engines, they're too heavy. They're too heavy. Bro, they make 900-second specific impulse. And you don't need to carry around all that liquid oxygen. So if you're going to sit here and try to make an argument that a fully fueled S4B with liquid oxygen, right, is going to be somehow less mass than a nuclear engine, at the very least, it would push. And if it's pushing on dry or initial mass to final mass there, right, you can have a bigger hydrogen tank in this regard. And that bigger hydrogen tank capacity is going to get you the leg up. Like, even though it's useless because it pushes on mass fraction. So what? It pushes on mass fraction. Now, in your cislunar architecture, you have a stage that only needs hydrogen. So that oxygen can be used for other things like, oh, I don't know, breathing. Probably makes sense if you're going to do long-term exploration of the moon, don't you think? You know, kind of need to breathe. That's kind of important. The nuclear engine doesn't necessarily push on dry mass, guys. So here, let me break it down. What people say, the nuclear engine is heavy. All right, it's very heavy because it's new. You need a nuclear reactor that's shoehorned into a rocket engine. That's what NERVA is. Okay, it's heavy. It's heavy to a point, right, where it's almost comparable to if you had, like, say you had a nuclear powered Saturn V third stage over here with a big hydrogen tank and a nuclear engine behind it. And then over here you had a regular S4B with hydrogen and oxygen and then a J2 behind it. Okay? This one is way heavier. It's way heavier over here. This has way more mass. Dry mass, I'll say. It has way more dry mass. This one does not have nearly as much dry mass. The reason why is with the nuclear design, you're taking your oxidizer and you're figuring it into your dry mass because you don't need an oxidizer. But your nuclear engine is way higher mass. On paper, to somebody that, you know, if you're just looking at the numbers, it doesn't look like it makes sense. Now, the nuclear engine is twice as efficient as, in this analogy, the nuclear upper stage is twice as efficient as this one, okay? Now, everything here about these numbers, okay? Everything here about these numbers looks like, well, why would you use this? Why would you use that? That makes no sense. you're basically pushing your mass to the stage. And the name of the game with delta V is the less dry mass that you have, right? Or the less rocket you have on your rocket, the more fuel you have on your rocket, the further you go, right? Now, once again, the nuclear engine's efficiency being double almost is to the point where they push against each other. Okay, so like this is a little bit heavier, right? But it's way more efficient. This one over here is a little bit lighter and way less efficient. Okay. If you're going to compare numbers to numbers, the nuclear engine doesn't look like it's that much of an increase. But you have to think about what you're doing with that nuclear engine. What are you doing with this third stage? Okay? If you are sustainably trying to go to and from the moon reliably, right? If you're trying to do that, think about how much less oxygen you have to move around over the long run. Okay, think about how simplified your refueling operations are on the moon if you decide to do that. So you go to the moon, you drill out the water ice, you get hydrogen and oxygen, right? You can use the oxygen and a little bit of the hydrogen to make water. You could use all of the oxygen for base operations, for that whole breathing thing. That's kind of important. And once again, your on-orbit refueling or your refueling operations in general are much simplified because you're only moving hydrogen around. Now, that is a challenge in its own regard. But if you employ that in scale, it makes way more sense. Simplifying your refueling architecture, not liquid fuel and oxidizer. So even though on paper the nuclear engine the nuclear S4B versus a regular S4B doesn't look like it doesn't. If you're just going to sit there and compare numbers to numbers, right? And be like, wow, this is a terrible idea. This is really stupid. I don't like this. You're not understanding the full scope of what they wanted to do with that nuclear upper stage. A nuclear transfer tug that could go between Earth and the moon and be refueled on the moon with just hydrogen in a with the Sabatier reaction on the surface, moving hydrogen up to this stage for refueling, or better yet, have a nuclear lander, right? You land down on the moon, refuel it, send it back up. That drastically simplifies your refueling architecture. That makes landing and taking off way easier, right? You're only fueling one thing. That's turnaround time on the surface. Turnaround time goes up. And with the nuclear upper stage, you don't need to worry about power. You don't need to worry about generating power. You don't need solar panels on this. It's nuclear powered. It will never run out of fuel, ever. I mean, it will after like 30 years of use. That will long exceed the life of this stage. There's trade-offs, right? The trade-offs for the nuclear engine, if you're just comparing it dollars to donuts to a liquid fuel upper stage, it looks terrible. And I hate it when people make that argument. I can't stand it because you don't understand, like, bro, you don't even understand why they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it just because, nuclear is the future. No, they wanted to do it because it's much more sustainable for setting up long duration lunar exploration, long sustainable lunar exploration. Nuclear powered upper stages are much better for exploring the solar system and setting up the logistics behind that to make it all work. It's the same reason why with Falcon 9, I mean, Yuri, listen to this. You want an argument here, right? Look, it's the same reason why on paper reusing fairings with Falcon 9 makes no sense. The fairings cost about $4 to $5 million to make. That makes no sense. Why would you try to reuse it? If you're trying to reuse it, you need to send a boat out there. They got to fish them out. They have parachutes. They have consumables in the form of their reaction control systems, unfurling the parachute. That makes no sense on paper financially, right? If you're just comparing one Falcon launch to just, the price of manufacturing the fairing. But that's not why SpaceX reuses fairings. They don't reuse fairings for the cost. They reuse fairings because they're difficult to make. They take a long time to make. So if you want to fly a lot, your bottleneck here is fairings. So reusability makes sense. Same exact case with the shuttle and the SRBs. Does reusing an SRB make any sense? No, it does not. Unless you're flying 24 times a year with a space shuttle, and then it makes perfect sense. You have to beat the problem with scale to overcome your bottleneck. Right? nuclear engine, the nuclear powered S4B is doing just that. And frankly, people that don't take that into consideration when they go to make a video about it are tone deaf. Because, yeah, any idiot can compare numbers and point numbers to numbers and be like this to that. Anybody can do that. And you could, on paper, you can sit there and say that oh, yeah, sure, of course that's not going to work. That's a really stupid idea. And it frankly boggles my mind that Jared Isaacman thought this too. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? What do you mean nuclear thermal doesn't work? It's tested. Of course it works. Maybe he'll come around to it in the future. A lot of his lunar program that he seems to want to build out here is utilizing nuclear. So maybe we'll see a change here soon. I know, Yuri, you're not arguing. I fully agree. I'm not necessarily telling you you're wrong here right now, dude. What I'm doing is giving you knowledge to arm against people that look at numbers and say, well, that number's bigger than that number. What a dumb idea. Like, that's, bro, spaceflight's way more complicated than that. Is this the death of SLS? It seems like there's very much going to be an off-ramp for SLS in the next 5 years, yes. EJ is making fun of himself pretty much. I'm not doing that in the least, Moon. Thank you for telling me you weren't paying attention. I appreciate it. But for propulsions, I think it's fine for a propulsion system. If you're working on building out a sustainable cislunar architecture, you'd be stupid to not use nuclear. You're simplifying refueling that way. We're talking about something that is maybe just a slight bit less efficient than using chemical propulsion, but using chemical propulsion is more complicated. It's a more complicated fueling architecture. And a more complicated fueling architecture means that you have more downtime for your stages because you have to refuel both liquid fuel and oxidizer. And then if you're using chemical propulsion, you need either a fuel cell or solar panels, further complicating your transport tug design. People just do that? They just make videos about stuff? Oh yeah, it's a bad idea because I looked at the numbers and they're bad. Plus, you could factor in that the reactor, even when not providing propulsion, can be operated at a low level to provide electrical power. Bingo, simplifying your spacecraft design. Your engine generates the electricity. No need for fuel cells. No need for solar panels. No need for ullage control. You can use an electric motor to do it. You can use an electric impeller to be able to handle your ullage propellant. So with nuclear power, you can work on boil-off mitigation. Bro, you'd be stupid to not use nuclear thermal when you're going to when you're trying to get into logistics for exploring the moon sustainably. There's a reason why the Apollo program wanted to do it. There's a very good reason. You can get a bit more punch if you bring the liquid oxygen with you and dump that into the exhaust like an afterburner. Sure. Aren't the nuclear mission for Mars copters that Jared proposed using nuclear thermal? I think we did hear him say that. Yeah, a nuclear demonstration. I think it's nuclear electric, Yuri, but I mean, nuclear electric would be fine too. I don't necessarily have a problem with that either. Nuclear electric's great, for the same exact reasons. The problem, my big thing is that nuclear electric hasn't been invented yet. That hasn't been made. Nuclear thermal we've had for a half century. You know what I mean? In spaceflight, Yuri, right? You go with what you know. You go with what you know. That's so important, dude. Oh my goodness. Don't reinvent the wheel if you don't have to. Nuclear power is simpler than solar? In this particular design, Frosh, yes. We're talking about let me, you.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Nova gifted a sub to Uranium Fever. You probably came into this conversation a little bit late, okay? If you're going to have a nuclear powered upper stage, so a nuclear thermal rocket, so it's a nuclear engine. It has a nuclear reactor in it. It uses the heat from the nuclear reactor to generate thrust. Okay? That's what a nuclear thermal engine is. If you're getting to that point to utilize that thing as your primary form of propulsion in your Earth to moon tug that goes back and forth, right? If you're already going to do that, you don't need to put solar panels on it. Okay? You don't need to put solar panels on it. Nuclear reactors, last time I checked, they generate a lot of electricity. They're really good at that. Like really good at that. So compare that, right, to if you have a regular upper stage that uses like liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, all right? That thing is going to need solar panels if it's going to make the transit trip back and forth between the Earth and the moon. And then there's downtimes when it doesn't have any fuel in it, right? Where it's going to need to sit there and loiter until it gets refueled, and it's going to need to deploy its solar panels, right? You don't need to do that with a nuclear tug. The nuclear tug just always generates power. It'll always generate power because it's a nuclear reactor. It'll always generate power. You don't need to worry about any of that. That's the argument. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Does that make more sense? But to produce electrical energy, you have to put a steam generator on your rocket. No, you don't. You can use the natural decay in a heat plate attached to the outside of the engine. You basically utilize your nuclear engine as a radioisothermic electric generator. It'll trickle power when the engine isn't running, but it's always going to generate power as long as the nuclear fuel doesn't decay, right? You could use a thermocouple, right, Mikey? Just like what Curiosity and Perseverance is doing. That's what I mean. A nuclear tug is a great idea. Nuclear thermal is a great idea. You're simplifying so many things, but now granted, you are trading it for engine complication here. Your propulsion system is way more complicated, right? But if we're talking about going to and from, right? Like you're something that's going to go to and from Mars or something that's going to go to and from the moon. Oh yeah, it simplifies a lot of things. No solar panels. You don't need a solar panel. You can manage boil-off mitigation with the constant drip feed of electrical power that comes when the thing's off. It's way more efficient, and a downside is that it's higher mass. But now you don't need to carry an oxygen umbilical. You don't need that because you don't have that, right? Your umbilicals can be simplified. Your architecture can be way simplified. There's trade-offs here. What are they using for fuel that they're chucking out the back? Hydrogen. A nuclear thermal engine, as tested, was using liquid hydrogen. And I know what people are going to say. Well, isn't that spewing radioactivity out the back? Yes. In space, where there's tons of radioactivity, that's like saying a jet ski is an inefficient form of propulsion because it uses water for thrust. No. No. No, I'm pretty sure that's fine. And even then, if you're really concerned about it, the radioactive isotope of hydrogen that it has a very short half-life, so it decays pretty much before it even cools off. How do we know that? They tested it. They tested it at Jackass Flats in the 60s. And, yeah, it didn't spew fallout everywhere because it decayed before it could do it. It's not all that more operationally complicated. There's more engineering complexity, but operationally, the reactor has fewer moving parts under less stress than feeding blocks into a conventional engine. There you go. And it uses an expander cycle to get started, like an RL-10, so it's infinitely restartable. I'm telling you, man. Anybody here that's like, nuclear thermal doesn't make sense because I did some delta V calculations once, needs to get bent. No, you are 100% wrong. 100% wrong. I could say that with really high confidence. Isn't Voyager 1 2 power source makes your point? Yeah. Voyager 1 and 2 were launched in the late 70s. They're still working. They've never been refueled. Not like we could refuel them if we wanted to. Can I please be 100% wrong? Sure, Dean. So yeah, guys, I'm just burning time. We're burning oxygen here for the next 20 minutes until the next NASA presentation. I was going to eat, but I decided not to. Another point for nuclear power. It's pretty neat. That's right. That's right. It's pretty neat. Then what'll happen to Michoud if and when SLS gets axed? I don't know. You should watch the Eager Space videos. Not that I think either one of you are correct, but since you disagree, I would like to see your opinions on it. Well, Fake Brit, that's what sparked this whole conversation. I forgive me for presuming, but I've heard every argument imaginable for why nuclear upper stages are a bad idea. And every single one of them seems to boil down to it's too heavy. Which is tone deaf to the mission, in my opinion. Well, no, it's not in my opinion. I got to stop saying that to try and defend my points of view. I try to let my points of view stand on their own because they do. That's not just my opinion. That is fact. That was pretty much the argument. See? I don't even have to watch the video. I know what it's about. Once again, tone deaf to the mission. On paper, sure, it seems like a very good point. On paper. But if you're actually talking about employing a nuclear stage in your logistics, right? And you're comparing it to what we did with the S4B, right? That is tone deaf to the mission. Nobody has stronger opinions than you, EJ. That's why I watch. Dude, you know what the messed up part is, Fake Brit? It's not even that like some of my opinions are like, oh, that's the way you should be doing it. That's the way you should be doing it. Every single one of my opinions about space flight logistics, mission architecture, concept of operations, stakeholder expectations, etc., is all derived. It's all derived around a seemingly easy way of doing things. Okay, right? Like the nuclear stage. I just gave you an argument for why a nuclear stage is a good idea if you're going to explore the moon for long periods of time. Okay? Say we want to have a supply chain of nuclear tugs that's going between the moon and Earth. That makes much more sense with nuclear power than it does with, liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, right? Flip side of that argument is that if you're going to the moon in a space race, that makes no sense, which is why we didn't do it. We just used liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen for the S4B because that's what was needed. That's what was expedient. That's what we knew how to do, right? And if someone wants to make the argument that if you're in a space race, making a nuclear engine doesn't make any sense, then yeah, sure, absolutely. That wouldn't be wrong. I would agree with that. But if we're talking about long duration, sustainable exploration, if you think a nuclear engine is wrong in that application, that's incorrect. Like, I'm not necessarily against one way or the other. I try to think about the simplest way to do whatever you're trying to do. And that is based off of, like, what the goal is. If Eager wants to make an argument that, going down, having a couple of guys explore the moon, place a flag down, drive the rover around, etc., if you want to make the argument that that's not good for short-term exploration, sure. I would agree with that. Yeah, that's right. But short-term exploration is kind of I'd say would be a moot point at this point because we've already done that. We've already done the short-term exploration. Everyone can agree right now that, the Artemis program's goal should be to stay there, right? I'm pretty sure that everybody can agree on that. We're not just going to plant a flag again. At least I would really hope not. PSMU says hi. Is there another press conference for NASA today? No, there's another one starting in about 15 minutes. That's 100% a compliment, by the way. Yeah, I know. I got you.
Like, it's not, I'm not trying to say like my way is right and every other way is wrong. That's not necessarily the case. Anybody that thinks like that with engineering is tone deaf. There's always another way to do things. The question is that it's not the question of whether this way works or this way is better or that way is better. The question is what's best suited for application. And in engineering, that usually means whatever's the simplest way to do things. But see, even then, that's an abstraction in itself. It could be that might sometimes a more seemingly more difficult way of doing something is an easier way to do things. And the nuclear upper stage is a really good case for that. Does that make sense? I try to pick something and stick with it. Because at the end of the day, if we're sitting here considering options, doing this, doing that, doing this, considering this way, considering that way, weighing pros and cons, blah, 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 you sit there and do that all day and you don't actually do what you're trying to do. What is my source for this information? One time I thought it would be a good idea in Kerbal Space Program to have a rocket that was designed by committee. It failed miserably because we couldn't decide on what we wanted the vehicle to do. Couldn't decide on what the best application for what we were trying to do with it was. So I ended up making a vehicle that did nothing and ended up blowing up on the pad a couple of times because we did not have clearly defined stakeholder expectations. I have firsthand experience, albeit with Kerbal, in doing stuff like that. It's very easy to get caught up in the minutia with engineering. It's very easy. I can detect that. I can sniff that stuff out like clockwork nowadays, dude. Because of that freaking curve, because of mission mode, guys. I'm not even kidding. Has it failed me yet? It has not. It has not failed me once. So NASA finally did watch for all mankind. Yeah, something like that. If SLS goes away, could they turn the VAB into a giant air reclaimer to provide locks for KSC? I would hate it if they did that, Falcons. I would hate it. Guys, it would kill me to see the VAB not roll vehicles out. I would die a little inside. I'm not even kidding. This story makes me monkas about SLS. Yep. Like the shuttle tower coming down. Yes. Clearly the VAB needs to become the world's biggest parking garage. That would be one hell of a parking garage, dude. Off topic, but looking forward to For All Mankind spinoff, Star City, starting on the 27th. Interesting. Sorry if off topic, but how heavy was Nerva? I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look. Like I said, guys, they built this in the 60s. Not only did they build it in the 60s, they built a tech demonstrator, they built a first operational prototype, and then they, based off of what they learned from that, they built a flight fidelity engine. There you go. Right there. 841 second specific impulse. 1600 second burn time. Now, granted, like I said, if you're going to look at this and compare numbers to numbers, 18 tons is ridiculous. That is ridiculous for a form of propulsion. If it's a chemical rocket, it's ridiculous. But it's not. This is a nuclear rocket. Chemical rocket means combustion. This is not that. Did I miss my EJ's review of Hail Mary? No, Dean. Project Hail Mary is amazing. It is one of the best sci-fis I've ever watched. Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really, really good. I would give it probably a 9 out of 10. Yeah, go watch it. You will not be disappointed. It's a really great flick.
With that being said, no, I have like a month statute of limitations on spoilers for the people that haven't seen it. Do you think budgetary constraints would stop NASA from restarting the NERVA program? Yes. How much hydrogen would they need for a trip to Mars? However much hydrogen you need to have the Delta V. I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah, they were using control drums. Look at how much thermal power. 1.1 megawatt thermal power. Oh, man, you could generate so much goddamn power with this damn thing. All that waste heat you could generate. You could use thermocouples and take all that waste heat and make it into a freaking power plant. Ugh, it's so good. Yeah, it's heavy, I understand, but oh man, is that a good idea? It should have been 1337. You will get no argument from me. You could power one AI sat from Elon, yeah, right. That's Plumbrook, where they tested the tech demo. That was where they tested the engine transport device. They transported the engine by a train to the test stand because you don't want to be near that thing. Yep, that is the first prototype right there. Or no, maybe that's Prime, I forget. Oh, hell yeah. Making me tear up a bit. Going to see it this afternoon. Beats, dude. Yeah, Hail Mary's amazing. It's such a good movie. Yeah, I'm good with. Yeah, it's amazing. There's the test stand. Okay, what if you use nuclear thermal plus electric engines? Actually, Yuri, if we're talking about our proverbial tug here, right? If we're talking about our nuclear shuttle, right? If we're talking about that, I would have a nuclear upper stage, right? Nuclear thermal as your primary propulsion and nuclear electric for your reaction control systems. What are you going to do? Run out of power? Nope. That way, you quite actually never, ever run out of, you're never running out of power that way. No, the sucker's electrical, but I need a nuclear reaction to generate the 1.1 megawatts of thrust that I need. Megawatts aren't, thrust is not measured in megawatts, but whatever. Yeah, Hellingar, perhaps. It could lead to better things. But I would argue that it exists right now. You know? Where are your nuclear vessels? Where are your nuclear vessels? NASA just released a new X account, NASA Moon Base. Yep. They did. I seen it. Yeah, here it is. NASA Moon Base. The biography for this account is just moon emoji. Man, I was the 423rd follower of this. Now it has 5,400. Damn, dude. Damn. Actually, here's the full phase of missions. Man, this is ambitious as hell, dude. This is... What do you see China's official initial landing being? Fake Brit, if I had to put my money on it, it would be 2030, 2029, 2030 with their architecture. Their architecture is it's very simple. I would say in this area right here. Now, people are going to take this as a slight against them because I don't know why, but for some reason, people don't like it when I say bad things about the Chinese space program. Look, and I'm not saying this to be a dick. They still have a lot of stuff to figure out. They have their space station, and that is an awesome feat of engineering, to say the least, considering they did it by themselves. That's great. But you're getting into a whole new can of worms here, doing lunar orbit rendezvous. That is not going to be as easy as you think. And once again, I think they understand that. I think they understand that. They're essentially trying to build two rockets that are somewhat analogous to Falcon Heavy. What was it, guys? Long March 10 or Long March 9 or something? I don't know. One of them is going to launch the lander out to lunar orbit, and the other one is going to launch the people out to lunar orbit. It's 10. Yeah, that's what it is. And they're going to rendezvous in lunar orbit and then go down to the surface. That's a complicated architecture. I mean, ours is complicated too, but we've done it before, so who knows? There is a first for everything, all right? Just because they, in the U.S. it seems like they're this unstoppable force, etc., etc. They're still beholden to the laws of physics, just like everybody else is. Look, let's say that they are near peer competent in their space program implementation. There's still unknown unknowns there for them. There's still unknown unknowns. So, like I said, it's going to take time. That isn't a slight against them. It's their first time doing this, and they want to do it by themselves. So, I think with enough time, they'll do it. Sure, absolutely. But I think that's going to be 2029, 2030, if you really want my honest opinion. I think people are overrating them. I'm guessing mid-2030s at the earliest. Yeah, they got to get Long March 10 working, but as far as I can tell, it does work pretty well. Like, they did get a test flight of it in, if I'm remembering correctly. But a test flight is all fine and dandy. That's not a real flight, They have to get the lander figured out, and they do have experience landing on the moon. Do they have experience taking off from the moon? To be fair, did the U.S. have experience taking off from the moon when we did the Apollo program? Nope. Are you going to be watching the next Ignition conference? Does the Pope poop in the woods, Vanta? Long March 10 demos net 2027. There you go. He doesn't. Are you sure? You sure, Troy? Sure about that? He might. Well, I might be watching the presentation. Yeah, no, I got it up right now. I got it up right now, dude. I got it going right now. Don't worry. How do you know? I went to Rome once. There was woods in the Vatican, so you never know, all right? There was woods, and there was in fact a pope there. Actually, they didn't have a pope when we were there. They were popeless. Pope DJ, I have something to show you, my son. Oh. Nah, don't talk about that dude that way. That guy's all right. He's cool. It's America's Pope now. You're damn right it is, dude. You're damn right it is. Sei venuto in Italia?
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Yeah, I was. Let me just make sure I. Hold on. Just make sure. Yeah, I did. In 2023. Yeah, I was in Rome.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It was my honeymoon, dude. I didn't tell anybody about it. Do you think they'll be landing their center core on the moon missions? Like they did in the flight abort test? Oh, I don't know, maybe. No, we give this up to the Pope. He's the freaking the Pope. Bradley, 67-month resub. No, it does, Bree? Oh, all right. Well. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, he was there. That's right. That was before the whole Pope Francis thing. Yeah, I remember now. I thought EJ was married to Chat. Yeah, me too, man. Yeah, we in that trip we went to Rome and then we went to Napoli, and yeah, it was pretty awesome. And then we saw Pompeii and stuff. That was pretty cool. That was pretty neat. You got married in 2023, man. Time flies. Yep. Yeah, Nader, I know. I bet you ate a lot of great food. Chris, it was when I went to Italy where I really realized, and as soon as that press conference pops up, I can't play the music, guys, because it'll flag the VOD. Chris, it was when I went to Italy where I really realized just how different Italian food and Italian American food is. Those are two different things. Those are way two different things. Now, could you get authentic Italian in the U.S.? Yeah, sure. Can you get American food in Italy? Can you get Italian American food in Italy? Yes, of course you can. But those are not the same thing. Like Italian pizza is different than Italian American pizza. Those are two different things. That's different food. So KSP later, or do you have plans? I don't know how this day is going to go, Shaw. I have no freaking idea. Depends on how long these press conferences last, etc., etc. They're going all the way to 4:45, and beyond that, that's when the last one starts. So, have you learned to make carbonara yet? No. They just take the sugar out. It's not that different. No, it's different. Doesn't even taste remotely similar. No, Troy, I'm going to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there. Best leave it that way. Yep. Yeah, Italian food's very tasty. It's a different type of tasty, though. You need to eat the pizza with a knife and a fork. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And those are two different things, man. Like, it's two different things. Like, the other thing is that, yeah, Raiden, when I got back, I had to compartmentalize it in my mind because, like, you know, I had the Italian food. I'm like, damn, this food's good. It's delicious. And I'm like, at first I was like, it ruined Italian food in the United States for me. Like, it ruined it. Like, just totally ruined it. And then I was like, okay, wait a minute. To cope and seethe with that, I was like, Italian American food is different. You know what I mean? It's different. It's not the same. It's different. You know, like, it's two different things. That's how I justify that food being delicious. And ours is good ish, you know. What is the most Italian dish? Spaghetti. Here, let's switch off this picture of bimodal nuclear thermal propulsion to this. It's so screwed up, dude. It's so screwed up. Burnt spots everywhere. Random leaves. Where's the line? It's so bad, dude. No. Cooked to perfection. Lots of cheese spread throughout. Inexpensive. Plenty of toppings. Perfect round base. Delivered in under 30 minutes or I get a free one. Comparing Domino's to real Neapolitan pizza. Like, bro, what's wrong with you? Oh, man. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. Dana Weigels takes the podium.
Thank you all for being here this afternoon. Our success in low Earth orbit over the last 25 plus years of crewed operations is because of you. Our congressional support, industry's dedication, and our strong international partnerships. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about low Earth orbit and future plans. It's critical that we maintain a presence in LEO, transition to commercial stations, and the challenges that we face. As Jared mentioned, the options going forward. Apologies for that. We spent an hour before this fixing the teleprompter, so I have a handy backup here if we need it. All right, let's get started. Let's go ahead and go to the first slide. The next first slide. All right, I'll talk as we're figuring out the slides. Our objectives in low Earth orbit have not changed. NASA's core objectives are to maintain America's superiority in space with continuous crew presence, to continue conducting groundbreaking research, NASA. Technology development, human research, and using LEO as a proving ground for exploration. We want to expand commercial access to space, stimulate commercial demand, and foster economic growth. Okay. Of course, space station will end, and we also need to plan for the responsible retirement of the space station and transition to future commercial stations. Okay. Building a replacement for ISS is a national imperative to maintain an orbital laboratory and a proving ground in LEO. Developing the station took worldwide and industry commitment. We had a massive team of major aerospace firms with 4 prime contractors and over 500 subcontractors and suppliers. We also had major contributions for our international partners, and of course they had hundreds of suppliers as well. It took 37 shuttle launches and over 160 spacewalks just to assemble the space station. And of course the Russians, who provide all the propulsion for station, also had a large number of launches. We spent over $50 billion across shuttle and station assembling station, and to date have spent $100 billion. It took us about 10 years to get to the point where we could really do research on board space station. And of course today, station is a world-class laboratory with capabilities that have enabled over 4,000 research experiments from 5,000 different researchers across 110 different countries. Over 290 people have flown to the space station from 26 different countries. Today, ISS is serviced by multiple crew and cargo missions to maintain our crew of 4 and the amazing research that we do. The operational tempo is high, with a dynamic activity about every week and a half. Our success over these 25 years of crewed operations was forged through significant failures and anomalies. We have overcome them through relentless, high-stakes human intervention. I want to talk a little bit about some of the challenges we've faced.
That first thing, one of those things is very much not like the others.
Or similar challenges. We lost Columbia. That grounded the shuttle fleet for 2 years. We relied on our Russian partners to bring our crew home and to subsequently launch our crews and resupply for 2 years. We lost transportation vehicles like SpaceX CRS-7, Orbital CRS-3. We lost the cargo on those missions, but those fleets were also grounded for a period of time as a result of that.
Progress M21.
That really highlighted the importance of redundancy and resiliency in transportation and the criticality of having a robust resupply strategy. Since assembly complete, we've conducted over 110 spacewalks to either repair, replace, or upgrade space station systems. The picture here that you see on the screen, that second picture, is an image of a torn solar array that was damaged from micrometeoroid debris. Of course, that risk of micrometeoroid is inevitable for any spacecraft operating in low Earth orbit. In fact, we've done 41 debris avoidance maneuvers over the life of the space station. This particular repair was time critical. It happened during a shuttle mission. We were able to get a crew out there on the end of the robotic arm and kind of tie it up and repair the array.
Great mission.
We've also had to overcome numerous major vehicle and spacesuit anomalies and medical incidents, like the recent medical evacuation that we had from station. Some of these anomalies have been significant, like the image there shows water that flooded a crew member's helmet during a spacewalk. We came close to losing a crew member, and it grounded our EVA spacesuit fleet for a year. Many people have asked me if the vehicle failures we see on space station are related to the age of the station. They are not. We had higher failure rates earlier in station, and we invested in hardware changes and redesign. And so today we actually have improved reliability, so our failure rates have decreased.
Fairly recently, like 10 years ago, drummer?
It took 30 years and significant investment to get space station's state-of-the-art life support systems to the performance targets that we have today. We have now reached 98% water recovery, which is pretty close to our Mars target. Not quite there, but pretty close.
Nice.
These are some of the most complex and unique space systems that exist, and they're also where we carry some of our highest time-critical risks. Any future station will encounter similar failures and challenges. Overcoming them will require expertise, robust capabilities, and strategic planning. Building and managing a station is not easy, and it is not inexpensive. Next slide. Speaking of the space station, next up we have for you a very special message from the onboard Expedition 74 crew. If we can please play that video.
Hello from the International Space Station Expedition 74 crew. It's an honor to join you today for ignition. As I look out the cupola window at the thin blue line of our atmosphere, we're reminded every day why your discussions are so critical. For over 25 years, the ISS has been a masterclass in what humanity can achieve when we work together as a
Chris
team.
is having a good time up there.
Its construction was an effort that required 37 launches, over 160 spacewalks, and the unwavering commitment from both industry and international partners.
No mic drops.
Together,
Yeah, mic
we've
drop
used
in space.
this orbital laboratory to search for cures to the most challenging diseases, advance life-saving technologies, and prove that humans can live and work continuously off-planet. As we look forward, we need to ensure that the next low Earth orbit space station can build upon these amazing discoveries.
So put an SLS core stage up there. Use that.
Our mission now is to ensure there is no gap in our presence. Replacing the ISS is a national imperative. We are eager to pass on the torch to a new generation of resilient commercial LEO platforms that will continue this critical research and propel us further into deep space. The challenge ahead is significant, and the tenacity and partnership that enabled us to succeed on ISS today are needed to realize the space stations of tomorrow.
The ideas
The mic
you are
clip's getting
discussing
me.
today are the blueprints for that future. It will take the same level of worldwide and industry dedication, along with sustained funding, to make this transition a success. We are excited to see the innovation and ideas coming out of Ignition. We look forward to the day we can hand over the keys to the next great outpost in the stars. Thank you for your commitment to keeping low Earth orbit open for discovery into the future. Thank you, and goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
All right. It's always great to hear from the onboard crew. They've been pretty busy up there. They had a spacewalk last week. We've got another one next week. And even more fun to watch them having fun flipping around in microgravity. All right. I want to switch gears a bit, and I want to talk to you about what we have seen with the commercial market over time. I think most of you know it has been a priority for us to use the International Space Station as a platform for commercial access and also to stimulate commercial demand through a number of different avenues. We have had 4 fully commercial private astronaut missions. We have 2 more that have been awarded and that we're working towards. The Russians have also flown 8 spaceflight participant missions. We have offered the use of ISS ports for commercial modules and a commercial airlock. In fact, the airlock is on board today and operational. We share facilities across NASA and the commercial community, both NASA facilities used by commercial and the other way around. Some of those are inside the vehicle, and there are a number that are on external platforms. We also support commercial R&D through our ISS National Lab, managed by CASIS, and also through a number of unique and standing ISS calls for commercial opportunities. After more than 25 years of crewed operations, we have seen some amazing discoveries on station. But we haven't yet seen breakthrough products, capabilities, or services that generate significant demand. NASA's still subsidizing the infrastructure costs, like cargo upmass, which is really one of the largest costs you have in getting to orbit. We haven't seen evidence of scaled space-derived product that's manufactured on Earth or in space, although that is certainly the hope for the future. We have had a lot of technologies that have been adapted for ground-based purposes. You see those stories all the time, but they haven't driven continued demand for access to space. Tourism hasn't really materialized as a market. We certainly have had a number of tourist-sponsored missions, but those have been limited, and we haven't seen recurring demand for them. Sovereign governments do have interest in flying. We've seen purchase of tickets for short-duration flights, for example, on private astronaut missions, but no sovereign governments have been willing to purchase the long-duration opportunities, even though those have been available. When it comes to developing or maintaining the cost of a station or long-duration flight opportunities, our partners and other sovereign governments want to do in-kind barters or exchanges and keep the money flowing into their own industries. Suborbital flights, which are substantially lower cost, have suspended operations for either investment reasons or to prioritize other higher potential opportunities. Though we have seen investor interest, there's no independently verifiable market research indicating the economic viability of a commercial station that is only partially funded by NASA. We welcome industry input and thoughts on the market, but it is paramount that we have independent data. Station will end. The replacement path has to be economically viable and technically capable, or America gives up its leadership in LEO.
Wow. I can't believe they admitted that.
For the purposes of me being able to say something here, but also knowing that I've lived this, I want to just make sure we're clear about what
Wow.
we're trying to communicate. And this is a big takeaway for all of us here that, you know, we have over the last several months been very transparent with the world about where we see issues and where we see challenges in the development activity, everything we're doing. And this is a big area, and we want to be very clear about this before we maybe be a bit more optimistic about ways we can go forward. But we have this is a real challenge. This is a real problem. We know our presence in LEO is an imperative nationally. It's directed not only that, but also it's for every possible reason we can imagine. Having our presence in LEO is absolutely a national imperative. We cannot get that wrong. As Dana said, there is physics votes last. The current vehicle we have, which is an amazing machine, will eventually not be usable. By the mid-2030s, we will have structural and other issues that will preclude it from being useful. And we have to get the replacement approach right. We can't entertain fiction on what that approach might be. It has to be grounded in reality. As Dana mentioned, as the crew mentioned, as we all know, everyone in the room I'm sitting at helped us do this. Building space station is incredibly complicated. It took a long time. Maintaining it is just as complicated. The number of times we've had issues where we, had to take major action is uncountable in my mind. We've development, assembly, sparing, logistics, resupply, all the things that go wrong with these complicated systems will go wrong. It's not a question of modern technology. It's a question of the environment that we're putting them through. And right now, the current industry that we have that's proposing to build destinations does not have the direct experience with that or the resources to go do it. That's just true. We want that to be the case, but an operational campaign of this complexity that took the allied governments of the world, 30 years to maintain, is not something that exists native in industry. There's no self-sustaining market to finance that as well, and so. As Dana mentioned, we have not seen independent data. This is the estimation of NASA. We would love to hear independent analysis on this subject, that nations, companies, or individuals beyond NASA will create enough demand to cover the real gaps that it's going to take to build a replacement. And separately, as we also mentioned, the transportation costs have not decreased in a fashion that allow us to really achieve those savings. And so, in the absence of a mature market and the current budget that we've been allocated, we cannot fund a path of two stations. It's a challenge to even fund one. We have multi-billion-dollar shortfall just to fund one station as a replacement. And the environment we're in right now sets us up for a winner-take-all with an uncertain outcome. You guys know that even in non-space commercial markets, there's a higher than 50% failure rate when you add the complexity of maintaining humans living in space and the environment that they have to deal with. That makes it even more challenging. And so this is all to say that we recognize this challenge. We really want to partner with all of industry and with everyone that's in the room to go fix this, but we cannot continue to maintain the illusion that the path that we're on is going to close. Dana, back to you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
What's your point?
All right, let's talk about the path forward. Let's go to the next slide. Doing nothing is not an option. We need to take proactive steps to achieve our goals. The government can't force a commercial economy, as you heard Jared mention earlier, but we will try to do everything we can to ignite one. We'll increase commercial access to ISS. We'll increase the number of private astronaut missions, allowing the sale of the commander's seat, the potential for doing joint crew missions between NASA and industry, consideration for NASA purchasing a PAM seat, and prioritizing research with high commercial potential. We also welcome ideas and input from industry for addressing any of these challenges and risks that we're talking about here today. We are open to continuing with the current commercial path that we have been on, or to pivoting to a new preferred option that I will share with you today. Let me talk a little bit about the original path that we were on, where we've been headed, and what that original path is looking like today. Our original goal was to transition directly from station to commercial stations. As everyone knows, we had planned to have 2 commercial destinations to maintain redundancy and competition, and to be one of many customers. NASA anticipated significant demand from tourism and other markets. We assumed that this increased market would also drive large transportation bulk buys, which would in turn create and result in a discount for all of us.
It works if you have a shuttle that flies every week.
As a result of the strong market, NASA assumed we were no more than 50% of the overall demand for a commercial station, and that the market would be self-sustaining. With today's market and budget reality, we don't have that. So the plan for today's approach would have to be adjusted. Transportation costs are increasing, not decreasing. With NASA positioned to be the majority customer, we cannot afford 2 space stations. This means NASA would have to down select to a single provider, which carries higher cost growth risk and a higher overall risk for success of the campaign. It puts us in a sole source services environment, which doesn't allow the continued competition to help control pricing or to continue to grow the market in a diversified manner. So I want to talk about an alternate approach. So we'll spend a little bit of time on this since this is new to everyone. We are looking for feedback on both options. In this alternate approach, we're using an incremental or phased approach to reach commercial destinations. Recognize the challenges that we've highlighted. This approach uses multiple providers, continues to allow for participation of multiple providers, and drives continued market growth and commercial expansion. We'll use ISS as a platform for the initial assembly and to expand commercial opportunities. A NASA-procured core would serve as a hub for commercial module expansion, allowing for maturation of industry and continued demand growth.
I like that idea. That's a good idea.
After the station detaches from ISS, there are flexible avenues that lead to commercial destination transitions. This approach also provides continuity in transportation, research, crew presence, commercial opportunities, and overall access to low Earth orbit.
Yeah, good call.
I just want to touch on some of the benefits to leveraging ISS before detaching a new station. Obviously, space station is fully operational, fully capable. We're supporting commercial opportunities on board today. We want to expand those, and we really want to see continued access to space for commercial companies and commercial access. ISS also has very mature capabilities and resources, and that's critical when you look at the types of challenges and anomalies that we may face. Having ISS mature systems is basically like having failure tolerance. It also provides a safe haven for the crew in the event that anything happens during the initial assembly. Any external needs can obviously be met with robotic and EVA capability. We continue the cadence with crew and cargo capability. And of course, any assets that we want to take from ISS can be transferred over to the new station and taken with us. This is a snapshot of the assembly or evolution of this concept. The first is a core module, which would be launched and attached to the forward of station. This core module brings with it additional docking ports. That would actually allow us to do more private astronaut missions. The big limiter today on board space station is the number of docking ports that we have available and the time available on those ports. Next in the sequence would be 2 commercial modules that would attach to the core. Obviously, I took space station out of this imagery just for clarity, but you can see the commercial modules radially attached to the core in the second image there. Before departure, we do outfitting of all the different modules and transferring of whatever assets we wanted to bring over from the space station. And then the new station would depart. Post-ISS, the expansion will be driven by the market and our continued objectives in LEO, with the next step being the addition of more capabilities such as power and cooling. That expansion would enable the addition of more commercial modules at that point, or if providers want to separate and operate independently and the market is mature, we will transition and shift to becoming one of many customers. Looking more closely at the core module, its purpose is to support basic capabilities for the station, including all the initial capabilities that the commercial modules would need. It would have systems like propulsion, power, cooling, basic life support, and compatibility with the existing crew and cargo transportation vehicles. 4 radial ports and a forward and an aft port allow both for the addition of commercial modules and for maintaining the same number of ports we have today for crew and cargo vehicle traffic. The core module would also have sufficient propulsion capability for the entire stack. Capabilities like attitude control, debris avoidance, which we talked about earlier, altitude maintenance, and refueling. It would also serve as a central command and control for the station, providing direct telemetry down to the ground, research data down to the ground, command and control. Next slide. The commercial modules themselves, they would be owned, developed, and operated by commercial providers. The commercial modules would have research and habitation capabilities that meet both NASA and industry needs. The modules would be attached to the core radial ports while at ISS. We'd like to see the development and operations set up through a partnering arrangement. That's one of the things that we'll be asking about with our RFI that will come out tomorrow. So we'd like input on that. When the market matures, we would transition from this partnered agreement to a services-based model. For future expansion, this architecture is really flexible, so there are a lot of options for future expansion. What we're really looking to do is use market indicators and industry needs to kind of drive and determine what this phase would look like. If commercial markets have matured, like I mentioned before, providers can separate, build up their own stations. We'll transition to being one of many customers, or we can add additional capabilities here. What you see in the vertical, in the image, the module in the vertical is the power and cooling module. That addition would allow us to add a number of additional commercial modules to the forward end of the station.
What's that? What's that thing? I don't know nothing about that.
There are a lot of new industry opportunities available here. With the expansion of what we want to do with Space Station, we are going to move from 1 private astronaut mission a year to 2. We're allowing for the sale of the PAM commander seat, which I know has been a challenge previously with the more stringent requirements we had with previous ISS experience. We will consider purchasing a private astronaut mission seat. We'll look for the potential for doing joint crew missions together. And as I mentioned before, prioritize research that has high commercial potential. And we're also open to other ideas that industry has for how to maximize the commercial use of the space station.
It's crazy, Matt, isn't it?
Providers have opportunities to build 3 different modules. We have the core module and the 2 different commercial modules. And then there are many opportunities in the future for expansion as the market grows. This also continues our commitment to crew and cargo transportation demand through ISS and post-ISS. This is an overview of what the high-level procurement approach would be for this option. In the initial phase, the first phase, we have the 3 different modules. For the core module, we would select 2 providers and go through an early design phase point and then down select to 1 provider. And then 2 different awards for the commercial modules. Throughout this time period, we'll have multiple calls for expanded use of commercial access to ISS. The second phase will be informed by the market with the addition of a power and cooling module. We also envision 2 providers initially through initial design and then a down select. And of course, phase 3, either we're moving to independent free-flying destinations if the market's mature, or we can continue to add additional capabilities. right now the available budget is about $250 million a year, plus whatever else the agency can put together. That's true through the end of life of ISS. We will acknowledge that this is inadequate regardless of the option, regardless of the path that we take going forward. We are looking for industry inputs and partnering arrangements to help this challenge, but we're here to all acknowledge that we've had this shortfall for a while, and we realize this is a barrier. We're going to put out 2 RFIs tomorrow. One's for transportation feedback, the other's for destinations for both approaches. Then we'll have a final RFI. Expect to get a lot of comments from industry. We'll send out another one at the end of April, and then draft RFP in early June. So just to wrap up, you've heard us all say this. It is a national imperative to maintain U.S. leadership in LEO. Regardless of the path that we take moving forward, we have a real budget shortfall. So when you see those 2 RFIs tomorrow, please help us, give us feedback. We're looking for feedback both on the original plan and the original path we were on and this alternate approach and other ideas that you may have, including concepts for these partnership arrangements that I mentioned. We'd also like your feedback and your view on the market outlook and investments. Hard financial commitments to ensure stability from manufacturing through launch, long-term economic viability beyond NASA as a customer, and major technical hurdles that you see for a station development and your approach to managing them. We are committed to a rapid turnaround when we get your feedback to move towards procurement. Despite all the challenges I talked about today, and I know that's really hard for us to come forward and kind of transparently acknowledge that we need help. We're on a path that is not leading us where we thought it would. It's really important that we have this discussion. It's important that we hear your feedback. We're looking forward to creating commercial opportunities across industry, hearing your ideas, and establishing a trajectory that maintains U.S. leadership in LEO. Thank you very much for your time today.
And we will now head into a 10-minute break.
I can't believe they admitted that. Troy, that took a lot of stones to admit that, man. Guys, the ISS works if you have a space shuttle. It works and it makes tons of sense if you have a space shuttle. It does not make a lot of sense if you do not have a space shuttle. That whole modular space station makes sense if you have a shuttle and the shuttle is flying often. 2 things which didn't really happen. Well, one of them happened, the other one didn't. Yeah, Faust, yeah, that's it, man. I am amazed that they went up there and said that. She seemed so much more sad than the moon-based guy. Huh. Yeah, we're gonna need a long flame trench. So I just said in the NSF back channel, everybody's in there talking, And I'm like, no, so what I said is take an EUS. Take the EUS hydrogen tank that's there, right? Put that on an SLS with the stage adapter and make that into a Skylab, right? I'm like, just do that. And Alex was like, no. You think too small. And I'm like, what are you talking about, man? He's like, no. Send the entire core stage into space and use that. And I'm like, yeah, I knew I liked you. Alex, yes, I like you. You're all right. Oh, boy. It all comes down to not having the money. Hellfish, did I not say that? See, a lot of you guys think I was just on a tangent when I was saying right before this meeting, like, look, don't let anybody think like this isn't about anything more than that. Don't be gaslit into thinking that commercial is some end-all be-all option, because it's not. The reality situation is that we haven't taken NASA as a priority we haven't taken it as a national priority in like 50 years. All right, we want to do this thing. You want to maintain space. You want to maintain superiority in space. You got to spend some cash. I'm sorry, you got to spend some cash. Like, if you want to do it. If we don't want to do it, then that's fine. But we're saying we want to do it and then not giving anybody the cash to get anything done. That's the reason why SLS is a pile of junk. That is the reason. That is the truth. That's not opinion. If you really want to know why the program is the way it is, it's because for the last 15 years, it's been nothing but that. Good luck getting a new core module in 6 years. Ryan, there are ways. Hi, by the way. There are ways. I still think Skylab, EUS Skylab, you made all that EUS stuff. You know it's pressure tested, right? Because they're the qual articles. Good. Skylab it. Skylab it. It's there. It already exists. Just saying. Skylab the damn thing. What, we say we don't have the interstage adapter for that? No, we absolutely do. There's enough to do a bespoke mission. And there will be enough SLS cores to do a bespoke mission by 2030. So get that EUS, turn that stupid thing into a space station. Use that as your core module. Where the universal stage adapter would be, put your multi-axis docking port. That is doable by 2030. Doable for not a lot of money, considering you're using stuff that's already been engineered. Very, very, very doable. And that gives you, that you can use ML2 for it if you really want to. Or ML1, whatever. You know, we still have Skylab B. Yeah, let's build it from the ground up, dude. Push twist to Saturday? I don't know, maybe. I was thinking, dude, this is gonna be a long flame trench, man. But yeah, everything's about the money. The real travesty here is that NASA gets shortchanged. You want to know why people don't like SLS? It's because SLS has been trying to build out lunar architecture for the price of a low Earth orbit space program for the last 15 years. That is the truth. And as long as NASA's going to air it all out, I'm going to call it like I see it. I've been a little more subtle about explaining this, but that's the reason. And that I said this before this meeting even happened. Too many people getting paid for doing nothing. That does have a lot to do with it, Paul, for sure. That has a lot to do with it. But it's also, brother, you can't, Paul, like say somebody wants to build 1,000 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower LS engine, right? And they have $100. You're going to look at, you're going to be like, all right, you want to make 1,000 horsepower for $100? That's not happening, right? Please, This Week in Space Flight After Flame Trench sucks. It caps long format off the rails content. Interesting point. So quick recap is basically the ISS is massively underfunded. It's not underfunded, it's failed to achieve its objectives. The reason the reason why the ISS has failed to achieve its objectives of growing the space tourism industry and growing the commercial low Earth orbit economy is because, well, the original ISS was Space Station Freedom, and Space Station Freedom had a lot more stuff attached to it to be able to help do this, like on-orbit clean rooms for satellite servicing, external tank propellant storage options, much bigger truss segment for a larger truss segment that worked in 2-axis to support more scientific experiments being coupled to the station, and rapid shuttle flights. None of those we did. It was Space Station Freedom, and then we canceled Space Station Freedom because it was too complicated. And then we replaced it with the ISS, and then we wondered why it never achieved Space Station Freedom's goals. Well, I got a really good reason why it never achieved Space Station Freedom's goals. It's not Space Station Freedom. That probably has a lot to do with it. Why would someone want to buy the commander's seat? I have no idea. I think that is... I don't understand why you would want to do that. NSF will need to rapidly expand its water deluge system to keep the trench cool this Friday. Yep. Time to build the Earth space dock. Yeah. Recapping it, guys, I honestly think that NASA refactoring and going with a core module design and then growing commercial space stations off of that, I think that's a great idea. Yes, I would have done that. That's what commercial low Earth orbit destinations should have been in the first place. I could have told you that in 2018. That's what it should have been. Now, NASA did... Well, what NASA wanted to do was have commercial partners build off of the ISS. Problem is that they never gave them the money that they needed to do. And the ones that they did give the money for commercial low Earth orbit destinations, Axiom decided they wanted to be a spacesuit company instead and delayed their space station because of it. Axiom was supposed to be up there in 2022 and operational. Yeah. At this rate, Axiom is not going to... They wanted to build their entire station on the ISS. At this rate, they're not doing any of that. That was a shot across Axiom's bow for sucking. Yeah. Sucking. It's not just Axiom. Well, actually, yeah, it's mostly them. Industry doesn't like to invest without customers. Yeah, Bob, I said that, which is why I think commercializing all your lunar architecture is a really stupid idea. I really hope they're not doing that. That's not going to get you anywhere. Like I said, guys, they had a plan for doing... Here, I'll show you. Space Station Freedom in the mid-'80s switched to a dual-keel design. The dual keel design. Look at, dude, just here. Look at this render. Well, it's actually a model. Camelot. 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 It's only a model. Here, look. Tell me what you see. Satellite servicing bays on orbit. A two-axis truss structure. Double modules. This is what they wanted for commercial, because this would have spurred the commercial economy. That and a shuttle flying weekly definitely helps. We decided not to do this in the late 80s because it was too complicated. And then we revised Space Station Freedom from the dual keel concept to the revised baseline configuration, which is that. And then we thought that was too expensive to do, so we revised that into the International Space Station, which is a compromise off of a compromise off of a compromise. Want to know what my problem with NASA is? That's my problem with NASA. You keep compromising and you keep compromising and you keep compromising, and look where we're at. Look where we're at. The ISS's budget space station Freedom docked to Mir 2. That's correct. Check Discord DMs real fast. These RFIs, is there a place where the public can submit ideas? Send your plan into them. I would need to flesh it out and do a formal argument. Nice, Creeper. How did the call go? Anything interesting? Woody, NASA in that last one basically admitted that the ISS has failed in its objective to grow the low Earth orbit economy. Yeah, that's right. That is correct. Yes. The ISS was designed to work with a space shuttle flying up there every 1 to 2 weeks. Without weekly flights, something like the ISS makes no sense. They said 10-minute break. Are they back? NASA? Punctual? NASA's less punctual than I am, Bob. Yeah, okay, I can't listen to that. Unfortunately, it'll keep being compromised after compromise until they get the proper funding. That is what I'm trying to say, Grizz. That's what I keep telling you. I was telling you guys this before they even did this meeting. I said it like an hour and a half ago. Go back in the VOD and look. That's the problem here. We want to do big things with NASA, but we don't want to spend the money to do big things. Guess what, guys? In spaceflight, you get what you pay for. You want to skimp on cost? Good, you're going to get a crappy design. Like, it's not rockets. Oh, wait, yes, it is. You get what I'm trying to say, right? Like, that's the truth. The truth is you need more money. Sorry, we can't regulate or hope our way into a cheaper launch vehicle. So the secret then is to ask for a solid gold toilet and then compromise. Yes, yes, at the very least highball them. Yes. Yes. Now you're getting it. Guys, I've gone on entire space news rants, you know, over the last like 5 to 10 years. I've gone on entire space news rants how it's not just commercial contractors that are the problem here. It's NASA. NASA does not know how to make a good deal with a private contractor because they got one hand tied behind their back because they can't argue. They can't barter for prices because they got no money. They got no money. That's a huge problem. There were times where you said there's enough funding already. Yeah, way to twist my words. The context of those conversations were being able, like, that SLS was already developed. From here, it shouldn't be much. But this whole conversation is in the context because, you know, I know you like missing context. Is in the context of like an entire space program. You want to do an entire space program, sure, but. Yeah, we have SLS. It already exists. It's not going to take much to ramp it. It's not going to take much. That is on NASA for not being able to barter for prices. But they can't barter for prices because, one, NASA doesn't know how to do that. Two, no one cares. Well, until Jared came along. And three, when you can't barter for price if you don't know how much how much you can fund a project on a year-to-year basis. I just like conning you with text. No, Hellfish, you're just a dick. How about that? How about that? That's my argument. Piss off. Frick you. That's my argument. Takes one to know one. Yeah, maybe so, but that doesn't change the fact that what I said was wrong. Funding will never happen until all the same arguments that got Apollo canceled are shut down. Shogun, that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying, dude. Do not get, like, everyone's like, oh, commercial will do it. Commercial's the cheaper solution. Commercial's the cheaper. All that does is defund NASA. That's all that does. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys. I've been trying to say this for years, dude. And I'm very, very happy that this is all out in the open now. Because everybody's been kind of gaslit into thinking, well, commercial will be the end all be all solution. Commercial will be the end all be all solution. The reason why that's happened is because NASA really didn't have a choice. When Constellation went out the door, they didn't have a choice. I'm applying to be the first elevator mechanic for Starship. See commercial space program. I think Rook is leaning too heavily into it, whereas NASA should be the pinnacle of the whole space flight industry. They need to get back to what NASA is. Agreed? Stop trying to take money out of my pocket. NASA needs all these contractors. You shut up. Why would this time be different with the moon, given that Leo failed? I don't know. All systems, I said that having a commercial lander makes no sense because there's no market for it. There isn't even a market by NASA's own admission for low Earth orbit, so why the hell are commercial companies making our landers? Why is that a thing? That is a really stupid idea. I said that was a dumb idea, and when they did it, that was dumb. Serious question, Sad. What's up? Can Orion support more thrust from the docking port than the figure shown on Flame Trench? Isn't Orion made to push Gateway? Orion, made to push Gateway with its 100 kilonewton AJ-10. No, Sad, that's not true at all, dude. We were comparing Starship, which is like attaching a first stage to Orion in terms of thrust. Orion Surface Propulsion System is low thrust. Actually, I don't even think that AJ-10 190 makes that much thrust. It's probably less. You better behave on your birthday. I will do no such thing. Be nice. Yes. Sorry for yelling. I think we can reinforce docking ports easily. It's not really a question, Troy, in that context of that conversation. It's not really a question of being able to reinforce them in a factor of difficulty. It's time. It's time. If you wanted to use Starship to shoot Orion off into a translunar injection trajectory, right, by 2028 to facilitate a quicker lunar landing, that's not going to do that because you have to redesign the docking port. And if you want to redesign the docking port in the amount of time that we have to get our goals done by 2028, you need more money. Right? It's that, what's that saying, guys? Pick two. You want it done fast, you want it done inexpensively, and you want it done right. You pick two. If you want it done fast and you want it done right, it's not going to be cheap. Yeah, 26.7 kilonewtons. Yeah, I got it confused with an RL10. AJ10, RL10. They both have 10s in them, so I was half right. No, thank you, Ryan. EJ10. Yeah, there you go. Is that me farting? You probably make more thrust. The AJ-10 137 is 91. Yeah. The 137, Ryan, is the one that was on the CSM, right? Either that or it's the CSM or Delta K. Yeah, that's the Apollo SPS. Yeah. The AJ-10 190 is the shuttle engines. That's what Orion has. And then there was whatever variant of the AJ-10 that was on the Delta K upper stage for Delta 2. Fast, good, and cheap. Yeah, pick two. Exactly. You can have it right. You can have it now. You just can't have it right now. Yeah. Man. Dude, I'll admit, step in the right direction for NASA to go out and admit that. I didn't think they'd be so damn candid, but wow. Like,
That was borderline hard to hear that. Like, Dana did not sound happy about saying any of that. Would you want to go up and give that talk? Yes. Yeah, Troy, I'd do it. Sure. People would call me a dick, but I'd do it. Sure. Look, man, like, I'd prefer NASA be honest with us. I really would. I would prefer them to be straightforward like this. It's like that press conference with John Honeycutt the other day. I want that candor. The people that are working on this stuff don't have time to play these stupid freaking mind games. Just tell us what you mean. All right? The fact that they have to sit there and have PR training is a distraction. If you really want my honest to God opinion on how that all works, that's a distraction. That's one more thing you have to think about. No, I don't want that. I want you sitting up there and I want you talking exactly about the vehicle like that and saying, like, look, statistically, it's 1 and 2. We don't know. This is the second rocket. We got to figure it out. I'd prefer that, to be honest with you. Anyway. Did I see Ryan in there? Things will be more cheerful in the next segment. I hope so.
The universe is vast.
That is right.
Last year, the number of confirmed exoplanets passed 6,000. That means when we look at the night sky, more than half and likely most of the stars we see are accompanied by orbiting planets. And that means there is the possibility and indeed the probability of life beyond Earth. Science generates the big questions that we seek to answer, and as always, there is more work to do. The unasked questions will always outpace those we have already answered. With the administrator's full support, we are determined to do more science than ever. NASA routinely does what others think is impossible. Now, for each of you, this is your everyday, taking dreams and building them to reality. Our collective workforce is really, truly one of a kind. We are uniquely bound together by our mandate to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the good and benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through our discoveries. Science is the beating heart of this mission. Aeronautics, space technology, and human exploration are endeavors that we are proud to support and platforms that we use to expand the scope of our science. Every day, I wake up with the goal of getting more science into space at a lower cost for our taxpayers. Today, we will dazzle you with some space mission updates and debut a lot of new science ideas and new opportunities for us all to collaborate together. Much is still being developed, and there are definitely still some unknowns, but tomorrow and for the days and months to come, we will engage with our partners, current and future, to get your very critical feedback. Looking forward, we'll continue working together to mature those concepts. I think it's very clear to all of us that the science we can do together is exponentially more powerful than what any single organization could do alone. NASA is committed to continuing our legacy of leading the charge, but we need all of you behind us to meet our full potential. Next chart, please. When you look at an unbelievably beautiful image like this one, and I have to confess, they said, which image do you want? And I did choose my favorite one. But what you're looking when you look at this is not just a gorgeous image. You're actually seeing a visual representation of a tremendous amount of data. When you think that each pixel represents a new piece of information. In this case, it's light intensity at specific wavelengths, which we analyze to understand chemical composition, temperature, distance, the shape, the structure, and the age of the stars and galaxies that are too far away for us to physically reach, at least today. Why do we work so hard to understand these distant systems? Because when we solve complex technical challenges to answer big science questions, we push the cutting edge of technology forward. And science discoveries keep us at the front line of innovation and economic growth. This advancement always comes home to benefit us in the end, and it's critical, and actually it's often unseen. It's a critical way that the US maintains global leadership. NASA science is the tip of the arrow for the country's advanced technology strategy, piercing the furthest veils to shape our future. Technology invented for space often pushes whole industries forward. Measurement technology developed to support the polishing of the James Webb Space Telescope mirrors transformed optical fields ranging from laser eye surgery to the manufacturing of microprocessors. Now here you can see the very beautiful, incredible Roman space telescope, and you're actually looking at the clean room where the team continues to be super hard at work.
Yeah, baby.
Roman will have a deep panoramic view of the cosmos with a field of view at least 100 times greater than Hubble, and it will survey the sky 1,000 times faster while still maintaining similar sensitivity and resolution. Over the course of this mission, Roman will see hundreds of millions of galaxies. That is more than one for every person in the US. The sheer power of this data will rewrite our understanding of dark energy. As with past observatories, we're building first-of-a-kind systems for Roman, and we expect to see those spin-offs and industry applications for things like precision optics and powerful data processing techniques. Now, Roman is under budget and ahead of schedule, and you can believe I never get tired of saying that. I'm so proud of this team. We are learning from this mission and others.
That's fair.
And we're actually ensuring that this isn't a rarity. I want to stand up here a year from now and tell you most of our missions are ahead of schedule and under budget. There's a challenge for you all. So we want that to be a baseline for our future. Successful demonstration of the Roman coronagraph imager, CGI, in early 2027 will represent the first successful milestone for the Habitable Worlds Observatory technology. And many of you are helping us to mature that technology today. Habitable Worlds is a concept for the first space telescope designed to directly image Earth analogs and study them for signs of life. For decades, NASA's space observatory like Hubble, Kepler, and TESS have led key insights into worlds outside our solar system. This time, NASA is taking a deliberate strategic approach to the future of this work while minimizing risks of cost and schedule increases. Now, as we peer deep into space, we're always looking for echoes of Earth. In our own solar system, we've identified high priority destinations to search for conditions that may represent the potential for life. Our eyes are always on the horizon, and this is an incredible time for planetary science.
Did it have those tilted
Europa
rotors
Clipper
before?
is off on its 1.8 billion mile journey to seek out environments where life could exist below the icy shell of Jupiter's moon Europa. We have strong evidence that there is a saltwater ocean and beneath that sort of thick crust and some very recent surface activity suggesting it could in fact be a habitable world. Now, the beautiful Dragonfly mission, which if you have not yet seen it, there is a 50% scale model. It's actually the integrated test model, and it has flown recently over the deserts in Utah. Please take a look at it. Selfie with it, and then please tag us on when you post them. But the beautiful Dragonfly mission, which Forbes called the most exciting space mission of your lifetime, will launch a nuclear-powered octocopter in 2028. It will arrive at Saturn's moon Titan in 2034 to explore its complex, organic-rich environment. Now, it will be the first science vehicle to explore multiple locations on another world, performing vertical takeoffs and landings in search of evidence of prebiotic chemical processes and other signs of habitability. Now, because it can fly through Titan's dense atmosphere, Dragonfly will be able to travel much farther in a much shorter time than even our most capable vehicles on Mars. And talking of Mars, NASA Science has been flying missions there for more than 50 years, following the signs of water and chemical activity. Curiosity has spent a good portion of the last year exploring a region full of geological formations called boxwork that look kind of like giant spider webs when you view them from space. The proposed theory for this is that groundwater once flowed through these large fractures in the bedrock, sort of leaving behind minerals and making this a great location to do science. Last year, a new result from Perseverance brought us closest that we've come yet to discovering proof of ancient life on Mars. These rovers are our eyes on the ground, and they're so valuable as we plan for future human missions to Mars. The ever-flowing stream of new observations is a reminder that NASA science leads the operational experience at Mars in orbit, on the ground, and thanks to my friend Ingenuity here, in the air. We have built the current understanding of the extreme environments with this evidence-based precision. And also, please take a selfie with Perseverance before you leave too. In 2028, NASA will launch and land ESA's Rosalind Franklin rover to Mars. Rosalind Franklin will drill and acquire samples from a depth of about 2 meters, which is well below the radiation-damaged surface, and then will determine subsurface structures in a previously unexplored region. The landing site is thought to contain extensive amounts of hydrated minerals that could be the source of extractable water. NASA is also very proud to be contributing the mass spectrometers for the Mars Organic Molecule Analyzer, or MOMA, instrument, which will result in the most advanced detection and analysis of organic matter ever conducted on Mars. The mission will add a new layer of insight into the planning for crewed missions and in situ resource utilization. Now, international partnerships have made many of NASA's most iconic achievements possible, and we are so grateful for the years of collaboration that has brought us so many amazing missions with these really, really incredible longtime partners. And we're equally as appreciative of our more recent partnerships, which are showing the world the value of being a spacefaring nation. When we work with international partners, we benefit from the unique knowledge, expertise, and national resources of our counterparts. But we get to also to share what we know, the NASA spirit that we always give to humanity. For humans and machines that are looking to survive and thrive in the extreme environments at the Moon and Mars, radiation, dust, surface dynamics, and physical hazards produce a lot of risk. Now, NASA has been studying these conditions and developing mitigations for decades. Radiation is an area where we've learned a lot, but we still have a lot of knowledge and capability gaps. NASA's heliophysics missions, both past and current, have helped us understand space weather here at Earth, but we're still far from the ability to forecast it like we do our own weather. To accurately model and eventually forecast solar activity and the resulting impacts on humans in space, we need to continue monitoring from various locations with a range of instruments. Now, to that end, in 2025, the Heliophysics Division launched actually their first dedicated mission to Mars, the ESCAPADE mission. It's made up of twin spacecraft that will provide simultaneous measurements of the Martian environment to study how it interacts with the solar wind and how, in turn, this drives atmospheric escape. ESCAPADE will definitely better help us understand the unique space weather at Mars as we prepare to send human explorers to the Red Planet for the first time. And this mission is demonstrating a new strategy that enables Mars-bound spacecraft to launch at nearly any time. Freedom from the restrictive traditional launch windows gives us the flexibility to increase the cadence of Mars exploration. I'll also note this is a great example of public-private partnership at its best, with the spacecraft coming from Rocket Lab and Blue Origin's New Glenn providing the launch. Now, for long-duration human missions, understanding how to grow food in space environment may prove to be critical. Pioneering research has been performed aboard the International Space Station for decades. You're probably familiar with the veggie experiment and the many types of plants successfully tended and now enjoyed by our astronauts in orbit. The ISS has been our destination for biological and physical sciences for over 20 years, but NASA Science is also very proud to use lower-cost platforms like commercial flight opportunities to complement this research. A core piece of NASA's mission to improve life for people here on Earth. NASA measurements and cutting-edge modeling underpin the infrastructure behind our highly accurate GPS system. NASA observations feed operational warnings that safeguard our internet connectivity and our power grids. Farmers use data on supply chains, and they can view the water levels down to the individual field level to allow them to really plan ahead and best make use of our precious water resources. NASA Earth Science data is available and accessible to companies who use it to risk and optimize their operations. In fact, about 75% of Fortune 100 companies utilize NASA Earth data.
Double.
When state and federal leaders need to respond to extreme weather, NASA data empowers operational partner agencies to take decisive action when literally every second counts. Next year, we will launch INCUS, which will, for the first time, measure the evolution of dynamics within a convective storm. Now, these dynamics determine severe wind, hail, lightning, and rainfall, and they'll improve the weather community's ability to forecast the evolution of a weather event up to 6 hours in advance of the event itself. This mission is a part of the Venture Class program, and it's another great example of public-private partnerships, enabling NASA science. Earth science innovations also expand what is possible off our planet. The same tools, models, and insights we use to study Earth help NASA understand planetary environments as we prepare for future missions to the Moon and Mars. Right now, we're identifying more ways to apply our Earth research models to the Moon and later to Mars. With the Explorer for Artemis Geology, Lunar, and Earth missions, or EAGLE, there's a bad acronym for you, NASA will deploy breakthrough hyperspectral images across the Earth, with later missions anticipated for the Moon and Mars in rapid succession. On Earth, they'll identify critical minerals for national security to enable precision agriculture and to support disaster response. On the Earth and at Mars, they will locate critical minerals and resources that enable water ice for propellants, for rare earth elements for technology, and construction materials for habitats. Now, I think it's extremely clear how very proud we are of the work that you all do. And we meet today at a critical moment that will shape humanity's future, and you all have a key part to play. The space industry is growing rapidly and is increasingly present in our daily lives. We are not the only ones interested in the Moon or Mars. Many of the technologies that have the most promise for health and safety of America can only be derived from work done in space, and we cannot afford to fall behind or cede leadership. We must evolve how we explore. We need to move faster, we must look further, and we must do it first. As the administrator has very clearly established, achieving the agency's objectives is imperative for national security. When we stand by our commitments and investments and show the world what we can do, we secure the future of America. The administration's commitment to increasing launch cadence is broader than just Artemis. Not only will the increased tempo of missions provide more opportunities to do more science, but these kinds of bold decisions show us and show the world that we're ready to do what is necessary to execute the missions in the way that only NASA can. In the past year has brought a lot of change for many of us, both inside the agency and in our partner organizations, and of course in the science community. But we're now moving to a phase of clarity and action. We're being asked to examine what we do and how we do it. And this is how we grow together as an agency and as a community. And no matter what challenges we face, we continue to launch groundbreaking missions and conduct history-making science. The future of NASA science is bolder, faster, and more collaborative with commercial, academic, and private partners. Picture experiments done across a network of laboratories distributed throughout the entire solar system. Imagine a vital world of data that is alive, vivid, and easy to access. Our legacy, more than half a century of exploration, your passion, the late nights and the missed holidays, and this country's investment all brought to fruition. When farmers decide when and how to water their crops, the rainfall models and the real-time predictions will be there. When those of you on the Artemis mission planning teams reach for data on lunar topography, radiation, and temperature, it will be there. When a child asks, what would it look like to walk on Mars? Their imagination will come to life before their eyes. And this is extremely relevant now on the eve of Artemis 2. Science is why we're going, and science is what we will do. The moon is a scientific goldmine as we strive to understand planetary formation and the evolution of our solar system and deep space environments. It has the potential to address all of NASA's key science themes and major community science objectives across all disciplines. NASA science is leading the way in characterizing, mapping, and accessing the vital in situ resources required to build up a permanent presence on another planetary body. That wasn't me. From the early robotic lunar missions and through the Apollo era, we built the foundation for understanding the moon's origin, composition, and geologic history.
That wasn't me.
The decades of robotic exploration since have advanced this knowledge with high-resolution mapping, multispectral imaging, and high-precision isotopic analysis, revealing an extreme environment shaped by complex processes. Mm-hmm. Today, missions like LRO continue to deliver an incredible amount of data, which NASA, industry, and academia use to feed, improve models, maps, and mission planning tools. Small and large landers, rovers, habitats, and labs, access to power, and innovative systems like hoppers. This moon base is packed with science opportunities. We are so excited to partner with you to make this a reality. Now, you've heard today about the expansion of the CLIPS program to deliver more assets to the moon, and NASA science is ready to go. CLIPS has already been a great example of how the agency is acknowledging and evolving industry's role and putting a lot of trust in our partners to figure out these really complicated space and science challenges. These missions have already deployed valuable science and tech demos that are allowing us to plan safe and effective robotic and crewed operations on the lunar surface. The Firefly Blue Ghost mission successfully landed and operated 10 experiments for NASA, costing NASA less than a third of the inflation-adjusted cost of a single Surveyor robotic landing mission from the 1960s. And this is how we use our resources more strategically. The success for Firefly has resulted in a number of awards, including, and I just want to congratulate them on their most recent Robert J. Collier Trophy, the annual award for the greatest achievement in American aeronautics and astronautics. And I'm just going to brag, 5 in a row for NASA Science Collier Trophies. Yeah, I'm a bit proud. Utilizing the innovative power of the commercial sector to rapidly design, develop, and operate landers and orbiting assets while meeting the needs and requirements of hosted payloads in a perfect alignment with a future vision of how we do more science. So today, I'm really excited to announce that NASA has selected the next CLIPS lander. Oh. And so with that, congratulations to Intuitive Machines, who will deliver 7 NASA-sponsored payloads to the moon's South Pole region. This is IM's 5th CLIPS contract, and the payloads are science instruments focused on volatiles and radiation, technology demonstrations for mobility, and it represents a multinational collaboration with several other payloads.
It's not going to tip over.
So congratulations to Intuitive Machines. We're tracking up to 4 potential launches this year, and certainly Administrator Isaacman is accelerating the program, aiming for an aggressive target of 30 robotic lunar landings within 3 years, starting in 2027. We've seen the early success of this model, and we are so excited about continuing to ramp up lunar commercial services and assess how we may apply this to other things like Mars and maybe even other destinations. And to that end, we're planning to fly science payloads on the Mars telecommunications network and the nuclear tech demo mission, which you'll hear about up next. I mean, honestly, why waste a great opportunity to do groundbreaking science at Mars? The challenge from the administrator is a call to action to ensure there is science on everything launching to the moon and Mars. And that is where we need your help. NASA has previously obtained lunar payloads for delivery on CLPS missions from a variety of solicitations, including LCIP and PRISM, including in-house builds, and including from our international partners. With the acceleration and increased number of CLPS landings in 2027 and 2028, we need to identify flight payloads that support NASA's science and technology goals right now. So today we're releasing a new request for information to help with this. I think it should have just gone live, and the RFI is open to all respondents. And we want to seek payloads that are ready in the near term and the medium term for delivery to the moon with this expanded monthly cadence of CLPS lunar landings.
Yeah, I like that.
Or, of course, to
That's
Mars
a good idea.
on any missions.
That's a good idea.
I can tag along with.
Yeah, you co-manifest the payloads.
The proposed payloads
That's
will link,
call.
obviously, to NASA's moon to Mars objectives and technology gaps. And I am really looking forward to see what you guys have on the shelf and ready to fly.
No,
In
that's a
addition
good
to
idea.
the excitement of the expanded CLPS program, NASA Science is thrilled to be part of Artemis. On Artemis 2, the Avatar experiment from our Biological and Physical Science Division will send cells derived from the Artemis 2 crew deployed on microchips to study the effects of increased radiation and microgravity on human health. We plan to use the data to work towards personalized medical kits for future long-duration missions. Additional science on Artemis 2 includes the Artemis Lunar Observation Campaign, or the ALOC, and they will be using photographs, videos, and crew observations to study the lunar geologic terrain and to look for impact flashes. An illuminated far side of the moon will allow for observations of the surfaces that have never been seen before by human eyes, even including during Apollo. It's going to be such an incredible moment. Hearing and seeing the crew put years of training into action, using lunar geology strategies to better understand a rarely seen part of the lunar surface, will inspire a whole new generation of scientists. You can see the team in the science evaluation room here. The SIR. They're running a simulation for the Artemis 2 lunar flyby here. And embedding science directly into the mission operations environment ensures we can maximize Artemis discoveries and sets us up for future success as we build up a strong community of scientists who will support our permanent presence on the lunar surface. Speaking of which, I am excited and pleased to share that NASA has selected 10 participating scientists to join the team developing the science plan for the first Artemis astronauts to set foot on the lunar surface. And this will include deploying scientific instruments, making critical observations of the landing site, and collecting those unbelievably precious moon rocks. So congratulations to this extremely qualified group, and please join me in yet another round of applause to celebrate them. So work is underway on the tools and the instruments for the lunar surface missions. We plan to grow the first plants on the lunar surface, use advanced rovers to assist the crew, and test technology that will close capability gaps for future Mars missions. Every component of surface science must seamlessly interface with the other hardware,
is going in my
things like the
French
suits and the
compilation.
gloves. In addition to maximizing science across physical labs on the ground, also at the moon base and hopefully beyond, NASA Science is also developing a digital lab concept. Here we will incorporate and transform science data into a continuously updated central environment for all user groups. Through this, we will support the creation of new products for Earth, Moon, and Mars, where researchers, engineers, and other mission stakeholders will synthesize science data into products that are actionable for exploration, risk reduction, decision support, and discovery. And we're really looking forward to discussing the technological requirements with our industry and commercial partners in the coming months. Some areas we've identified as strong candidates for directorate efficiencies include integrated digital environments for real-time mission planning, for certification, for astronaut health analytics, for extreme environment computing capabilities, and advanced high-end computing for aerospace systems. So again, we're really looking forward to discussing the technological requirements with you and actually learning from the techniques that you have that we currently don't have. So really, really excited about doing that. Much of the value of the Science Mission Directorate is how we deliver to our end users, and that includes other NASA colleagues from other directorates, and it comes from our unique ability to integrate and layer results. We're already closing gaps between information and implementation, but we have to match the pace of exploration with the right science at the right time to answer those questions that have not yet been asked. We're already moving out on initiatives to support the administrator's vision for NASA and the executive order on ensuring American superiority in space. By finding efficiencies in our existing processes and tools, we plan to free up resources to do the next missions upon which the next generation of discoveries and science careers will be built. By expanding and evolving public-private partnerships, we'll be able to do more and bring more people along with us. By continuing to leverage the expertise and the hustle of our industry partner teams, we'll accelerate the pace at which data turns into decisions. We want to simplify the pipeline of information from doers to decision makers and to seek more agile and streamlined ways of working with our partners. We'll clarify decision authority, streamline reporting and briefing practices, and leverage the same advanced technology we use to do world-class science to support and empower our workforce. Moving faster means taking a hard look at every layer of our organization to target inefficiencies and red tape that are holding back our teams. Looking farther ahead means effectively integrating long-term science objectives with the known needs and priorities of the country, while building in the agility so we're ready to meet unknown unknowns as they arise. And being first will require not just NASA, but the entire space science community, including our partner agencies, industry, international partners, academia, and, my favorite, the rising STEM workforce. The many hurdles we must clear to move missions from concept to operations exist for a reason, but they often slow us down. Now, safety will always be NASA's top value, and we will always maintain the right checks and balances. But to fully step into the new era of exploration, we need to take the same ingenuity and that we use to resolve engineering problems and apply it to how we do business. We must be willing to take on and manage risk when it's in balance with our groundbreaking science rewards. Now, rideshares are obviously one of the clearest examples of common sense efficiencies that provide massive savings. It is critical that we take advantage of every ounce of upmass. This is a strategy that's available to us on many levels. Now, we've recently launched multiple NASA missions on the same launch vehicle. Here you're looking at Spherex and Punch. We also launched IMAP with Carruthers and SWIFO for NOAA. We are looking at being able to do a sort of expanded CubeSat opportunities, and we fly small experiment payloads on human missions. So similar to Avatar that we have on Artemis 2, we'll seek every opportunity to do exploration enabling science on every subsequent human mission that we can. And we'll look for opportunities to fly those small but mighty technology experiments to multiple destinations to expand our data sets and to make the technology more resilient. Radiation monitors, for example, can be especially beneficial. Beyond rideshare, we're looking at every possible way to find cost savings in the way we do business. It is very clear that we cannot continue to spend hundreds of millions of dollars for legacy extended science missions that particularly on their operations as their scientific value starts to diminish. Now, new approaches to science operations such as mission consolidation and AI-driven collaboration and scheduling must be applied to significantly reduce the costs of the operational portion of these missions in extended phase. The goal is to streamline the operational costs while maintaining the scientific value and support to the community. Getting processes, tools, and protocols consistent across missions is something that we have aspired to do for years, and we are really happy to have the administrator's full support in tackling this incredibly complex task. The agency's science portfolio is strategically designed to deliver the highest scientific impact with the available resources. The long-term trajectory is balanced with the extremely practical near-term priorities of the nation. We must maintain focus on addressing the needs that only NASA is equipped to meet. In addition to doing more science, we want to achieve it faster. And so SMD is investigating how to hone our acquisition approach while ensuring observation and preservation of NASA's core competencies. We will leverage NASA center expertise and streamline our procurement to facilitate broader commercial involvement. Tomorrow, we're going to host a discussion on how we hope to achieve this. We're investigating a new strategy for competitive PI-led missions that really do address our strategic science and exploration goals. The priority will always be given to the best science per dollar return. But we want the community to be thinking about how low-cost assets can enable science, how science-grade instruments can be flown on commercial platforms, and how basically, we can get more shots on goal. This is an area where we're looking at extending the CLIPS-style approach in alignment with the administrator's priority to launch faster and in a more efficient way. We're also applying lessons learned from across our portfolio. For example, I mentioned already the Earth Science Ventures program. Now, they have an expedited one-step proposal process. And we're going to apply that model to this year's astrophysics solicitation for a small explorer, or a SMEX mission. Community announcement actually came out yesterday on this. And this will result in a much shorter time for missions to get to launch, and we hope also level the playing field for smaller institutions who may not have had the resources to compete in the more process-heavy mission solicitations. We're also going to discuss this tomorrow. We've got a lot to discuss tomorrow, and we're very excited to get your feedback on this streamlined approach. NASA Science is the vanguard for the country's advanced technology strategy. We are responsible for driving the most cutting-edge missions to answer the most ambitious questions so that human curiosity, technology, and industry can build on our achievements. NASA sets the standard. We go first. We confront the hardest risks, and we define the frontier that industry builds upon, scaling up what we've proven to be possible. Increasingly now, we're seeing industry pushing themselves farther and doing first-of-its-kind work as well. As our partners expand what is possible commercially, NASA can turn its focus to what is possible for humanity. The audacious questions and challenges that no market alone would take on, but that NASA can unite a nation to pursue. Leveraging commercial capabilities helps NASA to increase speed, resilience, and national competitiveness. This interplay between public responsibility and private efficiency is one of the greatest strengths of the American model. As we look at our processes, we're working to bring industry in earlier. And so to that end, we are releasing another RFI for commercially owned and operated microwave radiometer capability to fly in formation with a NASA Earth observation fleet called Falcon. We believe there are commercial approaches to augment this fleet that increase efficiency and reduce time to science. And that is, including data buys, co-funded technology developments, many other ideas that you may have. And through this RFI, we hope to understand the interest from industry. Now, this is an Earth
atmospheric
science
linking
mission,
commercial
but this
observations.
capability will also be applicable to exploration of other bodies. On Earth, the Falcon fleet will study the complex relationship between clouds and aerosols. In orbit at Mars and at the Moon, this capability can support a wide variety of objectives, including site selection, operational risk and hazard assessment, and all-weather operational decision-making. Initiatives like this allow us to build the strategic infrastructure for America's space future. At NASA Science, we take very seriously our mandate to deliver space science for the nation. We are guided by community input and administration priorities. Available resources, of course, can limit what NASA can do as a single entity. But if we are able to share risks, costs, and expertise, we can achieve greater results and improve return on investment for our taxpayers. In this way, we are building a more robust and resilient commercial space economy. We're interested in expanding our reach into public-private partnerships to allow NASA to address more priority science objectives. We're really excited to see private entities taking an interest in this work as well, and we're happy to engage with philanthropic organizations to advance shared objectives in space science. One example that the administrator mentioned this morning is Schmidt Sciences, who will launch a private space telescope in 2028. We are also incredibly excited to hear that other private companies are undertaking missions to solar system destinations. If other private groups are planning to conduct science that is of interest to NASA, we really want to hear about it. We want to investigate if we can help enable your goals. And while we've not put out a formal call for these partnerships, we're looking forward to discussing some of these possibilities in the days and months ahead. Now, my most fun action I've had recently was when the administrator asked me to suggest some exciting mission concepts which are not possible within the scope of our current budget, but are of great interest to the nation, to the world, and would be ripe for such partnerships. One area that is of extreme interest to everyone is planetary defense. And this was exemplified recently by a visit from an interstellar comet. And here I am unashamedly also bragging about the power of the NASA fleet. Upon detection of from the NASA-funded Atlas Survey telescope in Chile in July of 2025, NASA quickly formed a multi-pronged plan to learn as much information as possible during the short window of the comet's visit, involving more than a dozen NASA missions across multiple scientific disciplines and with all of our international partners and ground-based observatories. Now, next year, we plan to launch the Near-Earth Object, or NEO Surveyor. It's an infrared space telescope specifically designed to detect and characterize large numbers of asteroids and comets that are potentially hazardous to Earth. But clearly, simply detecting these asteroids may not be enough. I'm sure you remember the brief period of excitement last year when 2024 YR4 was found to be on a path which could impact Earth or the Moon. Now, while our scientists have now confirmed that this is not going to happen, it certainly made us think about what would we do if there was such a real emergency. In 2022, we sent the DART mission to change the trajectory of an asteroid, and it was a huge success. But what is the next step towards developing and proving the technology and expertise needed for true preparedness? We're aware of privately funded concepts that intend to send missions to rendezvous with Apophis, and we're very interested in talking with these and other companies to investigate how we would quickly protect our planet from a potentially dangerous asteroid. We want to discuss how we could maybe form partnerships now that would allow us to take that quick action. How would we position ourselves for a rapid ramp up and launch in a matter of years? How would we use off-the-shelf commercial systems for rapid deployment? While not explicitly part of our current budget, we want to start thinking about how the next steps for our planetary defense program and lay the future groundwork. And now from new missions to the OG, everyone's favorite, Voyager. Of course, Voyager is famous for many, many discoveries, providing humanity the first encounter with the outer solar system planets. My favorite, the iconic pale blue dot image from a distance of 3.7 billion miles away, and now the first spacecraft to have left the protective bubble provided by our sun and traverse into interstellar space. This year, by the way, Voyager 1 will exceed a distance of 1 light day away from Earth, otherwise known as 16 billion miles, and yet still transmitting data back home. Voyager became a serendipitous interstellar traveler, but many community studies have looked at what it would take to move fast through the solar system and truly explore interstellar space. This would be a mission that would build on the legacy of Voyager to travel farther than any human-built object in history to explore our habitable astrosphere and uncover new worlds. This is another concept that would be ripe for innovative partnerships to create a mission that would bravely aim to rival the top speed of Parker Solar Probe. And you may be wondering what this image is. This is Da Vinci. Apart from being a very cool mission that is going to Venus, it will showcase technical and scientific innovation by returning to this deep, hostile atmosphere. Beyond that, this mission allows us to demonstrate probe technology, which is so relevant for other destinations like Titan, Europa, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and even the deep oceans here on Earth.
Lioness?
You can think of it as a key milestone for a capability critical to the future of planetary science. The ice giant Uranus is arguably the closest analog we have to the most common exoplanets. Yet only one spacecraft has explored it. 35 years ago, yep, you guessed it, Voyager 2. The planetary science community has recognized this as the next destination on our path to understanding the origins of the solar system. The 60th anniversary of the Voyager 2 flyby could be celebrated by the arrival of the next visitor to Uranus. But we would need your help to make that happen. Building on the decadal mission concept and the technology from the Da Vinci probe, who wants to join us to enable a Uranus orbiter and probe? These are just a few examples of the big swings we could potentially take together in partnership with philanthropic organizations, private companies, and our international partners. We're extremely excited to hear from you tomorrow and in the conversations that follow. What are the concepts you're interested in bringing to life, and what other ideas at this scale do you have?
Yeah, that's fair.
There are many other science objectives that have been recommended as priorities by the community, and we would love to see them executed in the near term. These are the kinds of missions that move the cutting edge significantly, resulting in discoveries and tech developments that not only influence our science missions, but deliver value to the public. I certainly hope it is clear to you that we want to do more. And you guessed it, we're releasing another RFI. So the RFI for Science as a Service, which we're very proud of as it spans the Science Mission Directorate. We're seeking technologies needed to expand commercial business cases when NASA investments, think things like validation, flight access, integration support, etc., could reduce technical, schedule, or financial risk. The RFI will help identify NASA science mission concepts or technology demonstrations which could be attractive for commercial hosting, adoption, or downstream commercialization. Things like, instruments as product lines, data as a service, analytics, etc. And it will help inform NASA of operational and integrational needs that better align technology development with commercial development cycles, platform interfaces, and investment strategies. This and all the other RFIs we released today are just one way that we gather feedback and ideas and identify opportunities to collaborate. The science community tells NASA what its priorities are, and through a number of avenues, including the national academies, the decadals, conferences, and workshops. And when we go to those events, we aren't just presenting NASA's perspective, we are really eagerly listening to the questions that are asked and the themes that are top of mind. In fact, I've literally just come back from the National Academy Space Studies annual Space Science Week, where I had a chance to inspire that group with all of the great things at NASA Science. But before I close, I want to do one more big reveal. It is a brand new image from the James Webb Space Telescope.
Ooh.
This is an infrared view of Saturn, and it's showing the icy, I said wow when I looked at it on Saturday afternoon. It's glowing icy rings, the layered atmosphere, and several moons, including Titan, which is the destination for our mighty Dragonfly mission. NASA represents the best of what makes us American. Grit coupled with creativity, strength merged with empathy. We must continue to lead. The world deserves to have curiosity, innovation, and peace to continue to reign in space. There is no doubt that the past months have tested us. We've gone through a lot of change and much of it unexpected, but NASA has weathered periods of change in the past. This is our moment to be forged in fire and come out stronger with renewed commitment to our purpose. What I have laid out here today is a compass. It's a shared direction for how we think, how we operate, and how we lead the world in space. Over the coming months, we will redefine this vision together. We will integrate our teams more deeply around common challenges, continue to modernize our infrastructure and decision processes, strengthen science collaboration to improve speed and transparency, and engage our partners earlier and more strategically. I am deeply, deeply proud of this community of scientists, engineers, problem solvers, entrepreneurs, and leaders. I am so grateful to have a front row seat in what we accomplish every day, the jaw-dropping creativity and the teamwork that it takes. As we look forward to more discoveries in the coming year, including doing some truly mind-bending science on Artemis II, I ask each of you to join me in remaining excited and focused on reaching for the stars, as only NASA can. Thank you very much.
And once again, we're going to break for 10 minutes, so we will see you back in here then.
This is a very serious endeavor. This is absolutely a test flight.
That'll be the first.
Okay. Interesting. When was the last time NASA did a big event like this? I don't know, but it should be every year. They should do this all the time. A lot of good science, man. A lot of good stuff. It's a Taco Bell dump of info. That's a way to put that. They need to make this a regular thing, but with more than 18 hours of promo. What, you don't like all these 10-minute breaks, Ryan? Come on, what's wrong with the 10-minute breaks? Yeah. Ryan, you see that? That's a nuclear electric tug right there. So that's a nuclear electric tug. Your reactor is up at the front. Nuclear engines. That's right. I don't, it could be nuclear electric, could be nuclear thermal. I don't really care which one it is. Just please, other Ryan Weber. I just, please, like one, just do something with nukes in space other than jettisoning out the back of the vehicle for explosions. Like, just do that, or nuclear thermal. I don't care. Just please do one of those things. Dang it. No, nuclear pulse is stupid. That one's dumb. You don't need to do that. Interesting looking tug there. It looks PPE derived. I don't think that's the power and propulsion element, unless they got another thing up their sleeve here. I wonder if someone made a video about that. Who would now? Wait, who would do that? Who would want to do that? And where would they post it if they did? Go ahead. Scott Manley, you shut up. You shut your mouth. All right, fine. I'll post it. Jeez, there you go. Jeez. Yeah, guys, that's a YouTube link to Breaking Space. That channel is hosted by Dr. Ryan Katoon, space enthusiast of NASA Spaceflight Now. It's Ryan Caden does Breaking Space, and he has a video on that thing. Pulse-based nuclear is based. No, it's not. You telling me you don't want to surf nuclear bombs across the solar system? No, I do not. That's dumb. I've seen it, Chuck. Careful of spoilers. One of the best sci-fi movies I've ever watched. Yeah, it's up there. It's up there. It's up there with like Dune, Star Trek. It's good, man. Real good. Cartoon, yeah. Yeah, it's quite good, actually. You saw it twice last night in IMAX. I saw it in IMAX too, Ryan. It's so good. I love that flick. Careful, no spoilers. Don't spoil it. I'm usually pretty anal retentive about spoilers. Now I will straight up kick you from the stream. Don't do something like that. I want people to watch it cold turkey. Watch it cold turkey. It'll blow your mind. Trust me. Not you, but you get the idea. Mass Effect, it's up there, Tej. Yeah, up there, dude. This is Project Hail Mary. It's a new sci-fi movie. It's about spaceflight and stuff like that. Trust me. You will like it. It's really good. If you like stuff like that, you'll like it. No spoilers? Question? Sierra, you're going to leave Sue to watch it in IMAX. Yep. Yeah, don't watch the trailers. Just go see it. It's better if you watched it cold turkey. Joe 76 months. Older Buffalo 35 months. Yeah, dude, I'm all good, man. How are you? I wasn't good yesterday, but hey.
Discovery, go and throttle
Sounds
up.
like I got a case of the Mondays. To avoid spoilers, I sent you a Discord DM. Oh. Yeah, for sure, Panta. Yeah. It looks like a remake of a Russian movie I saw last year. Perforated Project Hail Mary is based off of a book that was written by Andy Weir in, 2019? Yeah, if you want to read the book, I'd read the book first. I didn't read the book first. I'm reading through the book right now. Did you see the vid I sent you in Discord the other day? No? Oh, the Lunar Module 5 vid. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. I haven't watched that. Is that video new? Because I've seen a Lunar Module 5 video about STS-1 before, Nader, unless he posted something new. So, guys, full disclosure, like, I've had a copy of Project Hail Mary sitting on my coffee table. Like, it's just one of the books that's on, like, your coffee table for, when you, like, oh, what is this? Oh, it's a book about space. You wouldn't know, right? Like, when you have company over and stuff, it's been like that since in the apartment, right? And I've had it for a long time. It's actually a signed copy. It's hardcover, signed by Andy Weir. I didn't realize that until I went and fished it out after I saw the movie. Oops. I even have the, look. I have the patch. I have the patch. It's in I got the original patch. That's not the one from the flick. Yeah, it came with that, which is pretty funny. Don't, Bree. But yeah, go see that movie. It's like Interstellar good. Yeah. It really is. It's that good. I like it. A hype beast aside, it's a freaking awesome flick. Let me put it this way. If you're watching this stream, you will like it. Yeah. So, another thing that I could say without spoiling anything is it's practical effects, guys. Very, very light on the CGI. There are some scenes that have some CGI for VFX and compositing effects. But the vast majority of this movie is done with practical effects, rotoscoping, and compositing, and matte painting, which is old school. Old school. And, dude, does it pay off, dude. Some of the visuals in space in that movie are so good. They look real. It's just like, you're not going to lose immersion being like, oh, yeah, that's 3D. Nope. You're not going to lose it. It's that good.
Okay, 5x5's in chat. We've got a lot to get through here.
Yeah, Chris is starting Raptor side. Good luck with that, man. Isn't that what Kubrick did? Yes. Yeah. Just like 2001. Yes, exactly. 2001 is all matte painting, rotoscoping, and compositing. Yeah. It's old school. It's old school, but done with modern computers. Damn, is it good. Go watch it for the visual effects and the cinematography alone. It's that good, man. Are you talking about the movie? No spoilers. Yeah. You missed the part where about 15 seconds before you came in here, I said no spoilers. But you know. Yeah, exactly, Lava Eagle. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was the butler, right? Shh. Colonel Mustard in the library with the wrench. Yeah, exactly, Jeffin. It's all practical effects. No total CGI. The movie has a little bit of CGI but it's blended with the VFX for like one or two different scenes, dudes. But for the most part, it's all practical. It's so good, dude. That movie, I want to go see it again. And that's very rare that I want to go back to see another movie. The last movie that I was like, I need to go see that movie again was Top Gun Maverick. So I don't know if that's any, kind of equivalency there. I was like, I gotta go see that movie again. Dude, I'd love to see it again. It's so good. Christoph, you can vouch for it. You're going to watch it again in IMAX. Yeah, ILM did was the production studio for it. So that should tell you everything you need to know. ILM is doing the VFX for the new Stargate. Oh, nice. You're happy chat sponsored it. Yes. Ford versus Ferrari, another great flick. Yeah. Yeah, if you can see it in IMAX, dudes, it will blow your mind. Have you seen Adam Savage's YouTube videos? Yes. Don't watch the tested videos if you don't want spoilers. See last. What's up, Iger? Found out today my skiing buddy was the actual pilot for the F-14 and Top Gun Maverick, and one of the few remaining, set to go into a museum in San Diego. He flew it in Iraq and stateside. What? They had an airworthy F-14 for Top Gun Maverick? ILM is George Lucas's production
VFX company, Ken's, yes. Andy Weir also wrote The Martian, correct. Yep. It was decommissioned. Avionics in the engines were removed. So how did he fly it? Yeah, there's new Stargates brewing right now, Gentle Freak, yeah. And he also wrote Artemis. He did write Artemis. Mayor, yeah, that's why I made sure I didn't say that. There is computer graphics in certain spots where it's warranted. It's used where it's needed. The vast majority of that movie is done with practical effects, and it is, man, does it show. Oh, it was his plane. Oh, okay. That's cool, dude. Right on. Neat. Yeah, Pie Guy, I got it. That's cool, dude. Yeah. Be nice to have an airworthy F-14. That'd be nice. I don't think we have to worry about export laws much anymore. It'd be nice to have one of those. So about that 10-minute break, NASA. Mutter, they're worse than me, dude. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Sasquatch, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying, man. Like, they're getting the PowerPoint. What is the next conference? We're still in the science conference here. I would really hope they talk about that, what that thing is right there. That looks to be a nuclear transfer vehicle. What happened with the moon base? Aitor, it's very rare that I say this. You need to rewatch the whole thing. There was such an info dump on what they want to do with the moon base. Like, I'm not explaining that to you in 30 seconds, 5 minutes, or even 30 minutes. That's not happening, dude. Long story short, Gateway is dead. They're going to ramp up utilizing commercial lunar payload services. They're going to ramp up CLIPS missions and build out a moon base over the next 10 years. Either that or wait for the Katoon video. Yeah, do that. At the end of all this, you should make a 30-minute recap video for YouTube since there's so much. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Human 148, welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Thanks, man. Start writing all the bullet points for EJ to go over. Yeah. Yeah, Mutter, yeah. I see that Breaking Space already has a video about the SR1 Freedom. Ryan works fast. Ryan's known to procure videos quickly from time to time. Human the human person was deleted, but it's you. Oh, all right. Okay, let me just rewrite that up here. I'm rewriting it. Yep. All right. We rewritten the hard drive. We're good. Considering what Isaacman is doing for NASA now, what did the previous administrators even do? That's a really good question to ask, Derek. That is a really good question. It's a little bit of a stark contrast, isn't it? Nothing would be the answer there. How will this all fit into one flame trench? I'll get back to you on that. Thank God we got Jared. Imagine if we still had Sean Duffy. Yeah. It's almost scary how much he's gotten done since mid-December. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say Jim was pretty good. Charlie Bolden was there. He was there. I thought you were talking about Bill Nelson. Bill Nelson existed. He was there. Yeah, Pi, he exists. Yep, that's right. Actually, dude, one of my buddies just texted me about this NASA announcement, and he asked me, thoughts on the NASA announcements. From what I've seen, it looks good. And I'm just going to say to you guys what I said to him, which is it's what NASA needs, but if they get it, that's another story. I would say that this is a pretty good step in the right direction. It's decent enough. But it's also really simple to say, this is what we need. It's more difficult to actually, do it and procure it. So yeah, we'll see. Only time is going to tell whether this was a good idea or not. I could see this very much going in a very good direction, and I could see it very much not going in a good direction. Step one is having the goals. That's right. Yep. I mean, these are certainly ambitious, trying to get some of this stuff done.
So we'll see. Like I said, I think this is what NASA needs. I think NASA needed to take a good long look in the mirror to understand what's going on and then go from there. Oh, it's back.
But sometimes.
Okay. Oh, that's so good. I would like to be doing that soon. Is that an A26 with Jado? Yes, it is.
Other planet.
Yeah, I can't play that with the music. Boing. That's a shame. This is probably a really good video, too. Dear mighty things, baby. Time for me to get ready to go sum up the entirety of this announcement in 1 second. I just got through doing that, like, maybe a minute ago. It's what NASA needs, but whether they'll get it or not is another story. Oh, you just wanted to hear me scream. Ah! There you go. Ground-penetrating radar to find ice deposits. Select human landing sites. Delivering the Skyfall capsule to Mars. Introducing Space Reactor 1 Freedom. Executing the President's national space policy. America's getting underway on nuclear power in space to Mars and beyond. American flag. NASA.
Please welcome to the stage Space Reactor's Office Program Executive, Steve Sinecor.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I want to start by acknowledging the incredible graphics team who put that inspiring video together. So if we could give them a round of applause, please do. And I want to personally thank them for giving me the challenge of...
Motion to make, if NASA calls it a round of applause, they should call it an orbit of applause. Just saying.
If I have what it takes to keep the excitement going. See what you did there. You did, yeah. Good dad joke. So I'm Steve Sinecor. I'm the program exec for the Space Reactor's office, and I'm responsible for delivering Space Reactor 1 Freedom, the vehicle you saw, the first nuclear-propelled spacecraft in human history to leave Earth orbit on an interplanetary mission. As Administrator Isaacman announced, the nation is getting underway in space on nuclear power, and we will start by flying a nuclear electric propulsion demo to Mars in December 2028 that would deliver an extraordinary science payload in Skyfall. This effort will catalyze a sustained cadence of space nuclear missions that will power the future of American space exploration. And today, I'll walk you through why we use space nuclear power, how we do it, and who will make it. Okay. Next slide, please. Next slide. We're already there. Let's start with the basics. Nuclear power in space does not just enhance deep space exploration, it enables it. Through increased energy density, nuclear power will keep lunar bases operating through the 14-day, 354-hour night. It will power the missions on the surface of Mars, where without it, the alternative is football fields of solar panels that will be ineffective during dust storms.
Any unit but the
and nuclear power provides the continuous, reliable, and plentiful energy that will enable surface manufacturing and the ability to make propellant on Mars that brings crews home. Future sustained robotic or human presence missions will require the energy density that nuclear power provides. Nuclear power also unlocks deep space. Past Jupiter, the sun is just another star. Solar cell efficiency drops to 4% at Jupiter, requiring extremely large solar panels, and it's effectively zero beyond that. And for deep space missions, chemical propulsion cannot escape its own mass fraction. These are not engineering problems, they are physics constraints, and nuclear power is the answer. Additionally, nuclear-powered electric propulsion spacecraft will move cargo in space like railroads move freight on Earth, with incredibly high efficiency compared to chemical propulsion. And nuclear also brings more innovation to the game, allowing for higher power, more thrust, and eventually exotic propulsion concepts that will open up the art of the possible for future exploration missions.
Please.
So, why don't we already have it?
Hey, Snap!
So here's the record.
That's Snap 10.
The United States has launched one flight reactor, Snap 10A, in 1965, over 60 years ago. Since then, more than a dozen flight programs have been attempted and over $20 billion spent to date. But the lack of an operational space nuclear reactor is not a technology problem. It's an execution problem. There are 4 failure modes that persist through all of these attempts. First, there was no sustained mission pull. The past programs were solutions to problems that were in search of a customer. And without a deadline, urgency waned and they were unable to endure. Second, there was a scope overreach. Past programs were flagship missions, initiated before the basics were proven. The poster child was GMO Prometheus, which was canceled at $400 million with nothing built. Third, there was a timeline mismatch, where development timelines outlasted political cycles and visible technology progress lacked, causing programs to perpetually be vulnerable to changes in priority. And fourth, these programs had fragmented leadership. To execute, there were 5 agencies involved with no single owner with budget and authority from spacecraft design through flight. SR-1 Freedom is designed to break every one of these patterns. Next chart, please.
Ow.
SR-1 Freedom provides a one-for-one response to each of these failure modes. It has a mission pull, with being Mars-bound under nuclear electric propulsion, delivering inspirational science. And this will be the first mission in a sustained cadence, not a one-off. The scope is right-sized with an approximately 20 kilowatt, not megawatt class nuclear reactor. And SR-1 Freedom primarily has that one new system, the reactor, on a spacecraft bus that already exists. The timeline will match the need with the next Mars launch window in December 2028. Orbital mechanics does not negotiate, and the scope must bend around this deadline.
Based.
And finally, with regard to fragmented leadership, NASA will be the prime integrator and work closely with our enabling partner in the Department of Energy and any other entities to ensure all are working towards the same mission timeline.
I like this.
Ultimately, one manager and one office owns the schedule from design through flight.
Oh.
Overall, a fission-powered spacecraft carrying science to Mars is not just a tech demo. It is the first freight run on the transcontinental railroad of the solar system. It proves the U.S. can build, launch, and operate a nuclear propulsion system. SR-1 Freedom will close a 60-year gap in American space fission flight heritage. And along with our Department of Energy and industry partners, it establishes the regulatory precedent, the nuclear qualified workforce, and the flight-proven hardware that every future space nuclear mission will inherit. It is the foundation for everything that follows. So let's dive a little deeper into the mission specifics. There are 5 principal objectives that are deliberately minimal to ground the execution. 1, demonstrate nuclear electric propulsion. 2, launch in the next Mars transfer window, December 2028. 3, leverage existing hardware for cost and schedule efficiency. 4, perform Mars-relevant science and transmit incredible footage back to Earth. And 5, maximize extensibility to future higher power and longer duration missions. We are not trying to do everything. We are trying to do the hard thing, which is operate a coupled nuclear reactor, power conversion, and electric propulsion thruster system beyond Earth orbit for the first time ever. With regard to the mission timeline, we will launch into a trajectory with sufficient orbital energy to escape Earth orbit, putting SR-1 Freedom on a path to Mars. Within hours after launch, the solar arrays deploy and the systems are verified. Within 48 hours after launch, the fission reactor starts, and SR-1 Freedom electric thrusters are powered by the nuclear reactor. And after approximately 1 year, we reach Mars. Science is conducted, imagery is transmitted, and Skyfall is released. 3 of the 5 core requirements are met within the first 48 hours of launch. We will enable science at the frontier and inspire the next generation of explorers through delivery of Skyfall to Mars, which is an exciting new mission that builds on the success of the Ingenuity Mars helicopter. Targeting a future human landing site, Skyfall will deploy a team of 3 helicopters to do landing site scouting and characterization of subsurface water ice. Next chart, please. After separating from SR-1 Freedom, the entry capsule enters the Martian atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, greater than Mach 5, slowing to approximately Mach 2. Next, a supersonic parachute deploys to slow the capsule further. And finally, the heat shield separates and the helicopters are released in a first ever mid-air deployment. The Skyfall helicopters will carry cameras and ground-penetrating radar to scout a future landing site to understand the slopes and hazards for human-scale landers. They will also map and characterize the subsurface water ice to find out where the water ice deposits are, along with the size, depth, and other important characteristics. In addition to this incredible mission, we're going to explore other opportunities, such as student-led science payloads, to further engage the next generation directly. So let's explore the vehicle a little bit more.
Yes.
Starting at the business end of the spacecraft, the reactor, on that far side of the screen, it will be approximately 20 kilowatts electric, fueled with HALO UO2 fuel, transfer its heat through heat pipes, and have a boron carbide radiation shield. Moving towards the electric thrusters on this side, the advanced closed Brayton cycle power conversion system will convert that reactor heat into electricity. Moving further along the boom, which is required for separating the reactor from the spacecraft bus electronics, the large structure you see will be the heat rejection system, which are high-performance, lightweight composite titanium radiators. And for the backbone of it all, NASA will repurpose the power and propulsion element to provide the spacecraft bus, the brains of the vehicle.
Oh, I was wrong.
Note, it will provide high-rate direct-to-Earth communications so we can get that data and imagery back home, and up to 48 kilowatts of advanced electric propulsion. These are the thrusters that nuclear power is driving.
Oh.
So what do we mean when we say SR-1 Freedom is the foundation for everything that follows? It is a pathfinder, not the blueprint. In 2028, SR-1 Freedom provides an opportunity to fly and learn. We will gain real operational experience on a space nuclear reactor, power conversion, and advanced electric propulsion thrusters. We will establish flight heritage and set regulatory and launch precedent. And we will activate an industrial base to provide components and subject matter experts, ultimately enabling quicker follow-on missions. In 2030, we will plan for Lunar Reactor 1, and the trade space reopens. It will be informed by SR-1 data and leverages SR-1 technology, but adapted for the lunar environment. This is a new industry opportunity. We will seek input from potential providers as early as June 2026. LR1 will inherit SR1 ground and flight data on the reactor and power conversion performance, regulatory and launch approval precedent, integration knowledge and lessons learned, activated industrial base and workforce, and testing, integration, and launch infrastructure. What design space reopens for LR1 will be the reactor size and power conversion, surface thermal rejection architecture, landing loads, dust tolerance, surface ops, balance of plant optimization, and industry competition for build and delivery. And with fast follower missions, the door opens wider. We will put RFIs and RFPs on the street for providers to compete on design and cost studies and hardware development. This is the pathway from government-led demonstration to commercially built systems. And then in the 2030s, we will scale up and move into production. We are talking hundreds of kilowatts to megawatt class reactors for all nuclear applications. Higher power missions to the moon, human missions to Mars, with commercial participation and repeatable production. Overall, industry, in partnership with NASA and the Department of Energy, will power the build of SR1 Freedom. Industry builds the major reactor and spacecraft subsystems, shielding, heat transfer, power conversion, heat rejection, and instrumentation and controls. NASA provides the spacecraft bus with the electric propulsion thrusters, power management and distribution, spacecraft structure, mission integration and operations, system integration and test, and launch. The Department of Energy provides the reactor design and integration, nuclear fuel, and launch safety analysis. And as the pictures show, a lot of hardware exists or is in development across every major subsystem, making this achievable. But make no mistake, this is not a government research and development project. This is an American industrial campaign that provides the parts and expertise needed to implement SR1 Freedom and build the foundation for the future. Now let's talk a little bit about notional timeline. The SR1 Freedom schedule needs to be aggressive, with significant activities occurring at NASA, the Department of Energy, and in industry. Starting now, 5 parallel work streams kick off. Hardware and software development, ground test and mission operations planning and preparations, launch site preparations, regulatory and environmental coordination, and payload development. Significant design is complete and hardware development started in June of 2026. Major subsystems are ready for assembly, integration, and test by January 2028. And in October of 2028, SR1 Freedom arrives at the launch site. And just a couple months later, we will launch and head to Mars. We will require the best of what this country has to offer, and we will need support from across the United States to achieve our objective.
All right.
Space Reactor 1 Freedom will unleash American ingenuity to get America underway in space on nuclear power, enable extraordinary science on Mars with the delivery of Skyfall, and set a precedent for all future space nuclear endeavors. SR1 Freedom will put the United States of America in the driver's seat of this enabling technology. Thank you.
That's pretty sick.
Can you open? Please welcome to the podium Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Okay. That's pretty cool, man.
Okay. It's quite a day, huh? So I have a few slides to take us through at the end, and then we'll wrap things up. And shortly thereafter, we will have we will host a press conference because I imagine there's a lot of questions that people may have. So, we can talk about all these, really transformational endeavors today, the real exciting stuff, returning to the moon, building a moon base, lots of great science, multiple commercial space stations someday, building a nuclear powered mission. There's a lot of little things that have to happen to make it even remotely possible. I mean, not to mention the whole workforce. We've got a few thousand ideas, I would say, if we can go to the next slide, that have come in from that workforce we're going to talk to you a little bit about. And that's why I began kind of my journey in this role, visiting every one of the centers and undertaking this grand information gathering campaign. What's working right here at NASA? Because we want to do a whole lot more of it. And what's slowing us down? What are some of the obstacles and challenges that are impeding progress so I can help you clear it? And I'm going to share with you right now a little bit of some of those updates along the way. So first and foremost, restoring some of NASA's core competencies. What I found, and this probably surprised some folks, about 75% of the NASA workforce made up of contractors, and that's not when we say we buy something from a Boeing or a Lockheed and counting their workforce. That is our workforce. About 75% is contractors. And some are in areas that make tons of sense. Cybersecurity. I don't think NASA was created as an agency to be the best at cybersecurity or IT systems. That is a great area that we should be relying on a strong contract workforce. There's other areas like turning our launch pad after every launch, where you might say, is this one of the reasons why we're not able to launch at the cadence that we once did during the Apollo era? We should probably restore some of those competencies in-house. Mission control, I'd say, would be another good example of it. So in terms of our workforce, one exercise that we have underway is converting a lot of contractors back into civil service. Then I would say also there's an opportunity to grow and mature some of the young talent that comes into NASA. Now, very fortunate for us, NASA's got a pretty recognizable logo all around the world. There's a lot of kids that want to grow up someday and join and contribute to the great endeavor that we are undertaking at NASA. Hopefully a whole lot more when they start seeing us go around the moon and return to it in the near future. But how do you grow and experience some of that talent, especially when we're not the only game in town? There's a lot of expertise in industry, and this is where we've partnered with OPM to create NASA Force, which is a component of their tech force. This gives an opportunity for industry to contribute some of their experienced talent, come into NASA as a term-based appointment, help elevate our younger talent that's coming in from our internship programs that have maybe experienced NASA through some of our grant programs and want to come here and bring some of that expertise that we're going to need, serve your country, and go back to industry, and vice versa. The same applies and allows some of our younger talent to go into industry for term rotations and bring some of their experiences back to NASA. So this is underway right now. As I often remind our team, we will be measuring success in this in the thousands, not in the hundreds, and achieved in, again, months, not years. And along the way, it actually frees up quite a bit in terms of resources for additional science and discovery. Next slide. President Trump's one big, beautiful bill afforded us a $1 billion investment to modernize our infrastructure. This has been a problem at NASA if you've been following along for quite some time. I had an opportunity to go around and tour some of our facilities. I stopped at one center, and there was a sign on the door that said, "Do not enter asbestos." And then I went to another center, and there was a sign that said, "Do not enter asbestos and snakes." So I'm incredibly grateful for President Trump and our representatives in Congress who have given us the resources to start making some very targeted investments, and we're already deploying those resources now. One I wanted to highlight specifically is a modernization initiative at Ames for our ArcJet facility, which provides absolutely essential capabilities. One, helping us understand some of what we observed during the Artemis 1 heat shield so that we can incorporate improvements going forward, not to mention contributions across industry when we're talking about things that we can maybe bring back from Mars someday and what that reentry environment might be like, not to mention if we're going to and from the moon with great frequency in those high velocity reentries, as well as supporting some of our other partners. So this investment in infrastructure is underway right now. I think we'll have a lot more to talk about. If you go to the next slide, you'll get a little bit of a sense of where we're starting to allocate these resources across our various centers and help rebuild some great infrastructure, but unfortunately a lot of it was built at a time when, again, NASA was the only game in town in the 1960s, and it's time to ensure its ability to support the missions of today as well as those in the future. Next slide. Brief update, for those not aware, NASA on average every year allocates about $1 billion in grants. This is a great opportunity for, again, kind of college students, those in university, to potentially get hands-on with hardware, ideally a whole bunch of instruments that we're going to require, not to mention tech demonstrations for construction of our moon base, ideally get inspired, drawn further into what we do here at NASA, and come maybe join the workforce or industry in the not too distant future. Next slide. So this is what I was referring to early on. You know, you go and you visit every one of the centers, host a lot of town halls, kind of you can hear directly from the workforce. Again, a lot of things that are working really well. We've tried to incorporate that as we evolve our strategy. Things that are not working well, that you want to learn from, fix, better to, so you can better enable our very talented workforce. But in addition to that, we've set up a number of opportunities to submit information back to NASA, one of which is just a simple suggestion box. Put it in my end-of-year note from the end of last year. There's over 5,300, I believe, submissions that have gone into it, not to mention hundreds of submissions for policy and regulation that slows us down. Again, might have been extremely relevant and from decades past, no longer relevant today. And we are implementing these across a number of workforce directives. We've already put several out. And I would say also that we've drawn input from industry as well. We've gotten, I think, somewhere close to perhaps 50 or so submissions from commercial partners as well on how we could reform some of our acquisition procurement process, insight versus oversight, and working with industry to help shape some of the requirements as opposed to being overly prescriptive. So bottom line is we're listening to our workforce, we're listening to industry, and we're trying to take this feedback because we recognize without it, we're not going to be able to do any of the exciting things that we spent the first half of the day talking about. So as I mentioned before, NASA is no longer the only game in town, and we don't have exclusivity on all the good ideas. So we welcome industry's input. We've made reference to it several times today, in fact, from science and technology instruments. I mean, we are going to have so much payload volume opportunity across all the various landers and rovers going to the moon. Give us some of your good ideas. We asked about feedback across the CLD program. We asked about public-private partnerships for new great missions of science and discovery, whether it's planetary science, science as a service. Some of these have RFIs. A lot of them don't. And this is your opportunity to be able to come in and give us feedback, submit unsolicited proposals on our front door. And I can assure you we will evaluate them and give you feedback and ideally implement many of them. Inspiring the workforce, one of my first things I put out was the ability to recognize, reward, and inspire directive to the workforce. We have a small Air Force at NASA, their aeronautics portfolio. It's something we're hoping to talk to you about a little bit later this year. It wasn't specifically one of the highlights today, but we certainly have not forgot about the first big A in NASA. And we can make great use of these aircraft to reward our workforce for contributing to extraordinary outcomes, not to mention inspire the next generation in between our various rocket launches. Fully expect to see our aircraft at various air shows, which goes to the next slide, rocket launches, public events as we celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, you see some pretty interesting ones. I expect our Super Guppy to have an appearance at Sun and Fun and ideally Oshkosh later and perhaps an event at Kennedy Space Center later this year. Next slide.
Awesome.
And then it's absolutely foundational to everything we do at NASA to inspire the next generation to want to grow up and contribute to this great endeavor. And we have a number of very exciting programs that are underway right now. You can learn more about them on our website, including if you want to potentially come someday and contribute as an intern to NASA. So our next slide, as I mentioned earlier, we get some 270,000 applications. Pretty exciting. A lot of kids want to come and work at NASA. We select about 2,000 annually, and it's considered one of the most prestigious internships 5 years in a row from Vault.com. And the next slide, understanding how we communicate today. I mean, I mention this all the time when people say, does everybody understand that we're about to return to the moon like they did in the 1960s? I'm like, well, there were 3 TV channels back in the 1960s, so it's pretty easy to captivate everyone's attention. It's a little bit of a different world today. I have no doubt as Artemis II leaves the Earth and makes its grand journey to the lunar environment, it will have everyone's attention, but it'll also have their attention on Netflix and every other good streaming application that we can partner with to make sure that we are communicating our message far and wide. Next slide. Okay, so
that'd be sick,
a bit of a recap for what we covered today. We started with returning to the moon. A lot of this was previously covered early or in late February when we had to bring Artemis II back to the vehicle assembly building. We decided to pull forward. We felt we owed it to the public at that point in time to say not only are we going to tell you our path to getting Artemis II back to the pad, but what is the more achievable approach to returning to the moon. We talked about standardizing the vehicle, respect to the upper stage, rebuilding core competencies so we could turn around at the pad faster, adding another mission in 2027 to buy down some risk, which is Artemis 3. And then today we talked about how we were, well, one, we should have sent you a message too about our ability to actually pull in some of the schedule with hardware updates across all of the Artemis programs, but also to give a demand signal after Artemis 5. We are going back to the moon. We are going back to stay. That is going to require frequent and affordable missions to the lunar environment, 2 different pathways, eventually targeting crewed landings every 6 months, so we never give up the moon again. And when we get there, we're going to build a moon base. I think this is very exciting to talk about, to do it in a very logical way, a whole phase of experimentation. We never tried to build an extended presence outside of Earth before. This makes sense that we might want to do a lot of testing and experimentation and make sure we figure it out before we start building the grand infrastructure. What better way to do it? Work with our commercial partners that have already been experimenting under the CLIPS program, LTV program, get lots of landers, lots of rovers. Let's start experimenting power, communications, mobility, surface improvement, and let's pack it with as much science as the payload can possibly afford. Really evolve from, again, bespoke, infrequent missions to a templated approach with great frequency. You're going to see some of this activity in late 2026, but to really get into a rhythm starting 2027, and let's get those comm relay and observation satellites up there and bring the whole world along for the ride on the Moonbase website. We talked about staying in LEO. A very real reality. The International Space Station is an extraordinary achievement, 25 years plus of keeping human beings alive in the incredibly harsh environment of space. It cannot live on forever. We know there is an end date. That is something we are going to work with our partners on that contribute to the International Space Station. We gotta work with industry. We're very open to the original pathway. Tell us how to make it work. We're there. We shared with you our concerns. Tell us how you're going to make that work. Alternatively, here's another approach that maybe takes it in a more phased approach. Leverage the International Space Station while we have it. It's a great pathway for additional crewed missions, cargo. We have the kind of the operational and technical maturity already to help industry evolve until such time as the market that we all know is inevitable will be realized, detach away, and hopefully we're all living in a world with multiple space stations. We have to do something to help in that regard. We're not going to sit on our hands, hope the orbital economy materializes, where we said we're going to go to 2 PAM missions a year, where you can sell the commander seat. Heck, maybe NASA buys the commander seat. I mean, that is kind of the right way to help ignite an orbital economy and not force it in place. Any of the research that has the high commercial potential, if we don't already have it in our pipeline, if people were discouraged of giving the good ideas, the pharmaceutical capabilities that are gonna cure cancer or change the world, 3D printing organs, I don't know what it is. We got a front door website that was just a couple slides earlier. Submit the good idea. We want to hear it. We want to do everything within our power to ignite that orbital economy. Nikki gave an unbelievable update on science. She certainly has the best content to work with, there's no doubt. Her imagery was incredibly inspiring. So we gave you updates on some of our flagship missions. You've got Roman launching before the end of the year. How exciting, 100 times the field of view of Hubble, potentially upwards of 1,000 times the scan rate, going out and looking for the secrets of the universe. If you haven't seen it already, we actually have a mock-up of Dragonfly out in the lobby. So again, the nuclear-powered octocopter to search for life on Titan. That's a pretty exciting mission. Rosalind Franklin's coming up. We're actually going to have, think about it, have 3 nuclear-powered payloads that are going to launch in 2020, or payloads or spacecraft that are going to launch in 2028. Rosalind Franklin, Dragonfly, and SR-1 Freedom. Pretty exciting to think about all in a short period of time. We acknowledge there's got to be ways we can do science more efficiently. Time to science absolutely matters. The cost associated with it. We have a very good budget here. There's a lot of unfunded scientific missions that Nikki talked to you about that we'd love to undertake. We either will find the efficiencies internally to figure out how to pursue them, or we welcome public-private partnerships. We talked about Eric Schmidt and his foundation, the $1 billion he's contributing into planetary science. Others have reached out as well. Two 2 other organizations reached out and said, how do we partner with NASA maybe to pursue some of these unfunded science missions? We'd absolutely love it. Surely there has to be ways, whether it's when you already have constellations of satellites being produced through factories now for various Earth observation capabilities, is our RFI going to yield any updates in terms of new scientific instruments that can be incorporated to potentially close out the gaps with some of the more expensive or bespoke satellites that we have historically purchased to get after that data, again, whether it's Earth observation, space weather, and free up additional resources to pursue some of the missions like Dragonfly that if we don't pursue, maybe no one else will. And then getting underway under nuclear power in space. So I find this very exciting because I think this fits squarely into what NASA is meant to do. The near impossible, again, what no one else should be able to close a business case on. That's where NASA should put our efforts. Now, for sure, industry is doing an absolutely fantastic job. Launch, observation, communication, chemical propulsion. This is what we want industry to be doing. Competitive dynamics, improving the quality of the capability and bringing costs down. That's what we want. We should then shift our attention to what no one else is capable of doing. I think the rationale there that is we want to inevitably explore farther out into the solar system where solar loses its effectiveness. This is where you want nuclear power. If you're trying to build a base on the moon, you're going to probably want nuclear power there to manage operations and keep our rovers moving in the shaded area. Certainly, if you're going to send astronauts to Mars someday, you'd really like to make sure they come back and tell us about it. Having a nuclear reactor on the surface to help with in situ resource manufacturing that we ideally already proved out on the lunar surface is going to be pretty paramount. I also call attention to that when every one of these slides is meant to convey something like really exciting, transformative, but inherent with every one of them is also a challenge, a problem, things we got wrong, real dollars that were lost, years lost. So when a lot of people ask us, how are you going to be able to do all this within the resource you have available? And I continue to tell them, NASA does not necessarily have a top line problem. We get a lot of resources. We may not always allocate them that efficiently. Steve talked about SR1. One of the first slides says we've spent $20 billion on dozens of failed nuclear power and propulsion initiatives. It's $20 billion that could have gone to other great science and discovery. Last year we spent $250 million keeping a canceled science program canceled. There's examples across every one of our mission directorates where we probably could have repurposed our resources a little bit better in the direction of science and discovery. We're challenging ourselves to do that across the board. And I have no doubt when we do find these things, we're going to be able to take on even more exciting challenges ahead. Now, back to SR1. We are making use of a lot of hardware that we already have while working alongside industry. I think this is extremely important. You don't want to pursue the 100% solution out of the gate, or you may very well wind up with another canceled program that maybe ran out of money. Nautilus was originally built to be a diesel boat. I think Hyman Rickover referred to it as the 70% solution. Well, it was the 70% solution that gave birth to the nuclear navy. And I think we're on a similar path right now.
Good
and
reference.
along the way of just proving out those important capabilities in the first 48 hours after the mission launches, we are going to get to Mars and drop off a pretty inspiring scientific payload. Send back also a lot of other imagery and data along the way, including some student-led science. The last thing I'll say, I don't expect any of this to happen on its own. The whole point of today was not to come and give you a bunch of great PowerPoint and then just sit and wait for it all to come to fruition. This is about action right now. It's why we're dropping RFIs. We want to hear back from people, not weeks from now. We want to get moving. This is why we're having breakout sessions tomorrow. We're going to be available to have these conversations. Why we repeatedly refer to embedding our workforce, our subject matter experts, with every one of our vendors that needs it, every one of the subcontractors, again, every component on the critical path in an active role to help. And we know we are part of the problem in a lot of these cases. Like, we've got a lot of dated policy, things that maybe, again, made sense long ago, not always today. So let them take an active role and say, this is the right approach. Industry is telling us the way to achieve our objective. Let's let them do this. Or, hey, the supply chain's broken here. We got to build this valve. I don't know what to tell you, but we're not getting back to the moon if we don't do it. Great. That's why we're going to embed our workforce to do it, to drive outcomes. So Lot to cover right now. I'm sure there are a lot of questions. I appreciate everybody sitting through all of our presentations today, hearing from us. We can't do this without you, from the workforce to our partners in industry and especially our international partners. We don't ever do this alone. We do it together. We're going to change the world together. So thank you.
Well, here's to hoping, dudes. So that press conference is in about 45 minutes. I think now is a good time to close the gap, to put a button on this, to put a bow on this VOD, and I will be back for the press conference and space news to kind of recap all this. I'm gonna go walk outside and look at trees to collect all my thoughts here. Sorry for asking, but is it allowed to become, for civilians to become fighter pilots in the U.S.? If you have enough money, you can buy a fighter plane. Sure, why not? Chief Jared Isaacman here. So Jared Isaacman is a billionaire that founded a electronic transaction company in his parents' basement when he was like 20. And I don't know, Chief, you ever gone to the store and used a pin pad? You know, the thing that you put your card in or you tap your card against? That. And he used that to found a private company called Draken International. He doesn't own Draken anymore. He's divested. Draken is a company that operates opposing force fighter jets for the United States Air Force to train against. So, yeah, he founded that. So he learned how to fly a fighter jet. I mean, he has his own MiG. He has a MiG-29, a MiG-29 UB, if I'm remembering right. He has, let's see, what else does he got? He has an A4, an Alpha Jet. He recently procured a bunch of F5s. In fact, those shots that he showed of that F5 flying over 39A with SLS behind it, that's his plane. He has an L-39, L-159, MB-339, MiG-29, T-33, T-38, Challenger 650, Citation Mustang, Citation Jet, and a Premier. That's, yeah, guy's just playing GTA in real life. Yeah, if you have enough money, dude, you can buy a MiG, sure, why not? Here. This is a photo from Mike Killian. There's his MiG. Yeah. Can't carry weapons on it, but in Europe you can't do this. Only Air Force officers are allowed to pilot fighter jets. Bro, people own, yeah. Here, I don't want to cover up Mike's watermark. I know that dude. I met him once. Yeah, yeah, dude, you can own fighter planes in this country, sure. You can own fighter planes, tanks, whatever. If you have enough cash, like they're expensive, it's all military stuff, but yeah. Here you can own them, you can't fly them. Yeah. That looks like an F-15. It's from the same time period, but it's Russian. Can you own nukes? No. I doubt there's any space news today. You could probably skip that segment. Oh, yeah, okay. We should be able to. I don't know. Yeah, dude, you can buy whatever here, Chief, if you have enough cash. Money talks, dude. Heck, civilians own miniguns, dude, with the right papers. You can have a minigun. You could buy an M134 and oh yeah. If you have enough cash, man, everything's for sale. Remember, during the Revolutionary War, civilians owned large warships. Yep. In fact, most of the U.S. Navy was privateered vessels. And they paid people to go and steal other countries' vessels. It's a great story. Guys, if you want to learn about that, John Paul Jones is the guy you want to read about. No, not the bass player for Led Zeppelin, even though, yeah. I wouldn't buy a minigun because I don't want to link rounds. That does take a while. Yeah, Phil, exactly. Civilian-owned cannons were common up until recently. Yep. So yeah, Chief, yeah, you can do that if you have enough money, dude. You can buy tanks, you can buy fighter planes. Like, you're not gonna he's not gonna go procuring around Sidewinder missiles for his planes, but yeah, you could do that. Sure. I want an AWACS? I'm sure, dude. If you had enough money, sure you could buy one. I mean, if you're gonna buy an AWACS, right? What is that, E3? You're gonna buy one of those. You're probably not buying it with all its equipment intact on board, but yeah, you could buy one. Sure, why not? It's not like, what, are you not gonna find parts? Technically, you simply have to pay a $200 tax per Sidewinder. Yeah, but how much does a Sidewinder missile cost? What's the price on one of those? Do I even want to know? An AWACS is just a modified 707. C-135, but yeah, it's all the same. Sorry, I wanted to be technical. Troy, I knew that conversation was coming up, dude. I knew it. I knew someone was gonna say it. Yeah, no. I mean, I want a tank. Do you not want a tank? How about submarines? Sure, why not? Dude, I would buy like an M60, an M60 tank. Sure, I love Pattons. They're a beautiful tank. I mean, I don't want to get an Abrams because that turbine would just be really difficult to work on. You know, the Patton though with the diesel engine. Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're fine. Yeah, what do you think the Titan submersible was? Yeah, there you go. Very nice. I think that Sidewinders would fall under guidance munitions that can't be tax stamped. Yeah, that's probably right. Looks at the price of diesel. Yeah, so much cheaper. All right, we'll convert it to run on biodiesel then, man. Damn. You want to buy an F40 PH? Yeah, you could. Well, I don't know what you're going to do with it without that whole, rail line thing, but anyway. Wisp, I want you to know that my name is also Troy, and I keep thinking you're saying something to you. Sorry, not Troy, Wisp, Troy person. M60 might be tri-fuel. I still think the M60 is a good design. It's just not an Abrams, you know what I mean? It's Mopar, no car. What does she got in it? She got a Continental 1790-2 V12 air-cooled twin turbo diesel. Yeah, it's a little expensive. A little expensive, but not a bad tank. Yeah, twin turbo, air cooled though. Oh boy. How the heck you gonna get the heat off of that thing? Yeah. Yeah, Jared Isaacman has his own fleet of fighter jets, man. Yeah, that's what he was doing. And he's flown to space. He flew on a Dragon capsule twice. He was the first, he was part of the first all commercial mission with SpaceX. And he did the first commercial extravehicular activity. He got out of a Dragon capsule on orbit. I don't know if you remember that, dude. That was him. Same dude. Where's your stare at the trees time going? Yep. Oh, he was that rich guy. Yeah, he was that. Yeah, dude. That's yeah. He flew to space 2 times. That's the guy that's the NASA administrator. He's pretty good. He's not bad. And to be fair, like I said, these ideas aren't bad. We can discuss them more during the press conference and stuff. But I'm going to go grab something to eat, guys. I've been going since 9 a.m. I did not eat breakfast. I woke up, went through my morning routine, and went right out here. So, guys, I will see you in about 40 minutes, give or take. I'm just going to go grab a quick bite. And yeah, then we go to the press conference for ignition. We go to the press conference. That's going to be fun. It is, Fluffy. Yep. All right. So I'll see you guys for the press conference in a little bit. I hope you enjoyed my coverage of ignition, NASA's plan for the future, and the moon, and the planets beyond. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys back here in a little bit.